years ago, before the first portal ripped open our reality, such nightmares existed only in twisted imaginations. The sky above the city bled crimson, and a rift began to form. Unholy energy crackled from its core. All across the streets, people pointed upwards, their voices filled with awe and terror. Look at the sky. Gods! What is that? It was a question that changed everything. Do other worlds truly exist? What horrors or wonders do they hold? One man screamed, "Something is trying to break through its aliens." But what spilled forth were no aliens. They were monsters, and they brought only slaughter and destruction. People shrieked in terror, their pleas for salvation lost in the chaos. Yet, even in such a world, most live in blissful ignorance. They go about their normal lives, unaware of the truth. He, too, was one of them, as a monster descended upon him and the girl whose head rested in his lap. He never knew the truth, right up until his last moment. A while later, a blood-slicked phone lay in his hand, and on the screen, a single name glowed: Zhang Lan. Sometime before that fateful day, at the City Museum, a young man raised his hand. "Everyone, if you'll please look over here." At this ancient sarcophagus, this priceless artifact was unearthed in 2024. The young man's name is Zhang Yuan, a sophomore in college working part-time as a tour guide. He explained that along with the sarcophagus, a treasure trove of gold was discovered. That's why it's famously known as the Golden Sarcophagus. The lid and the body were carved from a single, seamless structure, he continued, which is why it remains unopened since its excavation. But now, you can see what the dig site looked like. A girl pulled out her phone, striking a pose. She smiled, muttering that with these ancient relics as her background, she looked even better than in her usual streams. Such a beauty. Zhang Yuan approached her, gently pushing her phone down. "Ma'am, filming valuable exhibits is strictly prohibited." He asked her to put it away. She just smiled. "Oh, I'm not filming the exhibits. I'm filming you." He stared, utterly surprised. "You're a hot topic right now." She winked. "Why don't you say hello to all your fans?" She proudly showed him his own picture on her screen. Zhang Yuan sighed. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize. But you still have to put the phone away." He bowed slightly. "Please don't distract me. While I'm working, I can only answer work-related questions." He turned to continue his tour, but the girl quickly stepped in his path. "Fine, then I have a work-related question." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Do you know what's inside?" Zhang Yuan explained that it's made of a unique, unknown material. "Our detectors, our x-rays, nothing can penetrate it to analyze the contents. Therefore, according to the Historical Heritage Protection Program, they couldn't risk forcing it open. So, no one knows what lies within." They both stared at the enigmatic golden coffin. Suddenly, an alarm blared through the building. "Attention! Due to a planned fire drill, the museum will be closing in 10 minutes. The crowd began to murmur in a panic. "Please evacuate the museum premises immediately." Zhang Yuan frowned. A surprise drill. They weren't given any warning about this. The girl's face lit up. "Oh, so you're free now?" As the announcement repeated, they were swept along with the crowd toward the exit. She asked again, "Want to get some dinner?" "We need to get out of here," Zhang Yuan yelled over the noise. In that instant, the entire building violently shook. He staggered, stunned. An earthquake! He glanced out the window, just in time to see a massive flock of birds scattering in panic. He thought, even the animals are fleeing. At that same moment, an elite squad received a transmission. A gold-level portal will manifest in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Anchor point activation complete. The border is tearing open. Portal has breached all units. Prepare for engagement. Eliminate the threat and ensure civilian safety at all costs. Back in the museum, Zhang Yuan shielded the girl as they huddled on the floor. He stammered, "What was that sound? What border? What portal? Did everyone get out?" The squad leader yelled to a woman at the front. "Zhang Lan, you're in charge. Yu Zhao, you're her deputy." The girl named Zhang Lan dashed forward, declaring, "My brother is waiting for me at home. These rookies will only slow me down." The man behind her shouted, "Zhang Lan, slow down. How many times have I told you not to charge in headfirst?" Zhang Yuan's blood ran cold. He thought he heard the name Zhang Lan. He grabbed the girl next to him by the shoulders. "It's okay. Earthquakes aren't that uncommon. We just need to find shelter. She should be at school. It can't be her." He let the girl go, urging, "We need to leave, now." But as he did, she slumped to the floor, lifeless. He screamed in pure horror, hiding beneath the sarcophagus. Zhang Yuan fumbled with his phone. "What the hell? Why is there no signal? I never should have bought this cheap piece of junk." His eyes darted to the girl's phone on the floor. "Maybe this one will work." He grabbed it, but as the screen lit up his face, he froze, covering his mouth to stifle a scream. Reflected in the dark glass were a pair of glowing red eyes. What in the world is that? At that moment, an armed unit charged toward the colossal, monstrous hand that had crawled out of the portal. A soldier yelled, "Jang man, something's not right. Are you sure this is only a yellow level gate?" The female warrior shouted back. "Stay focused, no distractions." She thrust her sword forward, a blur of motion as she struck the beast. Leaping back, she noted, 3 of its supports are broken. This place is about to become a crater. She channeled her maximum power, realizing the horrifying truth. This isn't just dangerous. This is a catastrophe-level threat. With a mighty swing, she attacked the monster once more. Another girl in her squad watched in disbelief. 5 crystals. Is she a genius to absorb the power of 5 crystals already? Below, mages unleashed their spells against the portal itself. One of them cursed. Damn it, the intel was completely wrong. This isn't yellow level, I've never seen anything like this. The commander roared. Everyone, brace yourselves. Do not let your guard down. We cannot allow this thing to drag us under. But Zhang Lan shouted. It's no use. You can't fight it head on like that. The man watched her strike again and again, exclaiming, What is she doing? This is impossible. It's like an endless illusion. We have to find the core. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan saw the monster's massive hand descending upon him. He screamed, his mind blank with terror. This is the end. It's too late. He tried to run but tripped over the unconscious girl's body. The monster's attack was absolute. Everything went silent. Zhang Yuan thought, It's so quiet. He was floating in a void, surrounded by shimmering energy. Did I die? Then he heard voices echoing from the darkness. Lan Lan, retreat! You can't handle it! A girl's voice screamed back. No, I will kill it. Why are you just standing there? Help me kill it. I won't lose Mom. I'm coming home, she shrieked, her voice cracking with desperation. Die! A man's voice cut through the chaos, an order cold as steel. I am ordering you to retreat. Zhang Lan, you will obey. No, she genuinely wants to kill it. Illusion or not, it doesn't matter. Zhang Yuan realized. Zhang Lan, that's her voice. No, it's impossible. He always described his sister, Zhang Lan, as a quiet girl, a top student at a private high school, gentle, well-mannered, and maybe a little clingy. How could she be in the heart of this chaos? It had to be a nightmare. He screamed, Let me see, just let me look. My little sister is in there, I can't just die. Then he saw her, a warrior swinging her sword, crying out for the beast to die. Zhang Yuan froze. Oh, Zhang Lan? She prepared her attack, a battle cry on her lips. Die with a furious slash. She met the monster's assault with her shield. She knew it had begun. It was starting to materialize. There was no turning back. Her shield cracked, then shattered into 1,000 pieces. A man shouted, It's solid! We have less than 3 minutes. Our first priority is to protect Zhang Lan. He told them not to worry, that she would be fine. But another man screamed, Stop her immediately. Stop attacking. You're going to die. The monster's massive hand slammed down, sending the girl flying. Tears streamed down Zhang Yuan's face as he screamed, Can you hear me? You have to stop. You'll die. You can't die, Zhang Lan. Is this why you were so rarely home, hiding this secret all along? Was it all for this? If only he had known sooner. If she had just told him, I should have been the one to protect you. He knew she was a good student, so he never pried into her school life. He never imagined this. I'm sorry, he whispered, knowing words were not enough. He felt a hand touch his sister's cheek. Listen to your brother, a voice pleaded. Stop fighting. Your brother will save you. Save her. Zhang Lan, battered on the ground, looked up, gritting her teeth. Lan Lan, stop. Your brother will save you, she thought. Brother, is that your voice? She whispered an apology to the sky. This time, I can't give up. If she retreats, the entire city will be turned to dust. The monster easily repelled their attacks. Zhang Lan stared it down, her resolve hardening. Besides, this is their home. If she runs, who will defend this place? Who will protect her brother? She held her sword before her eyes, determination burning within her. I just have to hold out a little longer. Then she roared, Die! She had to protect him. I must protect my brother. And our home he has to live. A powerful yellow aura exploded around her as she soared towards the monster's hand. Zhang Yuan screamed, Lan Lan. Run, get away from there. And then, everything went dark. Zhang Yuan opened his eyes to the smell of medicine. A hospital? Am I still alive? He glanced at the monitor beside him. Heartbeat and pressure read 0. This machine is definitely broken, he muttered. Just then, he heard voices from the corridor. Someone was talking to Jiang Lan. You don't want your brother to be a vegetable for the rest of his life, do you? You should listen to his words. Zhang Yuan sat bolt upright. Jiang Lan, Lan is right outside that door. He scrambled to the exit. Lan, you're alive, I'm so happy. This time, he swore to himself. He would definitely protect her. He threw open the door and saw his sister. His heart stopped. What was she doing? Jiang Lan's face lit up. Brother, you woke up. Tears of relief appeared in her eyes. She ran to him, throwing her arms around him in a hug. Little brother, you're awake. This is amazing. I was so worried about you. Zhang Yuan hugged her back, patting her on the head. I'm fine, he reassured her. But something was strange. Why was she so small? She looked like a junior high school student. The girl excitedly shouted, Don't lie to me. You were hit by a car. How can you be okay? Zhang Yuan's mind reeled. A car! He looked at the information board on the wall. The year was 2042. 4 years ago. He had returned to the year the disaster began. Zhang Yuan put a hand on his sister's cheek. It's a miracle. Now I can take care of Lan properly. This time, everything will be fine. Just then, a man walked into the room. Have you woken up? The doctor said the probability of brain death was very high, but you've miraculously woken up. And you look quite fresh. He extended his hand. My name is Lin Dong Liang, commander of the Nighthawks. A major. His outstretched hand was ignored. Zhang Yuan pulled his sister closer, saying, You shouldn't be so trusting, Jiang Lan insisted. Brother, Uncle Lin is a good person. He was nearby when the accident happened, and he tried to help in every possible way. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed. He remembered that face. To think his team had their eye on Lan even 4 years ago. He looked at his sister and asked him, Lan, free cheese only comes in a mousetrap. Why did this man suddenly decide to help us? The girl looked confused. He said I had talent and hoped that I would come study with him. To contribute to society, Zhang Yuan thought. So this strange man hasn't had time to tell her the whole truth yet. She shouldn't get involved in all this. Not until she's in college, Jiang Lan asked her brother. Your hands are so cold. Should I call a doctor? Zhang Yuan's mind was racing. Is it possible to escape danger without a fight? After all, when a real threat arises, she won't be able to take care of herself. And that thought was even scarier. The best way to protect someone is to fight. Zhang Yuan walked to the door and asked, Lan, could you help me check out? I'm going to thank Mr. Lin, Jiang Lan shouted. Of course, I've almost finished the paperwork. The major put his hand forward, flustered, saying, There's no need for gratitude, but I would like to talk to you. Zhang Yuan's heart sank. Damn. Did he eavesdrop on his conversation with Lan? They stood in the sterile hospital corridor. Zhang Yuan spoke first. I know that you want to lure my sister into your team, and if I'm not mistaken, the academy you invite her to is the ideal place for that. The man asked in shock. How did you know? Zhang Yuan replied. I know a lot of things. About portals? And the existence of monsters. And that my sister is a genius. And that you hypocrites, hiding behind a desire to benefit society, are trying to kidnap a little girl. And ruin her life, the major shouted. Don't you dare make me out to be some kind of pervert. I am looking for talents that will save humanity, Zhang Yuan asked. For humanity's sake, is that why an adult like you was eavesdropping? I hope you will stay away from us. The man sighed. Since you know all this, I won't beat around the bush. Your sister's talent could really save humanity. I hope you will explain everything to her. And allow her, Zhang Yuan interrupted. I will allow her to enter the academy and become a warrior. The man was stunned. Are you serious? Didn't you just tell me to stay away? Zhang Yuan looked at him coldly. Are those two things contradictory? It will be on my own conditions. If you don't agree with them, she won't be going anywhere. To enter the academy, the man extended his hand, asking for his price. But Zhang Yuan declared it wasn't that simple. He didn't want money. He wanted to enter the academy alongside his sister. Whatever she studies, whatever tasks she faces, he will be there. That was his only condition. The major told him to think carefully. As he walked away, he warned that Lanlin follows his orders alone. He guaranteed that without his permission, Zhang Yuan would never see her inside the academy. The major watched them leave, thinking admission should be easy. But how could he enroll an ordinary person in the warrior class? Still, without his consent, he would lose a talent like Zhang Lan. A short while later, the siblings were walking down the street Jang Lan asked her brother if he was truly all right. His body felt strangely weak and cold to her. Zhang Yuan glanced at his hand and blamed the stupid treatments, saying injections had bruised his arms. He suggested they go home and cook something delicious to eat. Together, the girl cheered with joy. Hooray, I want sweet and sour pork ribs. The guy, however, kept staring at his hand. He thought, this didn't look like a simple bruise. It looked more like a death spot. Later, they sat at a table laden with food. Jang Lan savored every bite, exclaiming how delicious it was. Brother, you're an amazing cook. She looked at him with concern. Have you eaten yet? After the hospital, you lost your appetite completely. You're so pale. She suggested he return to the hospital. Zhang Yuan stood up, plate in hand, and walked out of the room. He explained that losing your appetite after a coma is normal, and that he'd be fine. The girl reluctantly agreed. As he washed the dishes, he admitted to himself he had no desire to eat. For days now, he hadn't felt hunger, thirst, or even fatigue. He didn't even need sleep or a shower. And the worst part? When he checked his own pressure and saw another spot on his shoulder, he knew it was a true cadaveric stain. Looking at the device, he recalled thinking the hospital equipment was faulty. But at home, the truth was undeniable. He had no blood pressure, no heartbeat. His body temperature was immeasurable, and the death spots were spreading. All signs pointed to one conclusion. He was, for all intents and purposes, already dead. The only rational explanation was that magic had somehow thrown him 4 years into the past. But one question remained. How did it happen? This world was full of secrets, and he was sure the Academy held the answers. Fortunately, the spots appeared slowly. They wouldn't be discovered unless he ended up in a hospital. The thought of the doctor's reactions made him smirk. Then, his phone rang. He answered. Hello. A voice on the other end identified himself as Lin Donglangang. He said that after the holidays, Zhang Yuan and his sister must come to the academy. Zhang Yuan simply replied, How simple. The man yelled back that it wasn't simple at all. He stressed how much they needed his sister's talent. The major materialized a crystal in his hand, warning him, in advance there would be no special treatment. He couldn't skip classes, and if he scored less than 90 points in any subject, he'd be expelled. Zhang Yuan just said, No problem. After the holidays, Jan Lan ran towards the building, shouting, Wow, this academy is so majestic. She pointed to a massive statue. Brother, who is that? Shouldn't there be a statue of Confucius in front of a school? The guy explained that this was the creator of the ability enhancement system, recognized as the most powerful person in the entire world. A young man stood behind them, comparing a photo on his tablet with Zhang Lan. He greeted them warmly, introducing himself as Zan, the mentor in charge of special class admissions. He welcomed their new students, Zhang Lan and Zhang Yuan, to his class. Zhang Yuan skillfully caught a package tossed his way, then watched as their classmate, with a wide smile, handed his sister her own package. These are your school supplies, he said. There's a watch inside you need to put on now. He offered to take her to the dorms, explaining the academy's well-developed infrastructure, including a sports ground and even an art gallery. But Zhang Yuan grabbed him by the shoulder, pushing him aside. Thanks, but we'll take it from here, Ziyan watched in silence as the brother and sister walked away. Zhang Lan excitedly showed her brother the watch, asking him to try on his as well. Zan just clicked his tongue in annoyance. Moments later, a voice emanated from their watches. Welcome, freshmen of 2042. Military training will begin at 1 p.m. Please finish registration and gather in front of the sports field. The guy thought to himself, military training? I wonder what makes this special class so different. Soon, they were on the sports ground, where one student angrily threw his watch on the ground and shouted, Idiotic watch! Let's see you squeal after I smash you! Another student nearby was shaking, tears streaming down his face, on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Zhang Lan sympathized. I understand them. That vibration is really annoying. Zhang Yuan observed that. It seemed like every watch, except for theirs, had been broken. Zhang Lan asked, Brother, why did yours stop buzzing? He explained that he just replied, received, and it stopped. He then asked about hers. The girl cleared her throat and reenacted the scene, putting on a pitiful face. I'm begging you, if you buzz again, I can't take it anymore. Please stop. Then, with a proud look, she announced that it had actually worked. Zhang Yuan realized the watch must recognize keywords. But he never imagined someone was actively listening on the other end. He was 80% sure it was some kind of pervert. Suddenly, a shout echoed, Everyone, assemble! The students gathered as one man grumbled about the stupid clock finally shutting up. Zhang Yuan glanced at him, thinking he must be at least 40 years old. It seemed in the special classes, potential mattered far more than age. A woman stood before them.
"Everyone, shut up," she commanded. "I am your freshman supervisor, Liu Wen. You can come to me with any questions, but only after you pass the military training."
"Test," she then announced. "Freshman Zhang Lun is excused due to her young age. The rest of you, sign the documents and proceed to the training site." One man looked at the document and exploded. "Why the hell are we signing this? What do you mean? Military training is dangerous and the academy is not responsible. Accidents." "This is military training. Are they planning on torturing us?" Lowen stated coldly that if he refused to sign, she could simply contact the dean's office and have him expelled. However, she wanted to remind them all that this training was a golden opportunity, a chance to gain priceless experience and become far stronger, and a chance to absorb crystals more effectively. Zhang Yuan stared at her, thinking, even at the cost of our own lives. Obviously, crystals were essential for a warrior's growth, but the absorption rate for most was pitifully low. He put his name on the document, a grim thought crossing his mind. Since he was already dead, what did he have to lose by signing he was just glad Lan Lan was released? But could he, in this state, even absorb a crystal if he found one? A man stood before him, watching as Zhang Yuan signed the paper. Tall, thin, but rather handsome, the man thought. The only one to sign without hesitation. And the only one who gave the correct answer. Soon, everyone was scrambling toward the military vehicles. Liu Wen roared, "All 40 students, on the bus, prepare for departure." The man turned to Zhang Yuan. The boy asked what he wanted. The man grasped his hand, telling him that if he sensed danger, he was to hide in a safe place and call for help using the watch. He had to ensure it was never stolen. This was his reward for answering the call correctly. Zhang Yuan squeezed his hand, asking with irritation, "Then why was Zhang Lan's watch also shut off?" The man smirked. "Ah, you mean that girl I simply adore her voice? How could I possibly refuse her, by the way? What does she look like judging by that voice? She must be a real beauty." As the vehicle pulled away, Zhang Yuan reached out, shouting, "You vile bastard! I'll kill you!" The man
Casually straightened his clothes. "So grateful to me, he can't even take his eyes off me," he mused. "Those who understand gratitude, they have a future." Sometime later,
on Mount Shimen, the students stood in formation. Liu Wen announced, "You all have the potential to become energy absorbers of the ruins, but until you absorb a crystal, you are nothing but ordinary people. This exercise will be a harsh reminder of just how fragile human life truly is." She folded her arms. "Now, let me tell you about this place. Imagine this entire mountain is a border zone, a pocket dimension with its own energy structures. It's like a copy of a space, based on the original area." She raised a hand to the sky. "As long as you are within this space, nothing that happens here will affect the outside world. The government uses this technology to artificially cultivate crystals, and Mount Shaman is one such farm. Your mission is to survive for 3 days. The backpacks before you contain the supplies you may use." Someone asked, "Coming here as an ordinary person, is that what you just said?" Liu Wen confirmed it. "You don't need to sneak around. You can hunt, you can gather, but your main objective is to survive and awaken your potential." Zhang Yuan thought,
"A chance to get a crystal if I can gain that power? I'll finally be able to protect Lan Lan." Liu Wen continued. "If you find yourself in danger, use the watch to call for help. It not only tracks your location, but also emits high-frequency sound waves that can repel some low-level alien species."
"But be warned, this function consumes energy. The charge in your watch will last for exactly 3 days." She then pointed to a shimmering portal beside her. "Enter when you are ready." As everyone grabbed their packs, Liu Wen added one final warning. "We are the people of China. In these difficult times, you must help one another, not fight amongst yourselves. If I learn that any of you have harmed a classmate, you will be immediately expelled and sent before a military tribunal." Zhang Yuan smirked to himself. That last part sounded quite serious. "Well then, let's see these aliens of theirs," Liu Wen added. "Fighting as a team is far safer. I remind you, teams are to consist of no more than 6 people." The mad dash to form teams began. Zhang Yuan turned to a nearby student. "Can I join you guys?" The guy shot him down. "We're full. You'll have to find someone else." A girl then asked Zhang Yuan, "Hey, have you not found a team yet? There are only 4 of us. Why not?" One of the men behind her barked, "Hang Xian, Time to go, the man glared. We have no room. Zhang Yuan thought. No room? There are only 4 of them. He had no intention of begging. The girl turned back to her team, offering Zhang Yuan an apologetic look. The guy glanced back, a chill running down his spine as he thought, someone is watching me. Of course. The most terrifying monster on earth is man. A figure rose from the bushes, watching Zhang Yuan. He suddenly darted away, and the man clenched his teeth in frustration. His subordinate appeared, asking, Wang Men, that kid just veered off the path. Did he spot us after some time? Zhang Yuan walked through the forest, a document in his hand. He mused. The beast they raised here is called a snow snake. This creature considers temperature when choosing its hunting grounds. Its attack power is average, but the quality of its crystal is exceptionally high. 4 skills. The monster's abilities were known. Super sense of smell, random enhancement, and physical ability freeze, which freezes everything in a radius for 10 seconds. And finally, regeneration, a slow recovery from physical harm, and rescue from death, an instant recovery from a critical state. Zhang Yuan studied the paper, carefully. Thin skin and a lot of meat. They're raising them like pigs for slaughter. That last ability is interesting, but I have no intention of letting it be used on me. He ran forward, thinking, first things first, I have to find one. Suddenly, something cracked beneath his feet. He looked down. Ice Zhang Yuan saw a sheet of ice spreading before him. He glanced up at a tree where several snakes were slithering. He drew his sword. The snakes suddenly began to attack one another. One fell to the ground and stared directly at Zhang Yuan. It raised its head to strike, then froze. He thought, it's not attacking. Me wild animals are never docile. That's right, it hunts by sensing heat. To this thing, I'm no different from a tree, because I'm dead. A corpse has no body temperature. With a single fluid motion, he severed its head. It's dead. But the place where he'd cut began to glow with a crystalline light. He realized. It activated its skill. It's regenerating. He then unleashed a flurry of blows. If one hit won't kill it, I'll just try a dozen more. After a moment, a glowing orb lay near his feet. Zhang Yuan picked it up. Is this the crystal? I only got it by taking advantage of my death? He knew the instructor must not find out about his dead state until he absorbed it. He brought the crystal to his face, thinking, Lan is a genius, but my own skill. It's probably not that bad either. Well, time to find out. A notification window materialized before him. It read, a snow snake crystal was found. Would you like to absorb it? The crystal has the following
Super perception. Yellow rank. Level 1. Upgradable. Ice ability. Yellow rank. Level 1. Upgradable. Regeneration. Yellow rank. Level 1. Upgradable.
Immunity to death. Catastrophic rank. Not upgradable. A wry thought crossed Zhang Yuan's mind. Even if he failed, he wouldn't die. He focused on absorbing the crystal's light. A brilliant light enveloped his entire being, lifting him from the ground. His body pulsed with a dazzling glow. He wondered, had he truly absorbed all 4 abilities? Was his luck really this insane? Meanwhile, another team lurked nearby. One of them calculated the odds aloud. Even China's strongest warrior only has a 0.03% chance of success. A girl gasped, covering her mouth in shock. She exclaimed that a probability that low is comparable to pulling an SS arm rank skill. Another teammate scoffed, saying that with odds like that, success is virtually impossible. The first guy told them to forget it. He urged them to stick to the plan. They'd find a few crystals and then return to their instructor. However, other eyes were watching them. A man turned to his leader. Wang Men. Brother, our watches are broken. Those guys have the only working ones. What should we do? A sinister smile spread across Wang Men's face. He replied coldly, what we can take is our A subordinate naively suggested just asking the bespectacled guy for a watch. Wang Men placed his hands on his hips and began to walk. He simply commanded, forward. At the same time, an instructor was monitoring a laptop. Liu Wen approached as he remarked that he practically spelled it out for them. To call themselves warriors, yet dare to climb these mountains without the proper equipment? Liu Wen asked. Are they already fighting among themselves? The man replied. Not yet. She wondered if they should step in and help. He scoffed. Help? He leaned back in his chair. The death of a few idiots would be a valuable lesson for the military court. Let's see if they can even stand up for themselves. Sometime later, Zhang Yuan began to test his newfound powers. He froze the leaves on a tree, analyzing the result. A 10-second freeze. Good. This could be a game changer in a critical moment. Next, he placed his hand on the ground and focused. A new sensation. Was this the snake's heat-sensing ability? He could perceive everything within a 10-meter radius. With skills like these, immunity to death suddenly seemed far less attractive. Freezing and super-perception were much more practical. Then simple regeneration. Although his body temperature hadn't fully recovered, the ominous spots on his skin had completely vanished. And on top of that, his need for glasses was gone. He felt certain that with these abilities, he could handle a few snakes that might fall from the trees. To test his theory, he struck a tree. A snow snake dropped to the ground. As he attacked, he realized that regeneration can only be stopped by severing the snake's head. A system window materialized before him. Snow snake crystal acquired? Absorb. He was already holding 3 more crystals in his hand. He commanded, absorb. Perception increased to level 3. Freezing, level 2. Regeneration, level 1. Immunity to death cannot be improved. So it was possible to power himself up with identical crystals. 1 crystal guaranteed 1 level up. He gazed at his hand, where a faint magical aura had now formed. He had no idea what came after the yellow rank. In that case, he'd just have to kill a few more and find out for himself. He then ventured deeper into the forest. At that moment, one of Wang Men's lackeys scratched his head. Brother, he's moving farther and farther from the main road. Maybe we should... But Wang Men cut him off. If a weakling like that came here by himself, then we have nothing to fear. The man looked away, still worried. He mumbled that he was worried they might lose him. Just then, Wang Men pointed at a snake's corpse and shouted, "Look, a fresh kill right here." A subordinate asked in surprise, "Gods, did he kill a snow snake all by himself?" Wang Men knelt beside the corpse and concluded that he must have used the watch. How else could a normal person be so strong? Another man shouted that there were 3 more dead snakes nearby. Wang Men considered the possibility that his target had already absorbed a crystal. Had he truly absorbed it? Or did he come here prepared from the start? One of his men wavered. "Brother, maybe we should drop this idea." "No!" Wang Men roared. "We can't retreat." He grinned with irritation. "After this many kills, he's probably become much stronger. Eliminating him now is our best option." A while later, Zhang Yuan kicked another tree, and snakes rained down. But he suddenly paused. His senses flared. Someone was approaching. He felt 5 distinct presences surrounding him. It had to be the guys who were following him. A man emerged, brandishing a knife. "Give up, or you die." His squad revealed themselves from the bushes, trapping Zhang Yuan. It looked like they were planning to rob him. He just shrugged and said, "I don't have any crystals." Wang Men pointed a finger at the snakes and roared. "Who are you lying to? Just look at all these snake corpses." "How can you not have any crystals?" Zhang Yuan replied calmly. "That's just how it is." He knew the snakes were only stunned, but these thugs were already set on robbing him. He couldn't allow them to treat Lanlin this way in the future. It was time to teach them a lesson. He emptied his bag. "I really don't have any crystals." "See for yourselves," the man shouted irritably. "We saw 4 dead snakes on our way here. Where did you hide the crystals?" Zhang Yuan put on a pained expression. "There were 4 crystals, but I couldn't absorb them, and they vanished." The man gripped his knife. "You idiot! You tried to absorb them without an instructor's help. If it was that easy, then every fool would be in a special class." Zhang Yuan made a mental note to keep his body in perfect condition. This idiot had no real intention of fighting. He'd just drive him away and claim the crystals from these snakes for himself. The thug leader shouted, "Leave your watch and get out of here." Zhang Yuan agreed and began to take it off. He tossed it on the ground. "Can I go now?" The man demanded that he hand over the knife as well. Another member of the squad spoke up. "We already took everything from him. Maybe we should leave him the knife." Wang Men shrieked. "Take the knife. What if he tries to attack us with it?" Zhang Yuan asked. "You're the only ones thirsty for blood here. Do you really think I'm going to attack you?" The man told him to just head back to the safe zone. "And he'd be fine," Wang Men added with a smirk. "Sure, we didn't run into anything dangerous on the way. There's plenty of food and water in the safe zone. If he stays there for all 3 days," Zhang Yuan declared, "we're better off not pursuing him." He then stepped forward, pinning the serpent's tail under his foot. The venomous creatures crawled towards the group. One of them smirked. Just as expected from Brother Men. "What a clever move." Another man nearby asked, "But won't he come back for us when he realizes there's no food?" The first man grabbed his watch, squeezing it tightly. "What can he possibly do to us without a weapon
He glanced at it in shock. 95% charged? Didn't he use this watch on these snakes? Just then, the serpents swarmed them.
Run! The man screamed in terror. These things are still alive. The group scattered in a panic as Zhang Yuan walked away into the distance. He thought to himself, they never should have taken my things. Meanwhile, another group was navigating a path through the dense forest. We're almost there, one said. Just another 10 minutes, and we'll hit the snake's nest. Are you sure this isn't too dangerous? His companion asked, glancing at a map. Just then, Zhang Yuan appeared before them. A girl in the group rushed towards him. How did you get here? Zhang Yuan calmly replied. I was just robbed. What are you, injured? She asked with concern. No. He then turned his gaze forward.
After they took my things, he said. They went off to hunt monsters. They should be finished by now. The man leading the group grabbed the girl's hand. We need to hurry, before they kill everything, he urged. But we can't just leave him here, she protested. The man clicked his tongue in irritation. Turning around.
Listen, our team... Zhang Yuan cut him off. I know, you don't want me to join, he thought to himself. If I go without food or water, it will definitely raise suspicion. I need to be careful. And hunting monsters without a blade is inconvenient. He raised a single finger.
I'll come with you, he declared. Once I retrieve my backpack, I will leave. After a short journey, they arrived at a horrific scene. Bodies lay strewn across the ground,
with monstrous snakes coiled around them. Faint cries echoed through the clearing. Save us! Help! The man yelled. Why are there so many snakes here? The girl covered her mouth in shock. They're all dead, she stammered. Her companion grabbed her, pulling her away. What are you frozen for? We have to run. She glanced back at Zhang Yuan. Forget about him, the man yelled. But Zhang Yuan simply crouched down, retrieving a knife from one of the bodies. Are you really this terrified? He asked. By a mere bunch of snakes. He rose to his feet. As far as these serpents are concerned, I doubt anyone will mind if I deal with them. A system window materialized before his eyes. A prompt appeared. Absorb the snow snake crystal. Absorb, Zhang Yuan commanded. His hands were suddenly filled with a multitude of glowing crystals. The system updated super perception. Green level 2, ice. Green level 3, regeneration. Yellow level 3, immunity to death cannot be improved. He stared at his hand. So it takes 10 crystals to upgrade a skill from yellow to green? It seems further improvements will follow the same rule. The system confirmed it. The ability to upgrade a skill with a single crystal has been verified. He pushed freezing to the green 3rd level, but regeneration stayed yellow. It seems some other force is preventing its improvement. He clenched his fist. The others probably think these crystals can't be absorbed by a normal person. For them, an unsuccessful absorption just makes the crystal evaporate. I wonder, can they see the same system prompts as me? He unleashed his freezing ability on the corpses, thinking, I can't let them know how many crystals I've absorbed. As for the fallen students, sometime later, in a control room. Control, Liwen noted. Nothing new has happened in these situations. They'd typically call an instructor with their watch, and the trouble would be over. Then again, she asked a man beside her, if one of them asks for help, should we provide it? He gave a sinister smile. They're in no real danger, and they have no idea we're monitoring them. Let's put on a little show. Later, a man approached the gruesome scene, a laptop in his hands. Is this the scene of the murder? The man with the girl confirmed it. The investigator knelt, taking a corpse's hand. Most wounds are snake bites, but there's a single knife wound here. 3 watches are broken. One has a dead battery, based on the scene. A man shouted, no! A flashback began. The sound wave could frighten them, but it couldn't kill them. A man fled from the snakes, screaming. Brother, what do we do? Wang Men yelled back. Turn on the clock's sonic wave. The man scrambled forward, crying. We don't want to die goodbye, Wang Men shouted. Wait for me, as they desperately fled from the slithering horde. Why are these snakes so fast? One of them panted. Wang Men replied coldly. It doesn't matter if you can't outrun a snake. He caught up to the man and plunged a knife into his back. All that matters, he whispered, is that I can outrun you. Back in the present, the instructor concluded his analysis. Zhang Yuan led them straight to the snake nest. He indirectly killed them using the very monsters they were hunting. He scanned the area. There are at least 30 snakes here. So why didn't they attack Zhang Yuan himself? He looked towards the sky. I wonder if he noticed me observing him? The other man asked. What is it? The instructor replied. Nothing. I've figured it out. The military training continues. He grinned to himself. This Zhang Yuan. He has cunning, courage, and a cold, calculating mind. I like him. If he makes it back alive, I'll personally settle this matter for him. Elsewhere, in the academy cafeteria, Zihan asked Jiang Lan, "So, how was your first day?" The girl, happily eating her dessert, beamed. "The campus is beautiful. The dorm is huge. The teachers are so kind. And the cafeteria food is delicious. Everything is just great." The man placed a phone on the table, pointing to it. "This has a satellite communication function. You'll be able to stay in touch no matter where you are." Jiang Lan crossed her arms and turned away playfully. "My brother told me not to accept things from strangers," she said with a pout. The man looked surprised, then thought, her brother is right. He clenched his fist, awkwardly saying, "This isn't a gift. You can consider it a loan. Once you earn enough to buy your own, you can return this one." She took the phone, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Well, in that case, I won't be shy," Zihan then asked. "By the way, where is your brother?"
"Oh, he's at the military training," she answered casually. The man's jaw dropped. He thought in horror. They sent a normal person to military training. What is this academy thinking?
"If something happens to him, Jiang Lan will hate me for the rest of her life." He shot up from his seat, grabbing a napkin. "Listen," he started to say. She ate. She had to make one urgent call. Was military training dangerous? Was there any way to get her brother back sooner? The man wiped the sweat from his brow, reassuring her. "It's not like that. It's not dangerous at all. He'll be back soon." Zan could only hope he was right. After a while, a man sat with Lu Wen at a table. He asked, "Did that guy in the black glasses come with her?" She warned him not to call him that. He was here to observe, not to show off. Just then, another man approached their table. He greeted them formally. "I am Fong Mo, from the Finland team, here to complete a mission. Is the commander present?" Lu Wen's thoughts raced. Wasn't this the warrior ranked 68th on the list? A mission. Why wasn't she informed about a change in the military exercises? She stood, placing a hand on her chest in a formal gesture. "I am Lu Wen, the academy instructor in charge of this training." The man glanced at a tablet. "My mission is to save student Jiang Yuan." She admitted they didn't know his location. Lu Wen explained that his equipment was being tracked, and the last information showed he went to the safe area, but never returned. Fong Mo simply thanked them and strode towards the forest. The girl said it was no problem, and as they sat back down, she asked, "The military training was proceeding smoothly. What could have suddenly happened?" The man replied, "I don't know the details, but I have heard something about this young man." She asked what it was. He explained. After learning his brother was sick, and only the snow snake crystal could cure him, he applied for a transfer here. Besides that, he has a small problem. He nonchalantly swallowed a piece of kebab. A severe form of facial blindness. Meanwhile, Fong Mo moved through the forest, looking at the map on his tablet. He mused that as long as he was just observing, nothing bad should happen. If he followed this road, he'd arrive straight at the snake's nest. He could catch a few himself. Then he saw it. A corpse. What kind of freshman wields a knife with that kind of skill? Then, he spotted Jiang Yuan, brandishing a blade. He grabbed his head in disbelief. The academy knife was an excellent weapon, and this kid was handling it so crudely. He walked up to Jiang Yuan and declared, "If your knife could show emotions, it would be weeping right now. That is not how you use a knife." Jiang Yuan, who had been carving meat, froze when he heard the words. He slowly turned around. "Who are you? What are you doing here, a sophomore? What does it matter to you how I work? With a blade, you want to suggest a better way." Fong Mo was stunned into silence. Jiang Yuan pressed him. "Are you going to teach me something?" The man thought. What was wrong with this kid? Anyone else would be ashamed and leave in this situation. The boy got right in his face and asked, "The academy only gave me this knife. You want to offer something else?" Defeated, Fong Mo handed him a superior blade. "You can go." The boy looked at the knife with admiration, then said, "But it's a snake." Fong Mo turned back, declaring, "You can take that one, but the rest are mine." Jiang Yuan scoffed indignantly. "Aren't you ashamed to take the spoils of a man who just began his training?" Fong Mo reached for his own weapon. "This isn't your territory. The rule of first come, first serve doesn't work here." He then attacked a snake, adding, "As for who gets the snakes, naturally, it's whoever is stronger." Jiang Yuan watched his weapon, thinking. He killed it with one blow, like a professional. That weapon is similar to the one Lan Lan used in my previous life. Is this official gear? Fong Mo smirked. Now you see the difference in our strength. But Jiang Yuan simply raised his hand in front of him. It was covered in a powerful aura. He thought, an experienced warrior, here to fight monsters side by side with beginners. Something is clearly wrong here, he commanded. Freeze! The man was instantly encased in ice. Zhang Yuan then swung and struck the frozen form. He looked at his wounded hands. Damn, why? So much density. My bones nearly turned to dust, and I didn't even land a direct hit. He doesn't seem like a villain, so I'll leave it for now. He then sat down and told him, You just sit here while I kindly use this knife. He flicked the snake's head off the blade, smiled, and said, You can use your weapon, but then you must return it. Sometime later, a man approached the instructor, his whole body trembling. Signs of a fierce battle were etched on his face. The instructor looked at him and asked, Fong Mo? Then the instructor burst into laughter. Did someone beat you up? The wounds are small, but the humiliation is colossal. Hey, they stole your weapon. 2. The man extended his hand forward and pleaded, You must heal me. The instructor then extended his own arm, activating his skill. Return to the sun. The target returns to the state they were in 24 hours ago. He then looked at his coffee and told the man, Now, talk about your misfortunes. Bring joy to my soul. Fong Mo explained what happened. The instructor took a sip of coffee and asked, Are you saying one of the students stole your weapon? Are you sure? The man insisted he was. The instructor looked at his laptop. I can't detect the signal from his watch, he said. Currently, the only disciple who wears a watch is Zhang Yuan. His was taken by Wang Man. Did you simply not see the person you were fighting with, he put his hand on Fong Mo's shoulder and said, I think you should just focus on the original task now. Fong Mo seethed. Everything is fine. Then he asked, Can you track down Zhang Yuan's location? The instructor replied, Of course, but isn't your goal the snow snake crystals? The man told him. Just listen, that's all. After some time in the forest, Wang Man trembled as he walked. In 2 whole days, I haven't met a single living snake. And I'm also completely lost. Am I cursed? Then he approached signs on the road and looked in surprise at the inscriptions. They read, No passage. The road is being repaired, he shouted. Why is there renovation everywhere? He then ran forward, vowing to find another road. Fong Mo looked at him and, holding the sign in his hand, smirked. I'm sorry, but in order for me to get more crystals, you'll have to wander around the forest a bit more. Then he took out the magic crystals, admiring them. In any case, beginners like you don't need these crystals anyway. Zhang Yuan looked at the map, and then at several snake corpses. What kind of soulless brute killed all the snakes in this area? After a while, he climbed a tree and looked at the mountain ahead. He realized, this mountain wasn't on the map they gave out at the academy. It's worth trying my luck there. After some time, another serpent fell before Zhang Yuan. He claimed its crystal, thinking, even this high up, the beast still lurked. Just then, a system window materialized before him. Superception blue, level 4, freeze blue, level 6, regeneration yellow, level 4, death evasion. Unimprovable. He quickly analyzed the upgrades. His perception now covered a full kilometer. The freeze duration was up to 2 minutes, and with enough energy, he could cast it repeatedly. That meant he could extend it for hours. He pushed deeper into the forest. Without hunger, thirst, or fatigue, he'd lost all track of time. Maybe it's time to head back. As the thought crossed his mind, a massive snake slithered past. Zhang Yuan froze in his tracks, staring into its gaping maw. He yelled, Why is a monster this huge hiding here? The creature lunged with blinding speed. Its massive body slammed into Zhang Yuan. He instantly activated regeneration. There's no way I can handle this head-on. I don't even know if the new freeze will work. With no other choice, he thrust his hand forward, roaring. Freeze! Instantly! The creature's head was encased in ice. His eyes widened in shock. What? It actually worked. I need to hit it a few more times. He unleashed the spell again and again, attacking from every angle. Then, he drove his weapon into the frozen shell. Crack! He yelled. He repeated the assault, targeting different parts of the monster's body. As he pierced its head, he realized, the damage is low, but I can win. This weapon is incredible when the ice finally melted. The beast lay motionless on the ground. All that freezing? My energy is almost depleted. I nearly shattered its head, so its death immunity must have activated. He moved in for a closer look. No, the crystal is still intact. The immunity must still be in effect. Meanwhile, Liu Wen stood before a crowd of students. There's only half an hour until the gathering ends. All returning students, report to me for registration. Just then, a panting Wangman stumbled into the clearing. I finally made it out. He gasped. Fong Mo appeared right behind him, pointing triumphantly. See, I followed him all the way from the mountain. I had to make sure he made it back to camp safely. The instructor approached, his gaze fixed on Fong Mo. Are you mistaken? Again, he asked coldly. The person you accompanied is not Zhang Yuan. Fong Mo scratched his chin. But you gave me his coordinates. The instructor's eyes narrowed. The coordinates belong to Zhang Yuan's watch. Yes. As for why his watch is on another student. He turned to Wang Men. You, come with me. I'm going to give you a chance to explain everything. Back in the forest, Zhang Yuan renewed his attack. Even though I'm technically a corpse, I'm exhausted, but this creature is desperately trying to recover. Suddenly, a crystal burst forth from the monster's body. The young man watched it fall. Finally, it's dead.
A system window flashed before his eyes. Snow snake crystal. Acquired, absorb. New skill, ice blood blast. Disaster, unimprovable. Effect, all abilities increase by 1.2% for 30 seconds. Aftermath. Weakness sets in for
48 minutes. Zhang Yuan sighed. What a dangerous ability. It's a good thing that snake never got to use this. But absorbing a power like this is definitely worth the risk. He pressed the crystal against his body, and a brilliant light erupted around him. Elsewhere, Wang Min was screaming for his life. Just let me die here, don't put me on trial. Fong Mo confronted the instructor. Did you set this up on purpose? The man sat down coolly. I simply provided the necessary information. You deliberately gave me the wrong coordinates. Fong Mo accused. 2 guards dragged Wang Men toward a car. No, let me go. No. The instructor remained unbothered. It doesn't matter. Zhang Yuan still hasn't shown up, but he must have my weapon. He turned to Liu Wen. Take the students to the academy.
I will wait for Zhang Yuan. But sir, she protested. We will return in Mr. Fong's car. Fong Mo glanced at his phone. It's already 10 o'clock.
Time to get going. You're just going to let them leave. The man sighed. What do you want? Fong Mo, to have a showdown right in front of everyone. The instructor seems to favor the kid. Don't take your revenge too far. Fong Mo stared into the distance. Thanks to my own abilities, I survived. So no, I won't kill him either. The instructor added. Don't overtrain while we wait. You'll just get tired. The time was 10 o'clock.
10:05. The instructor watched his phone. Beside him, Fong Mo did push-ups. 20, 21, 22. Time, 14:20. The man continued to stare at his phone. Fong Mo kept counting. 298, 299, 300. Time, 17:12. The instructor buried his face in his hands. Fong Mo now lifted a barbell. 951.
952. At last, the instructor couldn't take it anymore. 7 hours, he roared. I can't believe we've waited this long. Who does he think he is? Fong Mo ran over to him. He grabbed the man's shoulder. Calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. I'll kill him myself. But the man continued trying to de-escalate. Nerve cells don't regenerate, you know. Just then, Zhang Yuan finally appeared. The instructor raged. Even if he's already dead, I'll kill him again. Zhang Yuan casually strolled toward them. Has anyone else arrived yet? Did I come too early if I'd known? I would have wandered around some more. Fong Mo's eyes locked onto the weapon in his hands. He screamed with rage. What did you do to my spear? Zhang Yuan shifted the weapon aside. Oh, this nothing special. Suddenly, dark energy shot out and wrapped around his legs. He glanced down in shock. I can't move. Is this a shadow ability? Before he could react, Fong Mo's fist slammed into his face. Die, you idiot. The instructor scratched his head. You might have hit him a little too hard. Fong Mo spun around. Weren't you the one just screaming you'd kill him? I just meant you should hit him lightly, the instructor shot back. What are we supposed to do if he's actually dead? Zhang Yuan was lying on the ground. A full 10 meters away. He threw me 10 meters. He thought, it seems this shadow ability has a limited range. As the 2 men turned their attention to him, a pistol appeared in Zhang Yuan's hands. I need to find a way to keep my distance from them. What are those 2 whispering about? The instructor pointed a finger at him. Zhang Yuan, because of you. Snakes bit your comrades. All the evidence points to you. They're putting on a real amateur detective show. Fong Mo scratched the back of his head. Let's just tie him up. Zhang Yuan's mind raced. One of them was poaching during the exercise, and the other one didn't say a word. They've conspired to kill me.
He clicked off the pistol's safety and opened fire. The men dodged the bullets as if they were nothing.
The instructor sneered, telling him to give up. His defenses were impenetrable. Zhang Yuan roared that it was impossible to win. The instructor just smirked. "You think so?" he taunted. "You have nowhere left to run." Zhang Yuan stared back, wondering if the man had a hidden ace. If so, he'd love to see it. A mad grin spread across his face. "When you die," he hissed, "your precious little sister will be all mine." Those words struck Zhang Yuan like a poisoned dagger. His power began to surge as he bellowed, "Touch my sister, and I'll grind you to dust." Fang Mo stared at his instructor in horror. "Idiot, what did you just say?" The man simply shielded his face from the storm of ice particles.
"Whoops," he muttered. Just then, a shimmering blue panel materialized before Zhang Yuan, a system notification.
His super perception ability had leveled up. He'd unlocked a new skill. Heat stroke, a catastrophic level power with room to grow. It could extract temperature from the air and unleash it as a devastating wave within a 10,000-meter radius. His freezing skill also improved, granting him ice coating. An ability to flash freeze every object within 10,000 meters. His regeneration skill evolved, giving him an incredible new ability. Immortal Ghost. He was now immune to all attacks and negative effects. A blizzard of energy swirled around Zhang Yuan. He only had 30 seconds. No matter. He would make every single moment count. He thrust his hand forward and unleashed his power. Fang Mo's body was instantly encased in ice. The instructor panicked, desperately trying to activate his recovery skill. This power. It was terrifying. If it weren't for Fang Mo acting as a shield, they would have been annihilated. Ice began to crawl up his own body as he frantically chanted, "Return to the sun! Return to the sun!" But it was useless. The ambient temperature was far too low. Everything was freezing in mere seconds. As Zhang Yuan poured more frost energy towards them, he realized the immense cost. The skill was draining nearly all his power in a single blast. He couldn't hesitate. "Die," he commanded, pointing, his gun at them, but a layer of ice instantly coated the weapon. It was over. He stared at his frozen gun in disbelief. The frost was now creeping up his own legs. His hands fell to his sides. It seemed his luck had finally run out. He collapsed, whispering that even in death, he would never allow it. Fang Mo, barely conscious, supported the instructor. The man was in shock. To amplify damage by 448%, Wu? That's beyond a kryptonite level ability. He surpassed it. He knew they had to help him, and fast. The instructor pointed his hand. At Zhang Yuan. "Return to the sun," he cried out. Looking at the fallen hero, he vowed he wouldn't let him go this easily. "Don't you dare die on me." With that final effort, the instructor collapsed beside him. Fang Mo slapped a hand to his face in exasperation. He grabbed Zhang Yuan's waist, dragged the instructor by the leg, and cursed. "Fang King, you absolute idiot! Why do you always have to go looking for trouble, and I'm the idiot who follows you?" Sometime later, in a sterile hospital room, the steady beep of a heart monitor was the only sound. "Is there really no way to save him?" someone asked. His temperature plummeted. No heartbeat, no blood pressure. That technique completely destroyed him. A heavy sigh filled the room. "Send him to the morgue." Suddenly, Fang King burst into the room, shouting to be let in. Fang Mo, standing guard by the door, blocked his path. "Who are you?" Fang King scoffed in annoyance. "You can't recognize me without my glasses?" He pushed past and approached Zhang Yuan's bed, then waved the medical staff away. "Stop," he ordered. "He's merely in a state of suspended animation." Fang Mo pointed a skeptical finger. "Instructor, are you sure the man has corpse marks on him?" Fang King spun around. "Where? Let me see." He activated Return to the Sun, and a gentle green light enveloped Zhang Yuan's body. "Behold," he declared. "He's perfectly fine, just a few bruises. What are you talking about?" Fang Mo squinted. "You're not lying, are you?" The instructor crossed his arms proudly. "Can't you tell for yourself if he's dead or alive?" After a moment, the instructor glanced at his phone, as did Fang Mo. "Are you kidding me?" Fang Mo muttered. Fang King shrugged. "You'll see what kind of idiotic choice he made later." He then added, "I beat him twice. If his real name appears, we're in the clear." A groan came from the bed. "It's so noisy in here." Zhang Yuan sat up, glaring at them. "Will you two just shut up?" The instructor turned to Fang Mo with a triumphant grin. "See suspended animation. Now, you owe me money." Fang Mo just clicked his tongue as a notification pinged on Fang King's phone. Zhang Yuan was bewildered. What the hell? Since when were these guys so friendly? A message then appeared on his own phone. It was from his sister. "Brother, I heard you were wounded and hospitalized. I'm doing fine. My teachers and classmates are taking good care of me. Please, just rest and recover. The message continued. Don't worry about me, and don't forget to call when you've out. Wake up. Reading her words, he thought, has it really been 2 days? They didn't send me to the morgue. They kept me here. The instructor finally introduced himself properly.
I'm Fong King, the president of the student union. What happened to you is my fault. I asked for your forgiveness. He held out a hand,
Smiling warmly. We haven't been properly introduced. On behalf of the student council, I'd like to invite you to join us. Zhang Yuan looked down, then asked quietly, we don't know each other. Then he swung. His fist connected squarely with the instructor's jaw, sending the man flying into a wall. Fong King sat on the floor, nursing his bright red cheek. Zhang Yuan smiled, extending his own hand. There, he said. Now we definitely know each other. Meanwhile, in a quiet office, Zhang Lan sat before a glowing crystal. A man stood behind her, his voice calm. You need to relax. It's okay to make a mistake. The girl picked up the crystal. Just hold it, the man guided, and try to feel the energy contained inside. He activated the crystal with his own power. Now, try. She knew the probability of success was just a statistic. In reality, it all came down to a person's innate talent and their mental state. You can do this. Zhang Lan gripped the crystal, her entire body tensing with resolve. This world is filled with monsters, she thought, and only warriors
Can stop them. Uncle Lin is only kind to us because he's counting on me. I want to protect this world. And I want to protect my brother.
The crystal in her hands began to shrink, its light intensifying. A voice announced, Fire cloud affinity discovered. Absorption will consume 20 years of your lifespan. Sometime later, she ran joyfully to find her brother. Brother, she cried out, you're back. You scared me to death. Then she noticed his tattered clothes. What happened to you? Noticing his new look, Jiang Yuan scratched his head, explaining he'd joined the student union and was now a member of the disciplinary committee. This sharp uniform was standard issue. He recalled Feng Qing mentioning a week-long vacation after military training. There was definitely a reason he was placed in this class. Lanlin got in on pure talent, but they must have made a deal for him. Placing a hand on his sister's head, he asked, Lanlin, did the instructor do anything special for you while I was gone? The girl tapped her lips, thinking, doesn't seem like it. But Uncle Lin did give me a fiery cloud crystal to absorb. He watched as she struck a joyful pose. I'm the strongest warrior now, she declared. From now on, I'll protect you. Zhang Yuan gazed ahead, a thought crossing his mind. Even in this life, Lanlin couldn't escape her destiny as a team leader. All he could do was get stronger to protect her. Lanlin grabbed his hand. Brother, why don't you ask what ability I got? All right, which one? He asked. Her eyes lit up. Super speed and heavenly beginnings. He stared at her, completely stunned. Huh? The girl just laughed. She darted towards a stone statue. Watch this! With a single kick, she shattered the monument in two. Zhang Yuan could only stare in shock. She turned to him, beaming. So, pretty cool, right? The guy awkwardly replied. Lanlin, you've definitely gotten stronger, but this won't save you from taking responsibility for damaging public property. A short while later, Lanlin left her written apology on the table. Li Wei sighed, pressing a palm to her face. It's fine, just don't break anything else. The girl grabbed her brother's arm, pulling him to the door with a smile. Okay, let's go, Zhang Yuan thought to himself. We don't even have to pay. Isn't that a little too generous? Liu Wei turned her head. Jiang Yuan, you performed exceptionally during the training? She then asked. Want to try absorbing a crystal I can help? He turned, thinking, didn't Feng Qing tell her anything? Thank you for the kind offer, instructor, he said, but I don't think I'll need your help. The woman sighed. Oh, what a child, she thought. Even if he's not interested, he didn't have to be so blunt. Then her eyes widened. Wait a minute. Is that a student council uniform? Feng Qing went to the training camp to find his successor? Could it really be him? Walking through the building, the instructor explained. This facility was reconstructed at his request. The training area is downstairs, and the living quarters are up. If you need anything at all, just let us know. Zhang Yuan stated his need plainly. I require a room for one. That should be within the student council president's power. Feng Qing adjusted his glasses. Just say the word, and it's done, Feng Mo chimed in. You promised to teach me how to use weapons. When do we begin? Zhang Yuan's reply was immediate. Right now. Feng Qing raised a finger with a grin. Excellent. Let's see what you've got. Sometime later, weapons were scattered across the room. Feng Mo was sprawled on the floor, completely drained, breathing heavily. He gasped. I can't do this anymore. I need a break. Beside him, face down, lay Fengqing. I need healing. And fast, he mumbled. Feng Mo retorted. You still have some strength left. That's a lie, not even a single drop. Zhang Yuan stared at his own hand. I think I felt a touch. Feng Mo glanced at the clock. It's already 3 a.m, he said. Let's eat something and get back to training. Fengqing groaned. There are snacks on the second floor. But my legs won't move. The young man headed up the stairs, leaving the 2 men lying on the floor. Fengqing wondered aloud. Why isn't that kid tired at all? Feng Mo was exasperated. I'm exhausted. And the bastard doesn't even have a talent for bladed weapons. He clutched his head. Usually, warriors who enter the academy already have solid fighting skills. They pick things up in about 10 minutes, but this guy couldn't handle swords, pistols, nothing. Moments later, Zhang Yuan returned, holding several sodas. He tossed a couple of cans to them. Catch! Fengqing caught the drink, took a long sip, and sighed in relief. I'm alive! I'm alive again. He placed a hand on Feng Mo's head. All right, let's continue, the man yelled indignantly. Just a 3-minute break? After a 10-hour workout? Fengqing threw his hands up. I'm only half alive. I need another can. Zhang Yuan crushed a can under his foot and said, Fine, let's rest a bit more. He then flicked the crumpled can, and it sailed directly into the distant trash bin. The 2 men stared in utter disbelief. Fengqing thought, what the hell? Did he just hit that bin from 10 meters away? Feng Mo's mouth hung open. Could this be his hidden talent? He handed a few more cans to Zhang Yuan. Quick, throw again 2 at once this time. The young man glanced at them, then effortlessly nailed the target again. Feng Mo grabbed his hand, a look of revelation on his face. Your best option is concealed weapons, Zhang Yuan asked. Is it as beautiful as a sword? The man paused. Perhaps using the plain badger crystal makes more sense. He's fearless, a natural in battle, and has a superb sense of smell. A blow of rage will rapidly improve his abilities. And there will be no need for weapons. I encountered one during an operation. After activating its abilities, its combat power increased 10 times over. In that state, it's almost impossible to handle. In the end, it took 3 of our squads just to bring it down, Fengqing asked. Was that the Badger King? What happened to it? We handed its crystal over to the government, the man replied. The young man's eyes sharpened. Where can I get one? And it has to be a royal one, not just a simple crystal, Feng Mo pointed at him decisively. I couldn't teach you how to use a weapon. As compensation, let me handle this. You can trust me on this, the instructor added. He walked toward the exit. I'll return to Guangyuan. Just send a letter to the academy's address, Zhang Yuan then asked. He's just leaving at 3 a.m. Does he think I'm some kind of demon? The man replied without turning. I'm not afraid of you. I want to finish my business as quickly as possible, so I can find the right crystals for my brother. The young man was curious. What kind of crystals? The man's voice was grim. Snow snake crystals, with immunity to death. Later, Feng Mo placed a box of magic crystals on a table next to a hospital bed. Brother, he said softly, I brought the snow snake crystals. The hope may be small, but we have to try. He then turned towards the exit. And when I become the head of the family, I will do everything. To return his surname? Just as the door closed, the man sneered. Idiot, brother. The true source of his illness is the Fun family itself. A shadowy, magical hand reached for one of the crystals. The man thought to himself, I will take these. The shadow servant had just acquired a new skill, immunity to death. A short while later, a delivery man stood before Zhang Yuan, presenting him with a package. He complained that the delivery was a hassle, asking for a 5-star review. The young man accepted the box, saying, All right. The delivery man hopped on his scooter, telling him to call next time for a 20% discount. Zhang Yuan opened the package and peered inside. Are these the ghost badger crystals? He noticed a folded piece of paper resting on top. Is this a note? He wondered. He unfolded it. The message read, Ever since that day, I left without a word. I haven't been able to sleep or eat. I never imagined we would meet again. See you at the fishing pier, September 15th at 8 p.m. Zhang Yuan was bewildered. Did this guy write me a love letter? What kind of woman is this for? What was he supposed to do? He never got Feng Mo's number. Maybe I should ask him. He pictured the man's mocking laughter and immediately dismissed the idea. No, he'd just take a picture of this and post it online for everyone to see. He brushed his bangs aside. Forget it. I'll just give it to him the next time we meet. Moments later, he picked up a crystal.
and a system window materialized before him. Ghost Badger Crystal found. Absorb. The Ghost Badger Crystal possesses the following abilities. Fearless, green rank, cannot be upgraded. Fury Strike, green rank, level 1, can be upgraded. And Poison Eater, green rank, cannot be upgraded.
Fearless grants immunity to mind. Control. Fury Strike enhances a random combat skill. And Poison Eater grants immunity to all poisons. The higher the toxin concentration in the body, the more potent the ability becomes, with a maximum attack power increase of 148%. Absorb all, Zhang Yuan commanded. Gift of Fury, now blue rank, level 2. He reached for his sword. Activate Fury Strike. With the weapon in hand, he began his training regimen. He glanced at the blade, a smirk on his face. Now this is what a sword is for. Sometime later, in the student council conference room, an angry voice shouted his opposition to freshman Zhang Yuan's recruitment. A member of the council's propaganda committee, Lebo, demanded answers. Since when can someone like him join our ranks? As a member of the disciplinary committee, this is utterly ridiculous. A girl raised her hand, calmly addressing Lebo. Don't get so worked up. The president simply hired him for small errands. But the man seated next to her disagreed. With his arms crossed, he declared, I don't see it that way. Members of the disciplinary committee must possess both strength and impeccable morals. We can't just accept anyone. As a former member myself, I cannot fully support this decision. Fong King simply told him. State your terms. Shang Guan proposed a compromise. Let him join, but only as an assistant. Later, in the lecture hall, the teacher explained. A crystal is only formed upon the death of the creature, in which that energy resided. Zhang Yuan raised his hand. Master, he asked, when a human dies, does a crystal form from them as well? The teacher replied, one cannot compare the complex structure of a human to that of other races. The boy pressed on. What if someone absorbed a crystal and then had a child? The teacher sighed deeply. Pregnant women are strictly forbidden from experimenting with crystals. He warned, do not entertain such reckless thoughts. After class, Zhang Yuan added more food to his sister's tray. Lan, he said gently. You're still growing. You need to eat. More. Zhang Lan pouted. Brother, I'm not a kid anymore. Just then, an instructor approached their table with his own tray. Turning to Zhang Yuan, he remarked, your sister is even cuter than the rumors say. Zhang Yuan's voice turned cold. Third year, take a step back. The instructor held up his hands placatingly.
Whoa, calm down. In any case, I'll have to wait until she comes of age. Snap Zhang Yuan's chopsticks broke in his hand. What did you just say? The instructor replied.
I was just saying. Wait, is she really your sister? The girl grabbed her brother's arm reassuringly. Of course he is, she declared. Who else would he be? Fong King scratched his chin nervously. Zhang? Release him? With a roar, Zhang Yuan slammed his fist into the instructor's cheek. What was the president of the student union thinking? Hiring you? Zhang Lan tilted her head. What does that mean? He told her. You're too young for this kind of talk. Fong King laughed it off. It was just a joke. What are you doing? The girl's eyes lit up. Oh, this is the person I was talking to on the phone when you were in the hospital. Brother, that's me? You can call me Fong King, he said brightly. Turning to him, she noted. Your glasses are broken. You could get hurt, he replied. They're special glasses. Without them, I tend to scare people. Really? She asked, intrigued. Can I see? He lowered his glasses slowly. Only for a beauty like you. Will I make an exception? The girl gasped in awe. My God! What beautiful eyes! They're glowing, Zhang Yuan asked dryly. Is that some kind of talent? The instructor explained. When my mother was 3 months pregnant, she failed to absorb a crystal, but I absorbed it instead. I was born a true warrior. My body is naturally stronger than an ordinary person's. Zhang Yuan thought back to his teacher's warning. He said such things were strictly forbidden. Whatever. It has nothing to do with me. Oh, I almost forgot, Fong King exclaimed. You're now a member of the disciplinary committee, which means you're on patrol duty during lunch, Zhang Yuan asked. So they aren't kicking me out? The council members are good people, Fong King assured him. By the way, does your sister want some spicy chicken? The girl clapped her hands excitedly. Chicken, he continued. The academy is a pretty decent place, with almost no fighting. But the student union has been having some issues lately. He cleared his throat. We'll figure it out. We'll help you make sure no one dies. His sister looked at him with sparkling eyes. You're on patrol. I'm coming with you, Zhang Yuan. Immediately shut her down. No, you are not skipping class. But I don't want to go to class, she whined. A short time later, Zhang Yuan patrolled the academy grounds. A group of girls whispered as he passed. "Is that the new member of the disciplinary committee?" "Wow," her friend replied. "He's pretty cute." Zhang Yuan continued on, activating his super perception. He could feel them. Someone was following him. Why not find a more secluded place for our little showdown, he thought, walking further. He suddenly stopped and turned. "At 3 o'clock, behind the pillar, 15 meters from here. Don't be late." Then he walked away. After a moment, one of the thugs, flanked by his cronies, sneered. "Without a special skill, you think we can't find you pathetic. Take off your clothes, kneel and bark. Maybe then. I'll let you walk away from this." Zhang Yuan met his gaze, unfazed. "Is this some kind of special greeting from the academy?" The man spread his arms wide. "Oh, an obedient little boy. Are we—" Zhang Yuan's expression didn't change. "What are you talking about?" "I said, strip, kneel, and bark, and I'll let you go." The thug roared. "Now, die!" and lunged forward, his fist crackling with power. He unleashed terrifying sound waves, a skill designed to cause mental shock and paralyze its target. But Zhang Yuan activated fearlessness, instantly nullifying all mind control. "Why'd you even bother opening your mouth?" A fist slammed into the man's face, sending him flying. "It's too late for mercy now," Zhang Yuan shouted, continuing his relentless assault.
One strike after another landed, until the man collapsed to the ground, defeated. His companions watched in disbelief. Impossible! Only a handful of people have ever resisted that technique.
"Just who is this guy, Zhang Yuan?" He turned to the two remaining thugs. "Are you taking him to the hospital, or not?" They scrambled to grab their fallen leader and fled. They sprinted down an alley, right where Zhang Lan was waiting. A thought echoed in the darkness. A nightmare. Who attacks a harmless person like that? The girl stepped into their path. She raised a single finger. "Stop!" The thug snapped back. "What do you want?" "Your phone," she commanded. Then she stomped her foot. The asphalt beneath her shattered. "I suggest you hand it over willingly." Terrified, the man shoved the phone at her. "Take it, just spare us." She opened the camera app. "Now, put it on the ground, and get on your hands and knees." The guy hesitated. "Hey, isn't this a bit—" Zhang Lan cut him off. "What a great pose." She pressed her finger to the scanner and began snapping pictures of the bully from every angle. She laughed. A chilling sound in the alley. "I'm sending these to all your friends." Then she turned to his cronies. "Did you see that? You should probably repost it." The two lowered their heads in shame. "Please, just let us go," one of them begged. "We'll do anything." "Will you explain to your friend that this behavior is unacceptable?" She turned her back to them. "I recorded this whole thing. If you disobey, I'll post it for the world to see." The men dropped to their knees, one of them thinking, "And I thought Zhang Yuan was the evil one." Later, the beaten thug sat on a hospital bed. He complained to the president. "That guy is a monster. He didn't just beat me. He posted those photos." The instructor, Fong King, stared at his phone. A smirk played on his lips. "If you'd told me earlier, we wouldn't have had nearly this much fun." He looked up. "So, tell me, what did he do to you?" The guy recounted the fight. "I used my signature move, just like always. But not only was he unharmed, he pinned me to the ground." Fong King listened from the side of the bed. His sonic waves had no effect, which means he successfully absorbed fearlessness. And then Fong King asked, "Did he use a weapon?" The man shook his head. "No." Fong King's eyes narrowed in thought. "No weapon. Could it be, did he also absorb blow of rage?" "It's hard to say," the injured man grumbled. "If he'd had a weapon, I'd be dead by now." Fong King stood up and headed for the door. "Since you're alive, I'm leaving." "What?" the man shouted. "We're enemies now. How can you just continue his training?" Fong King paused at the door. "No one cares about you. Stay home for a couple of months, then come back." The man cried out in desperation. "Wait, President, I'm asking for your help." Fong King closed the door behind him. "My techniques can't heal an injury like that." Later, someone pointed at a badge. "What's this for?" 68th place. Fong King showed Zhang Yuan something on his phone. "This is the official combat power ranking. It only includes people under 28. Zhang Yuan read the name aloud. 68th place? Xuanming? Fong King leaned in close. "Brother Fong and I thought long and hard about this. It's the perfect way to hide your real identity." The guy looked confused. "Why not just call him Zhang Yuan?" The instructor scoffed. "Are you serious right now?" Zhang Yuan asked. "What's the point of this ranking?" Fong King's eyes gleamed. "Think of it as a showcase for talent." He imagined a grand announcement. "He is the god of war." The one true king, we welcome the return of the new king. Xuanming, he is unstoppable. He then added, if you don't climb the ranks, people will start asking questions. Fong King walked over to a box. I brought you a weapon. It's a new development from the Supervision Bureau, an improved prototype. Want to try it out? Zhang Yuan was blunt. Leave the weapon and get out. Fong King held the sword defensively. Why are you so cold? We need to go to the training ground. To the training grounds to test his new weapon. Zhang Yuan silently gripped the blade, his eyes scanning its form. A moment later, his battered instructor lay gasping on the ground. The instructor coughed, thinking, it worked. He actually absorbed the full force of a rage blow. Zhang Yuan glanced at the sword, then deadpanned. The psychiatric ward at the hospital isn't half bad. You should stop by. Fong King just laughed. You've finally mastered edged weapons. Daddy is so proud of you. The guy sent him flying with a kick, yelling, get out of here. Fong King soared through the air, screaming in mock pain. Zhang Yuan then pulled out a belt, noting, you really are meticulous, aren't you? You even prepared blades for me. Groups of shooters sometimes train here, Fong King explained. You can practice your knife work on clay. Pigeons. He brought out a special device. On its screen, the settings were clear. Default speed, 120 kilometers per hour. 3 plates launch at the same time. You need to get ready, a voice announced. Move 20 meters away from the device. The first round will begin after 3 beeps. Clay plates shot into the air, and Zhang Yuan instantly prepared to strike. A moment later, the device beeped again. Get ready, the next launch is imminent. Plate after plate flew into the air, and one after another. They were shattered. The guy didn't miss a single one. Congratulations, the device announced. You have completed your first training session. Your rating is 100 points. Zhang Yuan squatted down, catching his breath, as expected. Stopping is simply not an option. As the next launch announcement began, a thought crossed his mind. I can use this to raise my own level. Not bad. I'll train here every day. Time passed. Finally, I've reached the next level. He sat before the device, a determined look in his eyes. Only 80 points. He glanced at the clock, letting out a frustrated sigh. Classes, training, and a real student life. But still no missions from the student union. Suddenly, it hit him like a bolt of lightning. Today's the 15th dam. I completely forgot. Moments later, he was sprinting toward the pier. This is the fishing pier. So why is nobody here? The roar of rotors thundered from above. A girl leaned out of a helicopter, tossing down a ladder and shouting for him to jump. Zhang Yuan could only think, what an entrance. Truly one of a kind. He scrambled up the ladder, and the girl offered him her hand. The moment he was safely inside, she pulled him into a hug, shouting, You made it! I knew you'd come. All that effort wasn't for nothing. But then, she opened her eyes. A wave of shock washed over her as she shoved him away. Wait, who are you? She collapsed to the floor in tears. He didn't come. He broke my heart. I'm nothing to him. The guy awkwardly tried to explain himself. I didn't actually see the note. It just came to me. I came here to clear things up. He moved toward the ladder and gave a quick thanks. Well, I'll be going now. Goodbye. The girl's eyes widened. You came for his sake? Are you two friends? After he confirmed it, her mind raced. He's just as proud as Yinumo. To come and ask me for help. They must be incredible friends. This guy has to be a powerful warrior. Her tone became serious. Are you strong? I need an answer. It's important. Something like that, Zhang Yuan replied. Excellent, she declared. We need talents like you. She turned to the pilot. Lao Mao, we have a new guy. We need to head back. As soon as possible. The man gave a thumbs up. Understood. The girl faced him with a smile. Let's get introduced. My name is Yin Kai, and I'm the leader of the Gods of War team. The man beside him nodded. I'm Yalu. I handle operations. Another man cracked his knuckles. The name's Sheng Yuba. I'm in charge of protecting the team. The man next to him added. I'm Wu Jun, the doctor. The pilot pointed to himself. And I'm Mao, the scout. Zhang Yuan gave a slight smile. You can call me Xuanming. The girl grinned and shook his hand firmly. Welcome to the team, he thought to himself. This was great. Now he'd be running missions instead of Yinumo. The girl flinched. Your hand is so cold, he replied. That's normal for carriers of the ice system. The doctor's eyes narrowed. I've seen that name somewhere before. And there it was, ranked 68th on the list. After a while, the entire team was seated for the mission briefing. The girl turned to Xuanming, her expression grim. To be honest, this task won't be easy. A week ago, several poachers entered this territory.
The nearest detachments were sent in, but an unknown toxin took them all out. We even lost one of our own. Fong Yumo is immune to poisons.
Which is why I wanted his help. I'll understand if you don't want to take part. He just shrugged. We're almost there. It's too late to chill out now. Xiang Yuba flexed his fist, a smirk on his face. Feeling confident. How about a little sparring? With a single flick of his hand, Zhang Yuan froze the man solid.
Stop talking, he said coldly. We don't have time for this. Yin Kai's jaw dropped. That's so cool. How long will that last? He answered. A couple of minutes?
She asked in admiration. What I never knew a freeze could last so long. He looked at her and said, Truthfully, I have a skill that boosts the power of others. I'd better find a good excuse for my strength, he thought. What kind of abilities, she asked. He replied, Heat susceptibility. Within 1 kilometer. Wu Jun gasped. What? That can't be possible. Zhang Yuan coughed. That's with amplification, of course. The doctor's mind was reeling. Ancient legends tell of a hero named Xuanmo, the Lord of Snow and Ice. This guy's power can't be much weaker. Why have I never heard of someone this strong? And he's only a student, the girl asked. Do you have a weapon with you? Is a dagger okay? Zhang Yuan extended his hand. Of course. Sometime later, they were deep in a dark forest. Yin Kai spoke up. According to the latest intel, the poachers are somewhere in this area. Everyone stay. Alert! Zhang Yuan raised a hand, silencing them. Wait, 900 meters ahead? I sense several animals. It looks like a pack of wolves. Something has attracted them, the girl explained. The wolves here are bait for monsters. We feed them regularly. The fact that they're here and our troops have been destroyed is a very bad sign, Zhang Yuan suggested. Let's move in for a closer look. Soon, they spotted wolves approaching a campfire. Someone whispered, The smell of meat is so strong, finding the source won't be hard. I fear this is some kind of trap. Huddled in the bushes, the team listened to Zhang Yuan. I'll act as bait and draw them out, the girl warned him. Wait, it's probably poisoned in there, the guy simply replied. I am not afraid. Of poisons. She looked at him, stunned. Are you serious? Isn't that an extremely difficult ability to absorb? He agreed with her emotionlessly. Who in the world are you? She wondered. I'm going, Zhang Yuan said. He stood and activated an ability, allowing him to merge with the environment for 5 minutes. And become completely invisible. Go, she ordered. We'll cover you from here. Zhang Yuan paused. If I find someone, do I kill them? Or take them? Prisoner. Her reply was swift and cold. Shoot to kill. Moments later, he approached the howling wolves. He realized they weren't attacking, but instead, signaling that an enemy was near. He sensed multiple people on both sides. It was time to clear the field. He drew his dagger and charged. He dispatched the wolves in 25 seconds. Ready? A system window appeared before him, asking, Activate the poison from Scorpio. Go ahead, he thought. He clenched his fist and activated the scorpion's venom. Abilities increased by 108%. He scoffed. What a pathetic toxin. So weak. Yin Kai asked over the comms. What did he say? Mao replied. He's complaining that the poison isn't strong enough. Zhang Yuan's voice cut in. I'm letting you know. The enemy is nearby. Prepare to attack. The girl emerged from the bushes just as the guy threw daggers, striking the poachers in the head. He then looked at the corpses and asked, That's all, weaklings. Yin Kai turned to her team. Did you all see that? The man simply put a hand to the bridge of his nose.
Let's just not talk about it, Mao said. Their camouflage was perfect. I didn't even notice them. Zhang Yuan squatted down,
holding the dagger, and said, There's no danger for now. Yin Kai stared at his weapon, thinking, Those flying daggers? They're similar to the ones the Supervision Bureau was developing, and there's a serial number? This is not a popular weapon. Could it be a special model? Who is this guy? But this was far from easy for her. She turned to Xuanming, asking if he was okay, if something was wrong. He needed to tell her directly. He looked at her, surprised to see her body trembling. I'm fine, she insisted, though she couldn't hide her fear. She thought to herself, he just eliminated those men so calmly. Maybe she shouldn't be asking such questions. Just then, Xiao Yuba smiled brightly. That was incredible, he exclaimed. Such masterful knife skills. Jean gave a thumbs up, asking, How many years of practice did it take to achieve that level of perfection with throwing knives? Zhang Yuan replied coolly, Nothing special. I just practice with plates every day. The man's mind reeled. Plates, that training device that was discontinued because it was too difficult to master. The main character crossed his arms. Just the normal mode, level by level, the man asked awkwardly. What's the most efficient way to use that machine? Zhang Yuan countered. Do you even need special abilities to clear a level? The man was stunned. How did you manage it? I couldn't even pass a single stage. Defeated. The man squatted down, mindlessly tracing circles in the dirt. He felt utterly worthless. Just then, Enkaichi approached them. Turning to Xuanming, can you tell how many abilities they used? She asked. He listed them off: wolfpack control, scorpion venom, and super camouflage. At least 3? The girl grabbed his hand, her eyes widening. Scorpion poison, she asked in shock. Are you certain? He nodded. I'm sure. I possess an ability that allows me to absorb poisons. Her face flooded with relief. On behalf of our entire team, thank you. Many of my fighters are still in the hospital, she explained. The doctors couldn't identify the toxin. She immediately turned away. Speaking into her comms device, get me the hospital, urgently, Zhang Yuan asked Xuanming. Was it really that important? He explained. Current medical treatments aren't a cure-all. You just saved a lot of lives. The main character realized something profound. Most so-called professionals weren't actually that powerful. Not everyone can absorb every crystal they find, which makes technology indispensable. The captain called out to Xuanming. He turned to face her as she asked, as the reader, what's our next move? He considered for a moment. Our targets are poachers, so our best bet is to catch them first. They can't sneak away from us, so we might as well force their hand. Taking a hostage would be the ideal way to initiate negotiations. Squads like these are easier to intimidate than professional military personnel, he added. The captain nodded. So what do you suggest? We wait for them, he confirmed, then suddenly turned. Speak of the devil. Look there. Are those our guys? Several shadowy figures were approaching their position. The man in the lead spread his arms wide. Greetings, everyone, he called out. Have we finally drawn out the big guns? His gaze fell on Enkaichi. And what a pleasure to see such a lovely lady in your company. The captain stared back, confused. What are you doing here? The man simply smiled. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you all, he continued, we would have been wiped out. Cut the act, she snapped back. He offered a mock apology. While Wu Jian leaned toward Zhang Yuan, that's Rob's, he whispered. One of the strongest fighters in all of Germany. Be careful around him. Zhang Yuan scanned the others. And the rest? The doctor replied. I don't recognize those two, but he's a local. Robs suddenly pointed a finger. Xiaojiang, aren't you supposed to be dead? What are you doing here? The country invested so much in you. And you throw it all away to run with poachers. Xiaojiang scoffed. Invested? Don't make me laugh. After I refused them, they suppressed my powers and cut off all my resources. If it wasn't for outside help, I'd never have known true freedom here. I can get anything I want, including power. Unlike in China, he sneered, where common people are lucky to even get crystals, and energy is used to pick and choose who gets strong. Suddenly, with a flash of steel, blades shot through the air. One of the men reacted instantly, stopping a dagger mid-flight, but the second blade found its mark, piercing the other man's forehead. The dagger clattered to the ground. Zhang Yuan watched intently. He managed to stop my throwing knife, he thought. I'll have to use something more serious. Robs picked up the fallen dagger, examining it. The forging skill in China is truly remarkable, he said in his native tongue. A pity its owner lacks any sort of grace. And Kaiichi was confused. What is he saying? Robs smirked. Did he think I was praising the quality of his weapon? But then Zhang Yuan replied in their own language. Those who insult our country will be punished, and traitors will die. I have no time for discussions with the dead. Rob's eyes widened in surprise. Well now, you speak our language quite well. I was originally going to let you live, he said, a dangerous glint in his eye. But you are quite interesting. How about you join us? I can guarantee you excellent conditions. The captain asked Zhang Yuan what he'd said. He translated flatly. He said after he kills the rest of you, he wants to recruit me. She looked at him. And what's your answer going to be? Zhang Jian simply held out his hand. Give me back my knife. Wu Jian watched, bewildered. Why are they suddenly so interested in Xuanming? Robs tossed the weapon back. Thank you, Zhang Yuan said, catching it. In China, we have a saying, loyalty above all else. The doctor acted instantly. Ability boost hero's power increased by 20% for 10 seconds. Not bad, the main character thought. The support has arrived. He unleashed a torrent of icy energy. I already told you, he roared. No negotiations with the dead. His targets began to freeze over. He hurled the knife with all his might. Now die! But the blade flew wide of its mark. Robs shouted. The vile Chinese are launching a sneak attack. They're trying to kill us. Zhang Yuan was shocked. He didn't just stop the knife. He broke free from my ice. Just how powerful does a blow have to be to damage him? In a flash, Robs closed the distance, slamming a fist into his stomach. "Why did you freeze me?" he growled in his own language. The force of the blow sent our hero flying backward. His teammates caught him. "Xuan Ming!" the captain screamed at the doctor. "Heal him, now!" But the doctor's voice was filled with panic. "Captain Xuan Ming? His body's gone numb!" "What?" she cried in disbelief as the man's name was shouted again. The doctor's voice cracked. "There's no heartbeat. He's not breathing." He cradled him in his lap. Then someone yelled, "This is no time for tears. We have to deal with this guy." Zhang Yuan's consciousness faded. Maybe it's the cold. But I'm ashamed. They've already written me off for dead. At that moment, Robs had captured Xiao Yuba. "Don't even try it," Robs roared. "You can't kill me." His body erupted in flames. He spoke in his native tongue. "Let me show you my true power." Xiao Yuba raised his hands, shielding himself. "It's too hot." And Kaiichi shouted a warning. "That's the fire giant's unique ability. This guy's a master of close quarters combat," Jean asked frantically. "What do we do? My crossbow will melt in that heat."
Forget physical attacks. Use a mental one, the captain ordered. Everyone, get ready. She unleashed a destructive sound wave with a 600-meter range. The massive man fell to his knees.
Clutching his head, he screamed in agony. "Now move forward," someone commanded. But he snarled through the pain. "More of your little tricks. I cannot die here." His human body would burn to ash. For the glory of his nation. He pushed himself up from his knees as flames surged around him. An onlooker muttered, "I didn't understand a single word." "When I get back," another said. "I'm definitely studying foreign languages." The man then asked, "Can we even make it back?" Zhang Yuan crouched low to the ground. He raised a single finger and declared, "You are no match for me. You need to retreat." As everyone stared in shock, he continued, "Didn't I tell you I don't die that easily?" The doctor had pronounced him dead. But it seems he's immune to death itself, in flawless English. Zhang Yuan stated, "My country has always stood for freedom and justice." He gestured to the enemy leader. "So let's fight," Rob sneered. "And why should I indulge you?" the guy replied. "This next move won't kill you. I can't take on all of you. But against you alone, I have a chance." The man burst into laughter. "I accept your offer. I will show you what true power looks like," Kaiji shouted. "Xuanming, don't do this. You'll die." But Zhang Yuan calmly replied, "There's no need to hold back." Another man grabbed the girl, throwing her over his shoulder. The entire team began to retreat. The man yelled to his captain, "Get it together!" She screamed. "We can't just leave him," Wu Jun shouted back. "Our presence will only be a burden. We have to trust him," someone else yelled. "Xuanming!" Robs faced Zhang Yuan, a flicker of respect in his gaze. "I admire your courage. The fact that you're still standing." Zhang Yuan simply thanked him, stating, "There's no point in comparing us." An icy aura flared to life around him. "Besides, the one who's supposed to die here definitely isn't me." A system window materialized before him. Super perception ability has been enhanced. New skill acquired, Fire Strike. Upgradable. Freezing ability has been enhanced. New skill acquired, Eternal Ice, not upgradable. Regeneration ability has been enhanced. New skill acquired, Immortal Body, upgradable. Furious Strike ability has been enhanced. New skill acquired. Master of Combat, Born to Kill. You can destroy enemies with any weapon. Robs smirked. "So this is your true power. Excellent. Let's begin." But suddenly, the very space around Robs froze solid. He could only think. "What?" Zhang Yuan said coldly. "I've already started." "What's happening?" Robs panicked internally. "Why? Why can't I make a sound?" "What is this invisible wall?" Zhang Yuan explained. "This is a special ability that changes the air temperature. The formula is simple, accounting for its temperature and cooling time. By doing this, I can alter the pressure, turning the space around you into a perfect vacuum." The man clawed at his throat. The guy continued. "The next stage of my skill would incinerate your body, but fire cannot exist in a vacuum. You lost. To physics." The man collapsed to the ground. He tried to ask his baby for forgiveness, but before he could finish, his body disintegrated. Zhang Yuan walked toward the glowing orb left behind, thinking, "The effect is over. The weakness should be setting in now. Did my enhanced abilities stop me from losing consciousness?" He reached for the crystal. And a system. Prompt appeared. Unique crystal found, absorb. Crystal abilities. Incredible strength, red, 3rd level. Not upgradable. Steel armor, red, 2nd level. Not upgradable. Fire giant, calamity, 1st level. Not upgradable, he thought. Of course he'd have a special. Crystal? It seems these types don't explode like normal ones, but hide inside the body. Why wasn't this in the textbooks? The guys back at the academy probably didn't know about this either. If I take this, it's going to cause trouble. Most of these abilities can't be improved anyway, so there's not much point. He knelt, deciding. I'll just bury it and pretend I never saw a thing. But since they were poachers, they must have something useful in there. Backpacks, right. He opened a bag filled with crystals as a new window popped up. Yellow crystals found, available for absorption, ability, flirtatiousness, yellow, upgradable, flirty. Demonstrate your charm to enhance abilities, quantity unlimited. He stared at the crystals.
What is this for? He wondered. For this. They killed bear cubs and burned them alive. But for someone like him to be after these crystals, they must
be quite valuable. He shrugged. I won't get hung up on the name. Maybe it'll become a useful skill. He looked at the pile of crystals and declared. Absorb all. A brilliant yellow light engulfed Zhang Yuan. The system board flashed. Flirtation, yellow, maximum level. Your abilities improve when you look cute. Flirty, green, maximum level. Your abilities improve when you look cute. New ability. Acquired, super cute, red, 2nd level, can be improved. Super cute. The enemy cannot. Resist your charm. Use is not limited. Zhang Yuan thought, damn it all! Meanwhile, Ma stared at the smoke in the forest. Captain, the flames have gone out. The battle must be over. The girl replied, let's go check on him. Later, as Zhang Yuan sat by a cliff, Kai Ji ran towards him. She threw her hands in the air and shouted, I knew you would survive. She collapsed beside him as he calmly said, the mission is complete. Can you send me back to the academy? As soon as possible, Mahai asked in shock. You're still a student. The guy pushed himself up from the ground and confirmed it. My sister is waiting for me for dinner, he explained. She'll be angry if I'm late. A short while later, they were in a helicopter. Zhang Yuan stared at his phone, at the worried messages from Jianlan. He closed his eyes, thinking, when I get back, I have a lot of explaining to do. To her and to Fong King, too bad there's no reception up here. He then turned to the captain and asked, by the way, where can I buy a phone that would require special clearance? Kai explained that such a phone needs official permission. You can't just buy one, with a sly wink. She pointed a finger at herself. She promised that if he joined their team, they'd handle it for him. He replied that he'd consider their offer. The commander noted that his strength was definitely worth recruiting. Their salaries were excellent, and satellite phones were standard issue. Zhang Yuan asked about their base of operations. She revealed they were stationed in Chisu, a specialized department with only 9 members. Each one possessed the power of an entire team. They typically operate solo, tackling missions too dangerous for ordinary
squads. She leaned in. So, are you interested? His answer was a swift rejection. As they landed on the academy's rooftop,
someone shouted to the captain that there'd been a misunderstanding. The director had brought a group with him. A group of...
With his arms spread wide, a man stepped forward, his voice booming. Welcome to the academy, Captain. This was the academy's director, thrilled to finally meet her.
He gestured to the men beside him, introducing them. This is Dean Guan, and our student representative, Shangui. The captain, Kai Ji, simply pointed at Zhang Yuan with a smile.
We just flew by, she said. And dropped off our student? The director blinked in confusion. He's from our academy. The captain glanced at Xuan Ming.
Why didn't the director recognize his own student? Dean Guan leaned in, whispering that this was Zhang Yuan from the special class, the one Major Lin had personally recommended.
Shang Guani's face twisted in irritation. So that's how it was. This scum had used connections to get in.
He thought this guy was here on merit, but he'd been deceived. Pointing an accusing finger, he roared, Zhang Yuan, our academy has no place for trash like you. You got in through back doors and you still dare challenge me. Zhang Yuan just stared back, protesting silently. Who was this guy, and why was he so furious with him? He turned away dismissively. You guys continue your chat, he said. I'm leaving. Shang Guani spun around, shouting, Stop right there! Zhang Yuan's mind was already elsewhere. If he stayed any longer, he'd miss dinner with his sister. But the student representative grabbed his arm, screaming, We're fighting today. Don't even think about running away. The captain watched them, a grim thought crossing her mind. He had just signed his own death warrant. In a flash, Shang Guani threw Zhang Yuan to the floor. Kai Yi gasped in shock. What just happened? Shang Guani pointed at the crumpled figure. Is this a joke? This guy is as weak as an ordinary person. The captain rushed to his side, cradling his head. Xuanming, wake up! Don't you dare close your eyes! The student representative scoffed defensively.
I barely touched him. He's just faking it. Wu Jun quickly cast a healing wind. Zhang Yuan slowly sat up, rubbing his eyes. I'm fine.
I can get up on my own. He thought to himself that even though his regeneration had weakened, it was still incredibly useful. The captain then pointed a trembling finger at Shang Guani.
Apologize, she commanded, her voice dangerously low. Immediately. He looked at her, bewildered. Why should I apologize? Her eyes blazed. We shed blood for our country.
Not only did you fail to offer a single word of thanks, you threw him over your shoulder. How dare you? Zhang Yuan tried to intervene. Actually, I didn't shed any blood. She whipped around, her glare silencing him. You, shut up. The director then grabbed Shang Guani's head, pleading for forgiveness. This is our academy's fault, he begged. Apologize right now. But the young man just called the director uncle and shouted that he didn't care who she was.
I will not apologize to him. The captain's arms crossed over her chest.
Uncle, she repeated with disgust. And you dare criticize others? I will be reporting today's incident to the head of the military district. I hope you get exactly what you deserve. She then helped Xuanming up. I'm taking him to his dorm. The director watched them go, his face pale. It was over. They were completely, utterly finished. The dean stepped up behind him with a comforting hand.
Don't panic, Director. Our academy has a rich history. It won't be shut down over one little scandal. But the director's eyes narrowed.
Why aren't you addressing me by my proper title?
He knew why. It's because you think I won't be the director for much longer, don't you? The man simply stared back. A moment later, Fun King joyfully ran towards Zhang Yuan.
Yuan, you're back. The boy jumped in surprise, then quickly tried to shut the door. You must have the wrong room. But the instructor easily pushed the door aside. You disappear all night and come back with a girl, she asked, her voice laced with indignation. The captain looked surprised. What? The boy rushed into the room. Let's talk in here, I'll just go change. The captain crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips. I didn't think he was even enrolled in the academy. The instructor shot back. You brought him here, so you can't challenge the arrangement. Now you can leave. The captain didn't budge. Don't think you can dictate terms to me just because he's your student. Fun King just laughed. You couldn't find a better place in the world for him, and you know it. She turned away with a triumphant tisk. Later, in the dining hall, Zhang Lan asked. So, that woman dragged you into some dangerous adventure. Is that why you only just returned? Zhang Yuan explained. She needed my help. I couldn't say no. The instructor chimed in. It's a good thing Lanlin told me. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened.
The boy tried to add something else, but his sister interrupted him. Brother, she began.
I really don't approve of your marriage. She's already making you skip classes. Imagine how she'll treat you after the wedding. He gently took her hand. Lanlin, don't worry. Even if I get married someday, I won't skip my classes. But what if that shameless woman comes again? She pressed. I'll just get rid of her, he promised. She turned to Fong King. Hey, from now on, you'll protect my brother when I'm not around. He raised a hand in a solemn vow. Don't you worry. Anyone who tries to offend him is already a corpse. But he thought to himself that he'd need to train harder. He had a feeling he would definitely need it. From another table, someone was watching them, scribbling in a notebook. Height and physique inferior to his peers, he muttered. Face is pale, suggesting malnutrition. Poor appetite. Gives most of his meat to his sister.
He's just an ordinary student on a scholarship. So why isn't he eating? Could it be anorexia? The observer kept writing.
The sister's appetite, on the other hand, has increased. She always gets extra chicken and other spicy dishes. But the brother? He despises spicy food. There isn't a single speck of chili on his plate. A message pinged on the observer's phone. Someone was planning to invite the sister to a restaurant today. He could certainly join them. What a shame he can't handle anything spicy. A moment later, the guy approached their table with a bright smile. Zhang Yuan, I heard a great restaurant just opened near the academy. Want to go together? Zhang Yuan immediately refused, but Zhang Lan's hand shot up. Food, she cheered. Zhang Yuan then pointed a finger at the newcomer. You think I didn't notice you sneaking glances at my sister this whole time? The guy stammered awkwardly. No, I didn't, Zhang Yuan cut him off. Just because you're older, you think I won't do anything to you? The guy shouted in a panic. No, you've misunderstood. I was actually looking at you. Zhang Yuan stared as his sister grabbed the boy's arm, a single thought running through his mind. What? So my sister's admirer has fans, and also fanboys. Admirers. The guy insisted he just wanted to be friends, nothing more. But Zhang Yuan grabbed his sister's hand, declaring, Lan Lan, he's a total creep. He warned her to
stay far away from him. Oh, but what about our lunch? She asked. He yelled back that they'd go by themselves. She simply replied, Okay, the instructor shouted after them. Hey, if
You're getting food. You better bring some for me, Zhang Yuan shot back, asking if he could handle spicy food. Fong King then asked what he was up to that morning. You saw everything, didn't you? The instructor adjusted his glasses. Of course, he smirked. He then asked if Zhang Yuan remembered the guy he hip-tossed. He was being disciplined for spreading insults and slander. Apparently, he'd been trying to get the student council to expel him. Zhang Yuan smiled, understanding now. He thanked the instructor for covering for him. A short while later, they stood before a new restaurant. A sign proudly announced its grand opening, offering a 15% discount for the first month. Brother, look at this crowd, Zhang Lan exclaimed. She took his hand, and they ventured inside. Immediately, a voice called out, Brother, over here? Zhang Yuan suggested just grabbing takeout, but he turned towards the voice. A girl sitting alone at a large table, waving her hand. She confirmed his thoughts. You're a real celebrity on the Academy forums, you know. She began to introduce herself. My name is... But before she could finish, Fong King strode up to her table. I was wondering what kind of shameless person would take a 4-person table all for themselves. The girl was stunned. What? Where did you come from? He just smiled. To eat, of course. He then turned to the staff. Boss, 1 malatang, please. Not too spicy, not too numb, and not too hot. After they all sat down, the girl felt their intense stares. To Zhang Lan, she was a predator hunting her brother. To Zhang Yuan, she was just another punching bag. And to the instructor, she was a specimen to be studied. Zhang Lan finally asked, Auntie, what's your name? I bet it's a weird one. The girl replied in confusion. My name is Su Wanying. There's nothing strange about it. She turned to Fong King for help. He explained that she was a powerful support, possessing a strength buff of 448%. When facing an enemy, it lasts for 3 entire minutes. She's the only fighter of her kind in the entire country. Zhang Yuan gently placed a hand on his sister's head. She declared that when she grew up, she wouldn't be the only one. He just smiled, telling her she's still little. There was no need to rush growing up. Fong King whispered to him, Looks like someone's worried about you. Zhang Yuan retorted that she didn't seem concerned at all. The instructor mused that their school's beauty didn't want to lose face. Zhang Yuan then addressed Su Wanying directly. If you came here knowing I'd be here, then it seems you have something to say. She paused for a moment before explaining that the Academy holds a selection competition every year. In the past, they sent 1 team of 6, but this year, it's 2 teams of 4. And what does that have to do with me? He asked, surprised. She explained that due to recent events, their team had an opening. Do you want to join us? The guy simply turned away. Not interested. She stared at him in disbelief as he continued. It's not right to fight against our own classmates. Besides, with your abilities, shouldn't winning the championship be easy enough for you? His words struck a nerve. The girl got angry, snapping back. Wouldn't it be better to assemble a team with overwhelming strength? Fong King chimed in. All they care about is a quick and easy victory. Zhang Yuan added that only the weak are obsessed with such things. She opened her mouth to argue, but then just sighed in defeat. I have nothing more to say. Zhang Lan smiled brightly. Since you're leaving, I'll eat your malatang for you. The instructor remarked on her strange taste, wondering if she'd even like it. I'll just add a couple of spoons of chili, she said cheerfully. That's horrifying, he muttered. Zhang Yuan asked if they knew each other. Fong King explained, I thought this was Shenguan's idea, but I never imagined she'd come herself. They're the Academy's main trio. It seemed she didn't just want to kick him off the team. She wanted to recruit him to her own side. Tears welled up in Zhang Lan's eyes. How tragic, she cried. Zhang Yuan just pushed his own bowl towards her, offering her his portion. Fong King then revealed that besides the team event, there were also individual competitions. A format that would have suited you much better, he noted. But she deliberately failed to mention that. Or the reward. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan tilted his bowl back. Drinking the last of the broth, the instructor stared in shock. Are you insane? Can't your tongue feel anything? The guy thought to himself that it really couldn't. He just said he was fine, then asked, So, what were you saying? About a reward? Fong King explained that winners in both categories receive incredible prizes. First to third place gets high-grade crystals, 4th to 8th place also receives high-grade crystals. And the last 2 spots still get medium-grade crystals. More than that, these champions can join any team they want for training. And after graduation, university scouts will be lining up for them. Zhanglan asked, "Isn't this competition for warriors?" "Why did that girl come looking for my brother?" Fong King looked at Zhang Yuan pointedly. "You haven't told your sister yet." He admitted he was waiting for the right moment. The instructor urged him to just say it now. Zhang Yuan turned to his sister. "Lan Lan, I'm a warrior now." She looked at him, shocked. "What? How much energy did you absorb?" He simply replied. "Enough." Tears began streaming down the little girl's cheeks. She wailed, "That means my brother is going to die. He doesn't have much time left." Fong King was stunned. "What are you saying? What do you mean he'll die soon?" Wiping her tears, she explained. "I only absorbed 2 abilities, and it took 20 years off my life. Brother probably has so much more." Zhang Yuan stared back in absolute horror. "What did you just say?" Standing near the crystal, Lan explained that Uncle Lin's gift came at a terrible price. It granted her 3 abilities, but it should have cost her 30 years of her life. Her body trembled at the memory. A horrifying realization struck Zhang Yuan. This was why she fought with such desperation in his past life. She knew her time was running out. He had to ask,
Does absorption truly steal one's lifespan? Is there any way to fix it? The instructor explained that as far as he knew, normal absorption only took abilities,
never drastically shortening a life. His sister's case was unheard of. The boy pressed, "So, is that a yes or a no?" Fong King confirmed his fears. "Usually," he began, "life force does diminish slightly. But unfortunately, there's no technology that can prevent it." He removed his glasses, his eyes widening as he truly looked at the girl. He'd never noticed before. But now he could see it. She had genuinely lost 20 years. These traits are hereditary. That means his sister's condition is the same as his. He saw the number hovering above the man's head. 0. Is this even possible? Zhang Yuan wondered, shutting the box. He warned Lan Lan never to attempt this again. Uncle Lin had high hopes for her. After all, he promised to explain everything to the man himself. First, she had to return the crystal. Then he asked, "If you die, what meaning will my life have? Promise me you won't continue down this path." He pulled her into a hug, but she resisted. "Brother, how can I protect you if I'm not a warrior? Terrifying creatures stalk this world. It's too dangerous for ordinary people." Zhang Yuan cut her off. "Lan Lan, what do ordinary people mean to you?" She stared back, surprised. "They grow stronger through training. They win wars with strategy. They forge weapons with technology. They heal the wounded. These are all talents." In a flash, he threw a knife into the wall. Crystal energy isn't the only source of strength.
The first heroes who fought the monsters, they certainly didn't have that power. She gazed, stunned, at the knife embedded in the wall.
"Look," he said softly. "With enough training, you can do this too." He patted her head gently. "Besides, you already have 2 abilities. Train hard, and you can achieve incredible things." Zhang Lan's eyes lit up, her resolve hardening. "I'll try. I'll do my very best." Zhang Yuan then turned to Fong King.
By the way, I trust my sister won't be treated like a lab rat from now on. The instructor scoffed. Nonsense. He adjusted his glasses. These old fossils in the lab.
Dislike new variables. Don't worry about it. Zhang Yuan sighed in relief. "Lan Lan, give me your phone number." A moment later, a call connected. "Lan Lan, this is he," the man's voice said. "It's Zhang Yuan," he replied, his tone grim. "Something's wrong. Lan Lan can no longer absorb crystal energy. You need to take back the items you gave her." The man's voice exploded from the phone. "I'll find a cure." "It's hereditary," Zhang Yuan stated flatly. "There is no cure." "Zhang Yuan," the man raged. "I'm the one who allowed her to become a warrior. I designed her entire curriculum. What more do you want to replace her? You don't have that kind of potential." Zhang Yuan's voice was cold steel. "My abilities are no less than Lan Lan's. I will take her place." The man scoffed. "How dare you lie so blatantly? Do you want proof?" Zhang Yuan challenged. "Fine. From now on, all your sister's privileges are revoked. If you can finish in the top 10 of the individual student rankings, I'll believe you." Sometime later, they saw Zhang Lan off. She waved brightly. "I'm going now, distant brother." He waved back. "Good night. I'll see you tomorrow." Fong King watched them. "You know, I could arrange for you to live together." "No," Zhang Yuan said. "She needs to make friends in the dorm. Her life shouldn't revolve only around me. The instructor smirked. You're still far too protective. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed. Does the academy know? About my ability to see a person's remaining lifespan? The instructor held up a single finger. I'm the only one who knows, and you won't reveal my secret to anyone else. I believe so, but you should worry more about yourself. They've cut your resources and given you an impossible condition. Cracking the top 10 won't be easy. Perhaps you have someone to turn to? Like that woman. You're right, I can go to her. The instructor looked flustered. No, wait, but Zhang Yuan was already on the phone. Captain An, I have a request. Do you still have any resources left from our last mission? Her voice was clear. As much as you need. Excellent, thank you. I owe you one. The instructor was baffled. Why would you ask them for help? Because they have the resources, Zhang Yuan said simply. And I need them now. In another room, an order was given. Miss Anne's directive. Emergency requisition. How many do we have in stock? Count every last one and bring them immediately. Later, in a high-level office, an official spoke. Your daughter performed exceptionally well. The man on the sofa sighed. I believe most of the credit belongs to a young man named Zhang Yuan. Ming and Guanfang, the East China military commander. Looked grim. Many suffered from the poison during this raid. I fear the situation is only going to get worse. We may have been infiltrated by a spy. Lu Jianlin sat beside him, lost in thought. He reviewed the file. The report mentions a man named Xiao Xiang, who used some kind of power. Guanfang nodded. Exactly. He could be a member of an underground organization. Their methods are unpredictable, their locations unknown. And while their actions aren't always righteous, they operate by their own code, so we've often turned a blind eye. But this time, they've crossed a line. The man closed the folder. This is deeply concerning. But about my daughter? What about her? The commander asked. He passed the document over. Last night, she issued an order to collect all crystals. Over 2,000 of them. The commander slammed the file on the table. Nonsense! The reason nobody wants those crystals is because their energy is useless. They're incompatible with almost everyone, no matter how hard you try to absorb them. It's a waste. Lu Jianlin pointed to a line in the report. But it specifically states this young man has an ability to absorb poisons. The commander paused. So, are you suggesting we shouldn't give them to him? The man set the documents down. It's hard to say. My proposal is to give him 1,000 and keep him under close surveillance. The commander nodded in agreement. Later, in an office, Fun Mu stood before a desk, his body trembling with rage. How could this be? My brother died for this country, and you won't even grant him a proper burial. You're handing him over to a research institute like some lab rat. The official's face was a stone mask. He signed the donor agreement himself in the event of his death. Our hands are tied. Don't let his name be dishonored, the young man pleaded. That was not possible in his life, and it is impossible in death. Sometime later, a man stood on the street. He turned to a girl named Yumo. You are now the heir to the Fun family. Your brother was a great man, but he is gone. We will not speak of this again. Is this the future you foresaw for the Fun family? She asked bitterly. What now? Are you free from your prophecy? The man stared up at the sky, silent. I don't understand, she said, her voice shaking. How could they cast aside such a valuable asset? He started walking away. Let's go. Wait for me, she cried, rushing to catch up. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan stood before Lu Wen's desk, his expression determined. I want to participate in the student league, he declared. She looked up, intrigued. What? Since this was a team event, and he was competing alone, Zhang Yuan declared himself ready. The instructor handed him a form, explaining that such things had to be reported in advance. He walked toward the exit, filling out the application. The ability name, the source of power, the level, a perfect 8 points. He knew better than to write about his icy blood. It was far too conspicuous. He'd just lower the level for now. After a moment, Liu Wen stared at the paper in disbelief and screamed, Immunity to death. She told him to wait, rushing over to him and begging for his forgiveness. He stared at her, completely bewildered. What for? She explained that a person can only absorb 8 abilities, any more, and they die. Yet he had absorbed immunity to death, one of the rarest abilities in existence. Zhang Yuan calmly suggested she get up first so they could talk, but she was distraught. If I had known, she cried, I would have given you the ruined crystal. I never would have let such a low-grade skill take up a precious slot in your body. She looked him dead in the eye and demanded, How could Major Lin see your sister's talent, but not yours? How could he just send you here as a mere escort? Zhang Yuan's mind raced. His talent was likely similar to Lan's, but without the horrifying cost to his lifespan. Before his rebirth, and even after, no one had ever been able to see his true potential. Why? Could it be that the golden sarcophagus awakened his talent, but kept it hidden from detection to find the truth? He knew he had to see that. Sarcophagus. One more time. He pushed the thought aside. There's no need to talk about the past. I'm fine with how things are. She suggested they examine his skill. The freezing level is quite
high, she noted. This should be more than enough for the competition. Then her eyes narrowed. Where did you get this skill?
This can only be acquired by absorbing a crystal from a beast whose hunting is forbidden. He shrugged. Does it matter? I succeeded. She then changed the subject. And that charm skill? Can you demonstrate it? He sighed, admitting he wasn't very good with it. You absorbed the ability, so you should use it, she insisted. It shouldn't be underestimated. He relented, activated his charm ability, and offered a faint smile. She blinked. Is that it? He replied. Instructor, I already used it. Really? She was baffled. Why didn't she feel a thing? Looking down, she thought, damn it, I can't hurt his feelings. It didn't matter if the ability was useless. He more than made up for it with his others. Trying to change the subject, she asked about his family's income. He gave her a puzzled look, and she quickly added, never mind, we'll just write down 50,000. It will help you apply for a better scholarship. She continued, plus there's a nutrition program for students. They'll
give you 4 bottles of milk every day, which won't hurt. With his grades, a scholarship was almost guaranteed. You could even be transferred to a better class. He wondered in stunned silence. Was his ability really so weak that it had absolutely zero effect on her? She glanced at the sheet again. Level 4, regeneration is extremely rare, she said. That's quite useful. He agreed. It is, but not in the way you think. For clarity, she suggested a demonstration. The first level of regeneration can grow 10 centimeters of hair, she explained, stepping closer and snipping off a lock of his hair. Now, hold still. He activated regeneration, and his hair grew back in an instant. He then quipped, in that case, could you lend me some money for a haircut? With that, he walked out of the office and closed the door. Hands behind his head, he mused that while the ability drastically lowered his stats, it didn't seem to affect the final outcome of his regeneration at all. Suddenly, another student slammed right into him. Zhang Yuan clutched his shoulder and apologized, saying he wasn't watching where he was going. He looked at the other boy and thought, why am I apologizing? He's the one who knocked me down. Noticing the different uniform, he realized this student was from another academy. What's his deal? The boy just smiled sheepishly, staring at Zhang Yuan. His internal monologue was running wild. Did I just run into a beautiful high school girl? This is like something out of a romance manga. The long black hair, the delicate features. My heart can't take it. The voice might be a little rough, but it's definitely a girl, right? The student union uniform is unisex, so I can't judge by that. I'll just have to ask. The boy extended his hand. What's your name? Zhang Yuan was confused. I already apologized. Why does he need my name? He didn't want any trouble. He needed to get out of there. In a flash, he disappeared behind the door. The boy stared after him, bewildered. What the? He knocked on the door, thinking to himself, it doesn't matter. I'll take care of business first. Then I'll ask my sister to find her. A voice from inside called, come in. He entered the office and greeted the instructor. My name is Zhang Tanshuo, he announced. I'm the student union president of Huling Academy. I came to discuss the upcoming competition, Li Wen said. Welcome. Please, have a seat. She poured them both a drink. Representatives from both sides have always handled the arrangements. Why are you asking me to organize it? He smiled. We see the same faces year after year. It loses its appeal. Since we are the hosts this year, I was hoping you would give your freshmen a chance. They are the ones who truly stand out for us. She thought, last year, their legendary Trinity participated. It's no surprise he's here now, trying to limit the competition to first-year students. It seems they've scouted some powerful new talent, she replied. I promise to consider it, but the timing is up to us. He nodded. No problem. She knew that all the students at his academy came from wealthy families with levels clearly superior to her own students. Still, experiencing failure could be a valuable lesson for them as well. She took a thoughtful sip of her drink and realized Zhang Yuan's power was terrifying. Should she reveal this to everyone before the competition? Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was sitting in a barber's chair, asking for a change. The man replied, I'm a hairdresser, not a magician. Zhang Lan slammed her fist, demanding he just
transform her brother into a completely average, unremarkable young man, so that no one would ever look his way. The hairdresser sighed. "It will be done," then announced. "Finished?" The girl rushed to her brother's side, exclaiming, "Perfect, but it's missing some bows." She laughed, offering to style his hair in pigtails. Her brother retorted, Lan, the pigtails are going too far. Seriously." She reminded him that when she was little, he'd told her pigtails were the hairstyle of the truly powerful. "You're such a liar," he scoffed. He placed a hand on her head and said, "You're an adult now. It's time for me to release the dark magic I sealed within you." Confused, she told him to wait, asking what he was doing. He smirked. "You're so naive. You actually fell for that." He said if she wanted to mess with his hair, she'd have to give him something in return. She cheered with a resounding, "Hooray!" As they left the salon, she declared that she could now give him stunning new hairstyles every single day. He countered, "Fine, and I'll put your, hair in pigtails?" She crossed her arms defiantly, warning. "Hands off!" He was completely baffled. "What?" Sometime later, inside the training room, Zhang Tanshu's twin, sister, Zhang Siyuan, approached her roommate. Ying, she asked. "Why did you decide to double your training regimen? Is this because Zhang Yuan refused to join the team?" She stepped closer, handing her a water bottle. "It doesn't matter what happened between you and Fang King in the past. Zhang Yuan is his person now, so it would be strange if he agreed." Su Wangyang shot back. "So you don't think I'm strong enough?" The girl looked surprised. "Huh, do you really think your own strength is lacking?" She opened the bottle and declared, "Fang King is the strongest one among us, not me." After a few sips, she added, "I need to get even stronger," Jianshan wondered. "If you need to train more, then what should mere mortals like me do?" Just then, a call came to her phone. She answered with a bright smile. "Hey, brother, did you call?" "What's all this spy talk?" On the other end, a young man sat huddled in his room, hugging his knees. "It's nothing," he said. He'd made up his mind. He had to find that beautiful girl he bumped into in the hallway. He couldn't let this chance slip by. His sister always saw him as a complete zero in communicating with girls, but now that they were at different academies, he could finally step out of her shadow. He pleaded, "I need you to help me find a girl. She's from your academy. I ran into her by the staff room door. She had long, straight black hair. She seemed so fragile and delicate, and incredibly cute," his sister asked. "So you've seriously decided to go for it?" She joyfully raised her phone high in the air, shouting, "Hey, don't you worry, bro, I'll do whatever it takes to find her, later at the administration of the East China Military District." And Kai told her father, "You have no idea just how amazing he is." The man replied, "This is the third time you've brought him up," she pressed. "So what do you think of him?" He responded, "He's only 16, but his level of power far surpasses his peers. The problem is, he has zero ambition. He doesn't want to join the Ruins team. And he turned you down too. You threw him over your shoulder, and he just brushed it off. He simply doesn't care about the things ordinary people do. Common sense doesn't apply to him. He'll be impossible to control. So for now, you should just try to become his friend." The girl shot up from her seat in anger. She sighed and said, "Fine, I won't tell you anything else." Her father then glanced at his phone, his eyes widening. Has his profile already been updated, and his level has changed? Crystal abilities. It seems that stolen crystal made its way to him, immunity to death arm, and a high secrecy level. Nevertheless, at his age, it's too early to draw conclusions. Although Rob's possessed similar abilities back then, his flaming giant is a unique skill. That is vital to this country. Therefore, the secret crystal that Zhang Yuan is hiding could bring him a world of trouble. He resolved, "I will have to watch him more closely." Sometime later at the dormitory, the delivery driver smiled. "A new hairstyle. It suits you very well," Zhang Yuan replied. "I wanted to cut it short, but my sister insisted," the man said. "Here you go, and remember to give us 5 stars." He handed him a safe, and Zhang Yuan agreed. Of course, he began turning the combination lock. "All right, let's see the password." Click. It swung open. He looked at the gleaming crystals inside and thought that he had recently discovered he could power up with their help. He spotted a piece of paper that read, "Shu and Ming from a friend." Well now, he thought, I need to thank him. He realized there were so many crystals that by consuming them, he would definitely reach a whole new level. A system window appeared before his eyes, asking, "Crystals of the ruins have been discovered. Begin absorption." He stretched out his hand and commanded, "Absorb everything." The board announced Fury Strike. Green, maximum level. The Fury Strike ability has been improved. A new ability has been acquired. Combat Master, a master of combat, born only to kill. He commands all types of weapons and can take the life of an enemy in a single blow. His eyes widened in shock as he thought, there are still so many crystals left. He could feel his power continuing to surge. Information updated Battlemaster. Red maximum level, new ability acquired. Tit for tat, yellow level, can be improved. Tit for tat upgrades require the maximum level of Combat Master. Ability description enhances Combat Master by 100%. Tooth for tooth. Green maximum level ability description. Enhances Combat Master by 1000%. The tit for tat ability has been improved. New ability acquired, blood for blood. Blood for blood, red level 8, can be improved. Ability description enhances Combat Master by 1000% when attacking. It absorbs a part of the enemy's power and creates a recoil of up to 300% of the owner's strength. Zhang Yuan sighed and scratched his head, thinking that the teacher had warned that these crystals contained the negative energy of a dying monster. He hadn't felt this before, but it seems that quantity makes all the difference. He looked down at his hand and thought, I don't need sleep, but for some reason, I feel exhausted. In the future, I shouldn't consume everything at once. With his promotion, he had gained several powerful new abilities. His attack power had increased 10 times over. He wondered if it was thanks to those snake crystals. Are all monsters really able to improve abilities this much? He gets stronger with every single improvement. 4 years ago, he was sucked into that sarcophagus. And now, after his rebirth, suddenly, the instructor snuck up from behind, covering his eyes and asking, guess who? The man let out a scream. And Zhang Yuan, declaring he was lucky his arm wasn't shattered. Fong King replied that he knocked, but got no answer. The boy was just standing there, completely lost in a daze. He then asked why he was here. The man's fist ignited with energy as he declared his purpose a reminder about the student council meeting. Later, inside that very meeting, a girl questioned if the chairman in Zhang Yuan's absence was a problem. An arrogant voice cut in. There's no point in garbage like them taking up space here. Just then, the door slid open. Fong King strode into the office. Perfect timing, he announced. Allow me to introduce our newest council member, Zhang Yuan, a first year from the special class. He nudged him forward. Go on, say hello. Hello, everyone, Zhang Yuan said flatly. I'm Zhang Yuan. The room fell into a dead silence. Is that it? The same irritated councilman scoffed. A little short, don't you think? Fong King simply pointed to a chair. Sit down, there's an empty seat. Zhang Yuan nodded, but as he moved, the girl spoke up. Wait, that's the chairman's seat? Zhang Yuan glanced at her. So what, can't I sit here? Panic flared in the girl's mind. It was obvious. He was trying to provoke the president. She had to handle this carefully. Grabbing the chair, she offered it to the chairman instead. Please, sit. I'll go find another one. But before she could move, someone erupted. Enough! An accusing finger shot out. Zhang Yuan, you despicable rat. You're nothing but scum who cheated his way in here if you have any guts. You'll accept my challenge. The insults flew, and the girl tried to intervene, telling him to stop. But the man just screamed over her. This idiot probably just sold out his sister to get here at his age. I achieved everything on my own. That was the last straw. Zhang Yuan's eyes blazed with fury. You dare mention my sister. I won't let that slide. The challenger clenched his fist. Are you just going to bluff if you're not a complete weakling? Then accept my challenge. Zhang Yuan's voice was ice. Fine, when I win, you will apologize to my sister personally. And every morning, on your knees, you will hand out steamed buns in the cafeteria. Fong King stepped in. Listen to me, he warned the challenger. You shouldn't do this. But the boy just screamed back. You think your little conditions scare me today. I'll show everyone what you really are. He accepted the terms. But if I win, you leave this academy forever. Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate. Deal, Fong King sighed. I'll be the witness, but let's be clear. No one is to die in this battle. Moments later, they stood facing each other. Come on, Zhang Yuan taunted. Attack! The challenger roared, unleashing his explosive flame technique. The skill causes a massive fire explosion on impact, boosting energy strength by 150%. He threw his fist forward, shouting that it was over, but Zhang Yuan simply vanished. He reappeared at the challenger's side. Impossible, the guy yelled in shock. How could he have missed? How did he dodge that inside his mind? Zhang Yuan smirked, thanks to his new ability. His opponent's attacks looked 40 times slower. Still, this guy was definitely stronger than Fong King. He couldn't be taken down in a single blow. The challenger swung a heavy kick. You can't dodge this one from the sidelines. Fong King watched in surprise. Only a handful of fighters could withstand an attack like that. This kid really had an ace up his sleeve. 10 minutes passed. Zhang Yuan stared down his exhausted opponent. The loser couldn't believe it. He knew Zhang Yuan was strong, so why hadn't he attacked even once? Was he... Looking down on him, humiliation turned to rage. Zhang Yuan, you coward!
Stop hiding and fight me. Zhang Yuan just sighed. You really asked for this. The boy had only himself to blame. As the final punch flew, the challenger thought, why isn't he dodging?
If this hits, he'll die. The fiery fist slammed into Zhang Yuan's shoulder. At that moment, the challenger realized his opponent only had enough time to restore half his energy, but then his own hand was covered in blood. He collapsed to the ground, his arm shattered. Zhang Yuan thought to himself. I knew he needed to stop, but he just kept coming. A girl rushed to the fallen fighter's side, screaming, Brother! Nearby, another student lowered his phone. I deliberately
called myself a witness, he bragged. I'm ranked 209th. After this battle, Zhang Yuan is going to be on that list too. Whispers filled the air. He's strong, terrifyingly strong.
He broke his arm without even moving. The sister shrieked. This thug stole his spot on the disciplinary committee. What a disgrace. Fong King merely folded. His arms. I told you not to kill him. But you nearly did it with one blow. I don't like this. Zhang Yuan looked confused. What are you talking about? I stood right here and never moved. He's the one who tore my clothes. Fong King gestured to the broken arm. So you're saying you didn't attack him? Zhang Yuan thought. Did that thing from the charm bath actually work? He played dumb. It wasn't my fault. He did it to himself. The instructor. Fong King clenched his fist. Did you skip physics class? Have you never heard of recoil? Zhang Yuan cursed internally. So it didn't work. Why is this ability so useless? Fong King picked up the shredded fabric of his uniform. I'll go find you a new one. Zhang Yuan eyed him suspiciously. Did you know this was going to happen? The injured boy's sister glared at him. After all that, you have the nerve to joke? She then rounded on Fong King, screaming, Heal him right now. Fong King's voice turned cold. Since when do I take orders from you? Do you really think you can tell me what to do? He sat down calmly, adding, He's the one who started this. He refused my advice and insisted on fighting. I won't be treating him. In the background, the students' opinions had completely shifted. Zhang Yuan was just dodging the entire time. It's so strange. That guy, Shang Guanyi, is a real fool. How dare he?
Challenge someone under Fong King's protection. He got exactly what he deserved. The sister heard their words, bewildered. Just a moment ago,
they were against Zhang Yuan. Now they were defending him. This wasn't normal. She pulled out her phone. It didn't matter. She had to get her brother to the infirmary immediately. Soon after, medics arrived on the scene. One pointed at the wounded student and said, Contact the infirmary and prepare for first aid. He turned to the sister. What happened here? Who did this to him? Zhang Yuan casually put a hand behind his head. That would be me. Fong King stepped forward. It was a fair duel. I was the witness. But the medic shook his head. It doesn't matter. What you call it. His injuries are severe. We can't just let this go. He looked at Zhang Yuan. Don't make our job any more difficult. Fong King's eyes narrowed. Are you threatening him? Not at all, the medic replied. I'm just following the rules. Zhang Yuan sighed. It's fine. I'll go with you. I don't think I'm above. The rules? He turned to Fong King. Just make sure Lanlin doesn't hear about this. The instructor watched him go. He trusts them, he thought. All right, if that's what he's decided, he'd trust them and give them a chance. Soon after, they entered the room. The official thanked Zhang Yuan for his cooperation, stating that until the management reached a final verdict, he was to remain in this isolation ward. Leaving was strictly forbidden. Zhang Yuan asked if they would take his phone. The man replied, No, there's no signal here anyway. Zhang Yuan's eyes fell on the bed. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. He decided to just lie down and get some rest. First, he'd turn off the light and close the door completely. That's much better. Lying down, a strange thought crossed his mind. It would be better if the room was smaller, and the bed was enclosed on all sides. What? Why was he having such a bizarre thought? He shook it off. It didn't matter. He'd activate his super perception. If anyone approached, he would instantly wake up. As he drifted into slumber, a thought echoed. A dark, calm world. This is my final destination. Meanwhile, in the next room, doctors observed him closely. One of them spoke up. With that, he simply turned off the light and went to sleep. What a guy. Another wondered if he was just faking it to deal with the stress. The man explained he was just dropping off a bag of hot chips and would be there in 5 minutes. His friend gave him 10. After some time passed, the director sat in his office, studying a document. It's time, he declared, to revise the curriculum. The man,
On the couch beside him, agreed. We'll start by applying these changes to every team in the district, not just our own. The director pointed,
a finger at the document, his voice filled with excitement. Look here, a minimum of 85 points in all subjects. Fail the midterms, and they're out. Of the league. He paused. Zi Yi failed everything. Zhang Yuan scored the highest. Shouldn't there be a replacement? The man added that captain, Han's last battle taught her a critical lesson. Just then, a doctor burst into the office, turning to the director with a panicked shout. We have a problem. He explained the infirmary staff couldn't provide aid in time. The boy's hand couldn't be saved. The director asked in disbelief. What about Fang King? The doctor replied. He was there, Xia, but refused to treat him. The director clutched his heart. If he loses his hand, he loses everything. A hand gripped his shoulder. Lao Chen, don't panic. The first step is to understand the situation. He continued.
We don't know his true character. We can ask the captain to change his mind. Moments later, Fang King's phone buzzed with a call from Yuan Fang. He stared at the screen, thinking, if they can't get through, they'll just sick the director on me. These guys. They really don't mess around. He answered the call.
Let me guess, he began. You're calling to ask me about what happened, right? The voice on the other end replied, that wasn't it. Surprised, he asked what it was. He was told what happened wasn't his fault, but he was obligated to heal the boy. The man's voice was firm. Zhang Yuan is a rare talent. He trusts us, and we can't lose. That trust, you won't bear any responsibility, regardless of your choice, he added. Fang King, I know you better than anyone. I believe you have your own reasons for deciding whether he should be saved. The instructor replied, I understand. As he hung up, he spotted a familiar face behind a wall. Lon. She looked up, startled. Brother Fang King. He glanced at her tray. Are you planning to eat all that by yourself? She asked. Is that a problem? By the way, wasn't my brother at the meeting? Why didn't he come to the dining hall with you? Fang King answered. Your brother was bitten by a dog. He's at the hospital getting a rabies shot right now. She gasped. What? He reassured her. He's fine, just a few scratches. But, you have to get the shot in these situations, even for a minor injury. Zhang Lan looked down, murmuring. I see. Fang King pointed to her. Trey. Lan, why are you only eating spicy chicken? Your brother is going to scold you. She shot back. Don't lie, I just took too much and felt bad putting it back. He offered. How about we trade? I'll give you my rice and vegetables, and you give me half your chicken. She eyed him skeptically. Can you handle spicy food? He shrugged. There's no harm in trying something new. She then pointed her fork at his tray. The cafeteria's signature spicy. Chicken is amazing, she promised. You won't be able to stop eating it, he asked. Really? He took a small bite, and his face instantly flushed from the intense heat. So spicy, he thought. Damn it, do people actually enjoy this? I never should have trusted her. Jiang Lan watched him with admiration. So, how is it? It's delicious, right? He cleared his throat, turned away for a second, then gave her a thumbs up. Delicious, he said, while internally screaming, for help. He then turned back to Lan Lan. That dog that bit your brother. The student. Union president has taken it under her wing. It only bit him because it didn't know him, he added. At first, your brother wanted to bring it to you, but he changed his mind after the attack. She asked, why do we need this dog? Is my brother really okay? Fang King recalled the recent fight. Of course, Che, I gave that dog a proper beating. He paused. Do you think we should heal it? She looked at him. Will it attack him again in the future? He adjusted his glasses. No, I will.
Protect him. Zhang Lan took another bite of chicken. Then, we need to heal it. Later, in a hospital room, the director turned to Lao. Are you really going to call the military prosecutor? The man replied. Of the 24 hours, only 2 remain. If Fang King doesn't show up, no.
One can save him. The wounded boy looked down. That's enough. You should all go home. I can't rest properly with you here. The girl turned to the director, suggesting, let's go. Let him be alone. The man folded his hands behind his back. Get some rest, Z. When they all had left the ward, his body began to tremble. Why was I so stupid, he thought, his mind racing. I knew he was chosen by Fang King, yet I still doubted his power. How many times was he warned not to pick a fight? How dare he provoke such a powerful figure, even if Fang King lets him rot? He deserves it. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared at the doorway. Fang King's voice cut through the silence. Do you regret it? The boy scrambled to his knees, shouting, It's my fault. It's all my fault. I didn't mean it. Please, I'm begging you, help me. Healing energy flowed from Fang King's hand onto his shoulder. Stop crying. The bandages on his arm unraveled. As he left the room, the instructor's voice was cold. You're lucky I didn't kill you in public. Next time, no one will be there to save you, he added. And don't forget your promise. Your arm is only intact. Because my sister doesn't want a lame dog. Sometime later, doctors were still monitoring Zhang Yuan. One of them asked, A full day has passed. Is he sleeping a bit too soundly? Another medic added, I've brought him food several times, but he shows no reaction. Maybe he's just pretending to be asleep. Their colleague chimed in. Is it even normal he hasn't eaten, had a drink, or used the restroom this whole time? Just then, a man entered the office. The investigation is complete. Why hasn't he been released yet? One of the staff said awkwardly. It's not that we won't let him go. It's that he refuses to leave. The man replied, I'll see about that. They entered the room together, and the man called out, Zhang Yuan, get up. He flipped on the light. The matter is resolved. You won't face any consequences? Go back to your dorm and rest. He then placed a hand on his shoulder. Hey, why is he so cold? He checked his pulse, gasping for breath. He turned to the medics, screaming for them to get a doctor. Now, the man asked if he should call Fang King, but another doctor wondered how they could possibly tell him something had happened under their watch in solitary confinement. They had to call the head doctor. After a tense wait, a man burst into the room with a briefcase. I was just heading home when you called, he grumbled. You've got to be kidding me. The medic insisted that if the situation wasn't an absolute emergency, they never would have bothered him. The doctor sighed and said he'd take a look. He aimed his magic at Zhang Yuan, but suddenly doubled over, coughing up blood. As his colleague caught him, he stammered, What's happening to you? The head doctor stumbled towards the exit, his voice trembling. It's too cold. He's hopeless. Good luck. Meanwhile, a man in an office was on the phone. He confirmed that the patient's chart noted a previous fall into a state similar to hibernation, but everything had turned out fine. When asked where that information came from, he replied that Fang King had provided it. With that, the man informed the medics that the commander had given the all-clear. The staff protested they couldn't just let him sleep in an isolation ward forever. Another medic recalled hearing that rising temperatures could bring animals out of hibernation. It was worth a try. Soon after, they surrounded the bed with heaters and a speaker. They began shouting at Zhang Yuan that winter was over and spring had arrived. It was time for the animals to awaken. One of the men told Zhang Yuan that he was nominated for a major award for his last mission. All he had to do was wake up and claim his prize. Another held out his phone, declaring that he had a huge collection of photos of gorgeous girls in stunning quality. Once he woke up, he'd send them all over. Suddenly, one medic clutched his heart, asking what else they could possibly do. They were out of options. Returning him to the dorms in this condition was impossible. Another agreed. Something had to be done. They had to call Fang King. At that moment, Zhang Yuan was lost in his own mind. A realm with no time, no space. The other side of the world. He had to stay there, to merge with it. But then, a voice echoed in his head, insisting that someone had attacked his sister. His eyes snapped open, and he
Shot up from the bed. He grabbed Fang King by the collar, demanding to know what he'd just said. The doctors hugged each other in relief. He's awake! He's finally awake!
One man turned to Zhang Yuan, asking if he was all right and if he needed a full examination. Fang King just waved a hand with a smile and said that everything was fine, no exams necessary. He suggested they go get dinner. Once outside, Zhang Yuan checked his phone, puzzled. Why didn't his super sense wake him up? He asked if only a day had passed, because it felt like he'd just fallen asleep. It was strange they let him go so easily. The instructor explained that the commander himself had backed him. What could a simple director do against an order like that? When the guy asked which commander, Fong King clarified. The commander of their entire military region. And Kai's father. He had no idea why the man had stood up for him, but he must have his reasons. Zhang Yuan stroked his chin, thinking that if they had tried to pin something on him, he would have simply leveled the entire academy. But he let it go. Turning back to Fong King. Did you just say my sister was attacked? The instructor scratched his head awkwardly. Well, about that. It was nothing serious. Everything was within the rules. 12 hours earlier, Zhang Lan was slumped in a train seat, crying. I lost, she whispered. I lost again. The young man, sitting beside her, offered a comforting smile. The students from Huangling Academy are all from wealthy families. They started training long before us. That Shang, she is incredibly strong. Just daring to face her is worthy of respect. I wouldn't even have the courage. The girl cried out. A loss is a loss.
I don't need excuses. It just means I'm not strong enough. I'll train harder and become stronger. Lu Wen, sitting across from them,
folded her arms, thinking this trip was supposed to boost Zhang Lan's morale. Just then, the girl made a call. Hello, is this Fong King? I have a request. My brother said you're a pretty good fighter. I want you to help me prepare. Back in the present, Fong King put a hand to his side, smiling sheepishly. And that's pretty much what happened. Zhang Yuan's voice was dangerously low. So, she really entered a competition without telling me in to prepare. She came to you, not me. The instructor held up his hands awkwardly. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm telling you everything I did this for. Your own good, you know. He cleared his throat. Seriously, though, she didn't get any major injuries. She must have thought the competition was her chance to avenge you. Zhang Yuan cracked his knuckles, a chilling aura gathering around him. What's the name of the one who laid a hand on my sister? A short while later, a group of students gathered around an arrogant young man. He raised his glass. I could easily defeat 5 of your so-called champions. You're all weaklings. I don't even need 2. Hands to win. 1 is more than enough. Watching from the side, a student turned to Jian Chengyu. He just keeps bragging and humiliating us. Are we just going to let this happen? Jian Chengyu calmly replied. There's no need to interfere just yet. He's here for the Academy League. His family invested over 200 million yuan into this event. They're using these friendly spars to stir up hype for the main competition. We can't afford to lose face. He sighed, crossing his arms. Still, not a single one of our
first years can beat him. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. Get out here, you trash! Everyone looked around in surprise. The voice roared again. Get over here, now I'm going to
rip your head off. Jian Chengyu frowned. What's all this commotion? Another student added. He really came. It's only 11. The matches aren't officially over. One of them shouted, I'm going to check it out, and ran towards the sound. There, they found Fong King holding a megaphone, with Zhang Yuan standing beside him, arms crossed. The megaphone blared. Will the trash from Huangling Academy please come out? Jian Chengyu froze. His eyes locked on Zhang Yuan in disbelief. Is that her? He thought. We've met before. This must be fate. Although today she looks much more like a guy. He turned to the student next to him. Hey, look at that person beside Fong King. Is that a guy or a girl? The student crossed his arms and scoffed. Despite the looks, that's a guy? A lot of guys wear their hair long these days. You can't judge someone by their hairstyle. While Jian Chengyu stood there, utterly disappointed, a young man walked by. With a sneer, the guy called him trash. 15 of your lackeys are down, and you still want more? Zhang Yuan's voice was ice. So, I hit your sister, the punk scoffed. Since when is hit the word for a real fight? Zhang Yuan's fist began to glow, crackling with raw power. Got anything else you want to say? He challenged. Because today is competition day, and I came here to crush you. With one devastating blow, he sent the guy flying into the fountain. The crowd absolutely erupted. Damn, that was cool. What kind of power is that? Someone call a healer, quick. But Zhang Yuan just stared at his fist. After that sleep, he was so much stronger. Fong King watched in utter surprise. How long would it take you now? He asked. Zhang Yuan replied. It's not about seconds anymore. Yee. It's about how much less energy it consumes. Fong King's eyes widened. Is the recoil gone, too? Then, he suddenly asked. And how old is she now? Zhang Yuan shot him a look. Why do you care? So I can provide cover if something goes wrong. 1.5 days, Zhang Yuan said cryptically, then gathered energy in his palm. Thinking to himself, even juggling multiple abilities, he felt no fatigue. Sleeping in that cell was a miracle cure. He needed to do it more often. Just then, A figure rose, dripping from the fountain. "You vile snake," the guy roared. "You attacked before I was ready. I'll kill you." Zhang Yuan simply glanced at the power crackling in his hand. Is killing even allowed in the Academy League? He wondered aloud. Someone from the crowd screamed, "No, he's a foreigner. His death would spark an international outcry." Hearing this, the beaten guy smirked. "This fight is nonsense. It doesn't count." Suddenly, a massive figure stepped between them. "Hold on." He turned to Fong King. "What's this one's name?" Fong King replied. "That's Zhang Yuan, a freshman. He hasn't broken any rules." The giant, Tian Shuo, stared hard. "He's a boy." Then he dramatically fell to his knees. "A boy? He's really a boy," he whispered. "Wait, he mentioned a sister. Is she a freshman too? They study together. They have the same hairstyle. Could it be a twin sister?" Jian Tianshuo then bowed deeply to a bewildered Zhang Yuan. "Greetings, my name is Jian Tianshuo. I am 18 years old. My height is 1.89 meters and my weight is 78 kilograms. Zhang Yuan was stunned, speechless. "I fell in love with your sister at first sight. I want her to become my girlfriend and later, my wife." A dark aura surrounded Zhang Yuan. "Dude, you dare say that to my face? You're not leaving here in one piece." The first guy finally realized, so that's why he intervened. Energy exploded around Jian Tianshuo. "Zhang Yuan, now it's my turn to attack. My ability lets me imitate a target after physical contact.
But the number of abilities can't exceed my own. I have 3. No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly have 3 suddenly." He collapsed to the ground.
Blood streamed from his nose. Someone in the crowd shrieked. "What happened? Why did he faint?" "A sneak attack. That was definitely a sneak attack." The first opponent pointed an accusing finger, straight at Fong King. "What did you do to him? Why did he lose consciousness?" The instructor scoffed. "It wasn't me. Do you honestly think I'd need to attack on the sly?" Fong King threw his hands up in frustration. "What are you all looking at?" he barked. "Get this guy to the infirmary." He then put a hand on the first fighter's shoulder. "Let me give you some advice," he said quietly. "Just admit you lost." The guy snapped back. "Why the hell should I out of 16 fights? Our school won 15. Fong King shook his head. "That's all nonsense. The only one who matters is the one standing in the end." "Enough!" Zhang Yuan's voice boomed with fury. "Don't change the subject. You think it's that easy to fool me? He'll get to my sister over my dead body." Fong King paled. "I completely forgot about him. He's about to erupt like a volcano. I need to get out of here." But Jian Tianshuo asked, "Why do you think I'm not good enough for her?" The instructor turned to leave, thinking, if this kid survives, I'll personally crown him the most insane guy in the world. Jian Tianshuo puffed out his chest. "My father is a representative of the Zhang group. I'm ranked among the top young rich elites in China. And my family is among the 100 wealthiest in the world." "That doesn't change a thing," Zhang Yuan roared, instantly drawing knives and hurling them at him. The student council president barely managed to concentrate energy into a shield. What did I say wrong, he thought, confused. Why is he so aggressive? Zhang Yuan appeared before him. "What's the matter?" Shocked, he then smashed his fist into the president's face. "What kind of armor is this? What was that clang?" he wondered. Observers shouted, "This can't go on. We need to call security." Jian Tianshuo was sprawled on the ground, asking weakly, Why are you so against my advances?" "Towards your sister." He then asked, "Didn't she turn 12 this year?" "That can't be right." The president thought, "She looked way older than 12. Zhang Yuan grinned darkly. "Maybe the person you met was me." "Of course it was. Are you still offended by such a small thing?" "It was really him." Jian Tianshuo's mind blanked. It was true. "Just let me die right here and now." Zhang Yuan stood over him, holding a knife to his throat. "Do you have anything left to say?" Suddenly, several men appeared. The one in the lead held out his hand and shouted, "Stop!" Zhang Yuan watched as the arriving warriors began preparing for an attack. Someone yelled, "Quickly, you need to stop him." Is this their security? Zhang Yuan thought. Wait, why is the soil melting? He leaped to the side as the ground turned to quicksand, sucking the student council president inside. "He got out of the quagmire. How is that possible?" One warrior gasped. "I don't know, but he did it," replied the other. The man in front shouted, "Tian Shuo is trapped. We need to get him out, quickly." Zhang Yuan froze the soil solid. Stuck in the ground like that, he'll die in minutes, he thought. If they continue to interfere... He threw the knives, warning them. "I don't enjoy killing innocents," he said, his voice deadly calm. "So don't get in my way." The warrior's blood ran cold. This guy, he's too strong. We're no match for him. If he's serious about killing Tianshuo, we can't stop him. The leader yelled, "Stop! You have to break the connection." "I can't," the warrior screamed back. "If I do, I'll die." "I can last a little longer," the leader shouted. "No, if you continue, you'll die anyway." He appeared behind the warrior, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You have a bright future ahead of you," he said. "You should join the Nighthawks."
Still channeling the magic, the warrior cried out in anguish. "If I can't even save one person, how could I ever join them?" A squad of Nighthawks. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened.
"It's him. Comrade Lan Lan from my past life. He fought bravely until the very end. I won't let him die for that bastard's sake. All right then. I'll save him. We're letting that bastard live until our next encounter." One warrior asked if he simply left. Another questioned if they should pursue him. "We have to get him back." After a moment, Zhang Wen located the building where Fong King was perched on the roof. He muttered that he was certain the guy would be a corpse this time. He never imagined he'd have a change of heart at the very last second. Fong King simply said he was too exhausted to continue the fight. The instructor guessed that he just didn't want any innocent people to get caught in the crossfire. The boy remained silent, and Fong King declared he could see right through him. Zhang Yuan then checked his phone, realizing there was no signal, making it impossible to call a taxi. He suggested they go for a night run together. The instructor scoffed. "A jog? Do you have any clue how far we are?" "From the academy," the guy calmly stated, "it was about 30 kilometers. "A whole 30 kilometers? The instructor yelled. He glanced at his own phone, deciding he didn't want to run. He'd figure something else out. A short while later, they were cruising in a car. Zhang Yuan watched the girl driving, thinking she must have come specifically to retrieve them. While they were standing on the street, Zhang Yuan commented that he didn't realize Fong King had a wealthy benefactor. "What are you talking about?" Fong King asked. "This is my mother's friend." "So, did you like her?" the main character said. "Not really." He then turned, waving his hand. "It's late, so I'm heading to bed," the instructor yelled that he was an idiot. The isolation ward and the hostel were in the opposite direction. He stared in disbelief at the departing Zhang Yuan. As the boy said, he needed the isolation room. Later, Fong King sat beside the resting boy. Zhang Yuan asked, "He's asleep. So what are you doing? Did you decide to act as my personal nightlight?" Fong King confessed he was worried Zhang Yuan wouldn't be able to wake up on his own again. Then he asked if he could at least see his sister first. The boy replied that it was now 1 in the morning, and she was already fast asleep. "Besides," he added, "I don't think she wants to see me that badly." The instructor asked why Zhang Yuan sat up on the bed, explaining that Lan Lan has had a fiery spirit since childhood. Whenever she lost a game, she would hide away to cry by herself. She even concealed her plans for special training from him. He insisted he wouldn't interfere with her, and warned Fong King not to teach her anything reckless. Fong King folded his arms and claimed he had no idea what he was talking about. Then, the main character leaned back on the bed, proposing an experiment. "I'll lie down for 5 minutes. You try to wake me up." The instructor said nothing. After a moment, once the boy was asleep, he leaned in close and whispered that his sister was being beaten by the students from Huiling Academy. There was no reaction. He began to try other tactics. He whispered that Tianshuo had kidnapped his sister, that she and Lanlan were planning to escape. "You need to wake up. They're going to force your sister to absorb the crystal's power again. Yuan, you're being threatened by the guys from Huiling." He looked at the peaceful face and wondered. He isn't waking up at all. Perhaps even in sleep, his subconscious can distinguish truth from lies. That's why he doesn't stir. He's different from the rest. Just like me. This is the first time I've met someone like this. No matter what, this time, I will find a way to help him. After some time had passed, doctors addressed a powerful woman, saying they had tried everything they could. The guy was lying in a hospital bed, hooked up to medical equipment. The doctor stated he was likely the victim of a mental attack, one they couldn't possibly fix. The woman thought to herself, "My son. He is my ultimate trump card in controlling the Qi family. With him, she was untouchable. The Imperial Hospital is useless. I can't rely on them." Her eyes widened in sudden realization as she turned toward the exit. A new plan forming. Of course, China has the Ruins Management Bureau, an organization that handles criminals with superpowers. I can use the Imperial family's name to apply pressure on them, and find an expert in this country who can save him. Meanwhile, John C. Yuan received a call from her brother, sitting at her laptop. She answered, asking if he was seriously calling at 1:30 in the morning. "Are you drunk?" She stepped onto her balcony and asked about the girl he wanted her to find. "You should. Just forget about it. I've searched through every student list and found no one matching the description." The guy on the other end said, "There's no need to look anymore. I know who it is." The girl asked who. He revealed it was a freshman. Jang Yuan. She thought, Jang Yuan, that girl Lan's older brother. It's just so wrong for a boy to have that kind of hairstyle. She pulled up his photo on her laptop and thought, damn it, it really is him. If you just Photoshop the hairstyle, it's a perfect match. All the uniforms for boys and girls at the academy are identical. She sent him the edited photo and told him to take a look. The guy on the other end thought, wait a second, hold on, what am I even thinking? It's a boy. A boy. Well, the photo isn't half bad. I'll keep it as a memento. I'll just think of him as my idol. Yeah. Then he asked if there were any more. More what? She asked. He replied, photos, she said. 50 yuan apiece, and I don't do credit. He told her he needed 100 of them and immediately transferred 5 billion to her account. The next morning, Jang Lan awoke to an alert on her phone. Today is Sunday, September 22nd. The weather is sunny. She sat up in bed and said, it's already morning. Then she looked in the mirror and thought, I cried too much yesterday. My entire face is swollen. How can I even go outside like this? She then noticed an incoming call. Why is Fong King calling me so early? Did something happen? She picked up the phone, and the guy said, your brother's fine. It's just an allergy from an injection, so he was sent to quarantine, she asked. Allergies. What is this about? He replied, in about 2 years, you'll understand. But for now, everything's fine. He's fast asleep. You probably couldn't wake him with a tank right now, she said, that he was always like that. So waking him up is a real challenge, Fong King asked. Why not give it a shot? He then opened the voice recorder on his phone and held it. Up to the sleeping guy, Jang Lan's voice yelled, brother, get up! The sun has already risen. Get up! I want to eat! The guy immediately woke up and asked, what do you want I'll cook right now? Then she said, stupid brother. How can you sleep so much? Okay, since you're in the hospital, you'd better get some proper rest. The guy agreed with her, and she added that she was going to have dinner with her roommates, so he shouldn't worry about her. Bye. He said okay. And then Fong King asked, did you seriously call Lan in the middle of the night? The instructor asked if he wanted to check the time. The guy said that he just laid down for a minute. Then he saw the clock and asked in shock, what? It's morning already. Fong King adjusted his glasses and said, perhaps your perception of time is different from the commonly accepted one. Send me that recording. I'll make it my new alarm clock. Zhang Yuan then asked, how did you guess? The man simply replied, that's just how I am. Zhang Yuan then settled onto the bed. The alarm is set. Time to sleep, he added. If this doesn't work, you'll have to get more creative. Hey, the instructor yelled. The guy then asked if he could build a kitchen in the dorm. Fong King replied, I'll figure something out. Later, 2 men sat, facing each other. One of them asked, Commander An, what is your relationship with Zhang Yuan? In shock, the commander spat out his drink. The bureau director, Wang Poai, warned him, don't laugh, I'm being serious. He had spent the entire night reviewing the kid's file. The mother of the boy beaten by Zhang Yuan, she had gone to his apartment to deal with him herself. Furthermore, some of his information was classified at the highest level, inaccessible even to the director. Commander, don't you dare tell me this is all a coincidence, he said, that you have nothing to do with it. This child is deceiving everyone. The commander calmly replied, I know everything about him, so there's no need to worry. But he thought to himself, these aren't small matters. He has far too many abilities for his level. He absolutely needs to be investigated. The director continued, his strength is much greater than his file indicates. I want to give him my recommendation. I just hope he won't let us down. Elsewhere, a young woman wiped tears from her eyes. A man told her, we've already submitted the request. I'm sure we'll have news by tomorrow. She screamed back, what the hell, I need news today if it's not done in 24 hours. It's all over. Just then, the door opened. The man looked at the visitors and asked, who are you? The reply came, the commander of the Eastern District is here to visit the wounded. The woman's eyes lit up. The commander is here. It means the plan worked. They're ready to help him. The commander approached the patient's bed. His eyes seemed to glow as he asked the woman, How many abilities does he have? 3, she answered. Have you tried every option? Yes. He was hit by a special attack, the commander explained. It stimulated more abilities than he could handle, and that's why his brain is damaged. She looked at him. Stunned, she fell to her knees, crying out, Please, help him, I'll give you any amount of money. But the man's voice was cold. This isn't about money. We saw the video. He lost. Furthermore, he attempted to use a forbidden technique. He got what he deserved. He concluded, Our country bears no responsibility for this. No responsibility, the woman shrieked. Don't you know who stands behind him? The commander calmly retorted. And do you know who stands behind Zhang Yuan? Her face was a mask of surprise. His answer was absolute. The entire country is behind him. Later, as the men rode the elevator, one of them remarked, As expected, that kid ran right into trouble. So, what's our next move? His colleague asked. The man sighed. I'm sick of it. Another from the Zhu family chimed in. I like Sister Zhang Yuan, but now... I'm backing down to avoid getting caught up in this mess. He brushed his bangs aside. Someone needs to buy a volume of criminal law and beat some sense into him with it. His friend asked, A mental or physical beating? The man just grinned. We'll make him a special cocktail. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan was completely out of breath. Lan, her brother said gently, You're still growing. You need more sleep. I'm having a kitchen installed tomorrow, so I'll make you breakfast, and I'll bring it to you. She looked at him. Don't... He paused. Is my cooking that bad? That's not it at all, she replied quickly. The breakfast you make is very tasty. But you'll be tired all day if you wake up that early for me. Besides, the food in the dining hall is delicious and filling. You should try it. He watched her, thinking. Even though I can't taste anything, she is pretty cute. He then turned and saw someone running towards them. The person was clutching something. Shangguan, why is he rushing here? Is he planning to attack me with something hot? The guy suddenly fell to his knees, right in front of them. He opened a container and declared, I am asking for hot buns. Woof Zhanglan blinked. Oh, a weirdo is proposing to my brother with cafeteria buns, Fong King said flatly. Zhang Lanlun, this is your dog now. A short while later, they were all in the dining room, the girl happily chewing her food. Wow, this is so good, she exclaimed. Then she turned to her brother. It's not nice to treat a person like a dog. Shangguan just smiled and said, I'm perfectly fine with it. Woof Zhanglan then approached Shangguan. Don't be afraid, she said softly, letting down his hair. My brother is actually a very good person. The boy's eyes lit up. I know Zhang Yuan is the most gentle and kind person in the world. She smiled. Exactly, so there's no need to be scared. Today, we're activating a new state. My brother will be the sweetest and gentlest, and he won't bully his comrades. Zhang Yuan then reached for his sister's hair. Then you should activate your state too, he teased. And we'll change your hairstyle. Fong King put a hand on Shangguan's shoulder and told him not to be upset. Just finish your dog food. Watching from afar was Zhu Siyuan. She snapped a picture, thinking, A great photo of Zhang Yuan. I'll be able to sell it to my brother for 448 more than usual. With AI, I can even change his clothes and add makeup. Now, this is what I call a real transformation. Sometime later, a teacher addressed the class. Anyone who scores less than 85 points on the exams will not receive a diploma. And you will not be allowed to participate in the competition. You must all put in your best effort. Zhanglan immediately stood up. Okay, can I go now? The teacher nodded. Your situation is special. You don't need to attend. He told her to see her supervisor, then pointed to the now empty desk. Guan, sit in her place. He started the lesson. Today, we will discuss... Shangguan stared at the textbook in front of him. What is he talking about? I don't understand anything. I can't do this. He remembered the principal said. Zhang Yuan was a student. But would he beat me to death if I asked for help? Asterisk? Wait, Miss Zhang put him on gentle mode today. Maybe it's worth a try. He turned to Zhang Yuan, pointing at the textbook. Zhang Yuan, could you explain this to me? The guy replied. A set consists of 3 elements. Shangguan couldn't believe it. He's really going to teach me? Woof, what a joy. Are you even listening to me? Zhang Yuan asked. Shangguan nodded eagerly. The teacher watched them and thought, It seems that boy has found himself a tutor. Well, perhaps this is for the best. But 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuan's voice exploded. 5. I've asked you the same question 5 times. Ask again, and he would surely die. As he tied back his hair, Guan felt a chill run down his spine. The gentle facade was gone. The student bit his finger, deep in thought. Before the teacher praised his brilliant answer, Zhang Yuan simply turned his head away. Guan grabbed his own head, terrified. Had he just stared into the depths of hell? Later, Fong King caught up to Zhang Yuan on the street. He began with a simple question. Why did he avoid seeing Lan Lan? Zhang Yuan explained that from now on, she had individual lessons. They'd only cross paths in the dining hall. He sighed, remembering her words. I'm not little anymore. You can't run after me forever. Then he changed the subject. By the way, has the Hewing Academy caused any more trouble? Fong King's expression darkened. Funny you should ask. Is Commander An coming? Zhang Yuan asked, surprised. The instructor held up a finger. He's taken an interest in your abilities. They want to recruit you. Zhang Yuan scoffed. They're all the same. First, Mr. Lin used his condition to force Lan Lan into battle. And now this. All right, let's drop it, Fong King said, changing the mood. He pulled out his phone. I think you'll find this very interesting. Your name is on the list now, both of them. He pointed. You can even choose your opponent, Jiang Er or Xuanming. Zhang Yuan smacked him on the head. Ah, right, the instructor yelped. I meant Yuan, yes, Zhang Yuan. My mistake. It won't happen again. Fong King rubbed the sore spot. Having your real name on the list means you're officially in the public eye. And that means trouble will follow. Later, Fong King watched Jiang Lan train relentlessly against a punching bag. Not bad, he commented. Actually, quite good. You'll surpass your brother in no time. Really? She asked, her eyes shining. I want to become stronger than him, but he can't ever know about it. The instructor smirked. He already knows everything. He then placed a pair of rabbit ears on Guan. All right, time to practice on a live target. This is weird, Guan stammered. Fong King reassured him. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. I'm right here. Awkwardly, the boy stepped forward. Come at me, she commanded. Hours later, Zhang Yuan was writing at his desk when a sudden noise came from his door. Who could that be in the middle of the night? He cracked the door open, and a frantic Guan latched onto his leg. Use your words, Zhang Yuan sighed. Save me, Guan wailed. Train me, I want to become stronger. What makes you think I'd teach you? Zhang Yuan asked flatly. Guan pleaded. I know you're a good person. I'll ask at least 5 times before you get angry. Zhang Yuan tried shaking him off. No, I am not good. Now back off. I was wrong, Guan cried out. I was arrogant and blind when I challenged you. The truth is, I'm so weak I can't even defeat Miss Zhang. Zhang Yuan froze at those words. You fought with Lan Lan. Yes, Fong King made me her sparring partner, Guan confessed. She beat me 10 times. I had no strength to resist at all. He fell to his knees, utterly defeated. If this continues, I can't even be your dog. Please, make me stronger. I promise I will obey you without question. Zhang Yuan remained silent, then finally spoke. Fine, since you are her sparring partner, I will help you. But you must secretly videotape all of Lan Lan's training for me. And she must never find out, Guan immediately shouted. No problem, he thought to himself. He must be afraid that Fong King will bring her trouble. So he's asking me to keep an eye on her. That's perfectly reasonable. But Zhang Yuan's true thought was different. This time, I will not miss a moment of Lan Lan's growth. Can we start training right now? Guan asked eagerly. Are you afraid of dying in the middle of the night? Zhang Yuan questioned. If I can practice until I'm half dead, then I will. Zhang Yuan analyze the task ahead. I'll need to work on his fitness, his mental state, and his talent control. His foundation is good. But if I go all out, I might just kill him. We'll start by blocking attacks. Guan unleashed a flurry of strikes. He attacked from all sides, but Zhang Yuan blocked every blow. Hours later, Guan was completely exhausted. While Zhang Yuan examined his own hand, after such a long battle, he hadn't improved at all. But he did get a small power boost. How can I train this kid without killing him? But then, Guan started to rise again. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Just who is training whom here? I can't do it anymore, Guan panted. But I feel like I've become stronger. Zhang Yuan looked at him in surprise. Guan pointed a trembling finger. Before, you wouldn't have let me get away. But now, I can take a step forward. He spoke with newfound admiration. A small step for you is a huge step for me this month. I'll bring my abilities even a little closer to yours. Sometime later, inside the Juku guest house in Shangjing City, a man slid a glass across the table. The old man, he said, has retired. A woman asked, why isn't Lao Bai helping the Bureau's investigation? The man replied, the number of these cases has grown, and we even found a couple of clues. But just as he was about to conduct an in-depth investigation, he was wounded and forced into retirement. We suspect the other side has an agent in our military. But right now, it's just an assumption. There is no proof. The woman held her glass, deep in thought. Since his seat is empty now, will you take it? The man shook his head. Fong King recommended someone. He turned 16 this year and is still in the academy. But his strength is impressive. Fong King, she asked. Do you know each other? Maybe, she replied. The man took a sip of his drink.
Over the past 2 days, this kid's name has appeared several times on the list of talented newcomers. So I would like to meet him. Soon after, a man approached Zhang Yuan. My name is Yang Gong Chuo, captain of the South China Military Region Squadron. I am ranked 15th on the list, and I am here to challenge you.
Liu Wei pointed at Zhang Yuan. You are currently ranked 137th. If you don't accept the challenge, our rankings will be swapped. Zhang Yuan knew that with such a small difference. It was foolish to come all this way just for a challenge. I accept the challenge, he said, his mind racing. To find out his true goal, he knew he could only fight him. The captain turned to his companion. Come on, President, if you would give the order, tell. They're here to escort Zhang Yuan back to healing. The president warns him that their academy is no joke, and he'd better watch his words. The other whispers, promising they'll do whatever it takes to win him over. The president awkwardly insists it's a misunderstanding. He simply admires the man. Besides, the real reason for their visit is to apologize, so there's no need to escalate things. A short time later, Yang Jue stood before Zhang Yuan. The man between them declared the boundaries of the sparring ground, forbidding other students from entering. He would serve as the witness. The fight would begin when they were ready. Yang Jue asked Zhang Yuan, You're not using a weapon. The boy replied that since Yang Jue was ranked lower, he'd grant him that advantage. Yang Jue declared that if he insisted, they would begin. He lunged with his blade, but Zhang Yuan dodged. The man praised his incredible reaction time. He pressed his assault, but Zhang Yuan continued to evade. Wondering if his opponent truly intended to fight with only a sword, Guan Yi joyfully pumped her fist, shouting, Awesome! Zhang Yuan, don't hold back! Let him have it, Fang Jing thought. Isn't that Master Kai's disciple, if I'm not mistaken? He was sent to gauge Zhang Yuan's true strength. Yang Jue noted he was only ranked 137, a rather low position. Zhang Yuan said the same. His opponent declared he was going to get serious. Swinging his sword and charging forward, Zhang Yuan dodged again, wondering why his aim was so strange. Was he planning to use some kind of special equipment? The man roared, Watch out! And unleashed a flurry of wind sickles. The attack missed, and Zhang Yuan noted he must have looked down on him, fighting so passively. The challenger boasted that the speed of his attack was immense. He couldn't possibly resist it. Zhang Yuan simply beckoned with his hand and said, Don't hold back. Show me your real abilities. A fire lit in the man's eyes as he swung his sword, declaring, As you wish. Once again, the attacks missed their mark. Zhang Yuan thought, Interesting. It's hard to counter from the ground. He then launched himself into the air. Yang Jue watched, in shock. Did he just decide to fly? No matter, the technique only lasts another 3 seconds. He can't stay airborne for that long. He then shouted to Fang Jing to share her life force with him. The instructor thought, Is he insane? What if he dies from the strain? The guy wondered why Fang Jing was just standing there. It's over for me this time. But before he could finish, his eyes fell on Zhang Yuan, who had frozen everything around him. He declared that anything can be frozen. Even the air itself. The man pointed, asking if he was falling so slowly because of the icy air. Fang Jing deadpanned. Maybe he's just too skinny. Then she thought, This man is demonstrating power beyond human comprehension. Guan Yi retorted that freefall speed has nothing to do with weight. She might be bad at physics, but he shouldn't lie to her face. The instructor asked what physics had to do with anything. Zhang Yuan froze the air above him. It froze, compressed, and became denser, creating a convection with the warmer air below. The wind resistance caused by this strong convection counteracted a portion of gravity's pull, slowing his descent. We know Zhang Yuan fell from 8 meters in 3 seconds. So what is his speed? Just before landing, Guan Yi grabbed her head and yelled, That's enough. I admit it. I'm an idiot. Yang Jue shouted that his abilities were truly incredible. But now, since the surrounding temperature was so low, he wouldn't be able to pull off that trick a second time. Dodging yet another strike, Zhang Yuan replied, Unfortunately for you, I can now see the trajectory of your attacks. Your trick won't work anymore either. Yang Jue thought, He actually broke through my attack. How is he so fast? He glanced at the floor and realized the ice was slowly melting, reducing friction with the ground. As the fight raged on, Yang Jue roared that he was naive to think he could win this way. And then, Zhang Yuan's fist slammed into his face. The man collapsed, then struggled to his feet, coughing and admitting, that he actually succeeded. You're incredibly strong. But now you're wounded too. Zhang Yuan focused energy into his fist and asked, Are you capable of regeneration? If not, surrender and call a doctor. Yang Jue coughed, lowered his head, and conceded. I give up. The official raised Zhang Yuan's hand and declared him the winner. Guan Yi screamed that it was so cool. Li Wen buried her head in her chest, whispering, That's great. He won. Amazing, Zhang Yuan said. Instructor, you're hugging me too tight. I can't breathe. Fang Jing, while healing Yang Jue, thought that she had reason to doubt the authenticity of his shortness of breath. The challenger then shook Zhang Yuan's hand, saying his strength and generosity were truly admirable. He had gained priceless experience. Zhang Yuan replied that he was also skilled, and he had learned much as well. The man offered to meet up if he was ever in his city. Just then, everyone turned toward the entrance as someone demanded to know why Zhang Tianyu had broken in. Why didn't security stop them? The man crossed his arms and said they really needed to work on their academy's security. Zhang Tianyu looked at the two men and thought, Are they actually shaking hands? His demonic side whispered that he should challenge Zhang Yuan so he too could touch him. But his kinder side thought, No, I'll beat him to death. His subordinate put a hand on Zhang Tianyu's shoulder and asked, President, what's wrong with you? Our goal? The president snapped out of it. Oh, right. He approached the victor and said, Zhang Yuan, on behalf of Huling Academy, I invite you to join us. I hope you'll accept. He placed a hand over his heart and dramatically declared their terms. We're offering a 30 million per month scholarship. All resources for crystal cutting and cultivation will be provided for free upon graduation from our academy. You will become the student council president, second only to the director himself. His subordinate thought, An offer like that is more than just tempting. What will Zhang Yuan choose? But Zhang Yuan simply said, I refuse. Did this guy really have the audacity to try and poach people like this? If it weren't for the witnesses, I'd have killed him right here. Tianyu grabbed his head in disbelief and cried. Why? Zhang Yuan crossed his arms. Tianyu, people have their own views and principles. Not everything can be decided by money. The guy thought, Damn it, I didn't even get to apologize and I've already lost face. Again. He held his hands out pleadingly. Zhang Yuan, what happened before was a complete misunderstanding. I beg for your forgiveness. He thought to himself, the person I ran into that day was his sister. I swear I had no ill intentions towards her. Zhang Yuan's mind raced. Collided? He thought that was my sister, huh? Then, realizing the danger, they yelled for him to get out. His allies scrambled for the exit, grabbing the president. One of them shouted, Sir, run by nightfall. You should have enough time to reach Mount Canaan. What mountain? He asked, confused. The man cursed. Those shameless bastards from healing the Academy's security needs a serious upgrade. We can't just let them poach our talent. Later, Lu Wen addressed the director directly. I underestimated Zhang Yuan, she admitted. He would never go over to their side. Turning her gaze to Zhang Yuan, she asked, Is that true? He simply nodded in agreement. He knew that if he ever left, Lan Lan would follow. This place wasn't perfect, but it was a world away from their old life. For Lan Lan's comfort, transferring was out of the question. No amount of money mattered. They didn't truly care about them. A while later, as they walked down the street, Zhang Yuan turned to Feng Qing. Are you friends with a man named Yang Zhuo? Why do you ask? Feng Qing replied. Surprised, Zhang Yuan noted that Yang Zhuo hadn't made any sarcastic remarks. We're not exactly friends, Feng Qing clarified. Just good acquaintances. He came to challenge me. It's not bad. But it's not exactly good, either. Zhang Yuan just shrugged. Well, everything ended well for me. The instructor laughed. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. Sometime later, in a hotel room, a man studied Zhang Yuan's report. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. These last 2 points, they should be deleted. For an ice ruin master. A low body temperature is the norm, and appearance is irrelevant. He clicked the mouse. Done. You can send it. Talent like this is not easy to find. After verification, he might even become a candidate. Meanwhile, in the dining hall, Zhang Lan asked her brother, What's wrong with you? Zhang Yuan apologized to her. I saw the news too late and didn't make the reservation. He glanced at his phone. The golden sarcophagus? Why are we looking at that? She asked. He agreed, then added, Besides, the Academy's anniversary is this week. They've prepared a ton of events, movie showings, theater performances, a mini amusement park, a night food market, a bunch of food courts, a concert, and even a maid cafe. Zhang Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Feng Qing pointed his finger at Zhang Yuan. So, do you want to see the sarcophagus? He asked. When Zhang Yuan nodded, the instructor chimed in. Given your rating, you can go there without an appointment. Zhang Yuan was shocked. Is that really such a privilege? It is. As soon as you receive the special badge, getting into places ceases to be a problem. Really? The main character asked. Feng Qing told him to leave it to him. When do you plan to go? On the 4th. He raised his index finger, his mind racing. While this isn't entirely fair to others, that sarcophagus holds the secret of my revival. I have to be extremely careful. A while later, Feng Qing video called his mother. Mom, I need to talk to you about the museum. She teased him. My boy is all grown up, turning to me for help for the very first time. So, will you help me or not? He pressed. Of course I will, she replied warmly. By the way, that request for throwing knife samples, that was for the new guy. Wasn't it Mom is always monitoring your affairs? What do you mean by that? He asked. Nothing at all, she said sweetly. I just want you to visit during Golden Week and talk to your mommy. Feng Qing's tone sharpened. So you didn't invite me home for the summer. But now you're begging Mom, be honest with me. Is it because Uncle Kai needs a strong fighter for the team? She simply told him to come, and she would tell him everything. Sometime later, a man reviewed information about Zhang Yuan. If you believe the intel from the special communication, he began. A voice on the line confirmed the one who killed the target and took his crystal was Zhang Yuan. He either has it stored somewhere, or he's already absorbed it. The murdered man's only daughter has renounced her inheritance rights. Your mission is to retrieve the crystal at any cost. Mission codename. Nirvana. Accepted, he confirmed, then brought a hand to his chin. Rob's daughter is a complete fool. The probability of her successfully absorbing the crystal was 100%, the same for her children. She threw away a chance of a lifetime. For years, he had hidden in China, protecting his fellow countrymen. But China had suddenly decided to investigate the activities of foreigners on its soil. Sooner or later, the truth about him would come out. After this mission, I'll retire and return to my homeland. He muttered aloud. It would be best if this Zhang Yuan hasn't absorbed the crystal yet. Otherwise, we'll have to imprison him until we can extract it. No matter what, we can't just kill him. He then looked at Zhang Lan's file. His eyes widened in surprise. What? He has a sister? A sly smile crept across his face. Well now, hasn't this mission just become easier? Sometime later, in a special classroom. Welcome home, someone greeted them. Zhang Lan gazed around in admiration. Wow, is this the third-year cafe? The design is so beautiful, and the maid outfits are adorable.
An embarrassed Su Wanying asked. Gentlemen, what would you like to drink today? Jianxi added. We have coffee, tea, juice, everything.
The girl thought, why is she looking at me like that? Somehow, this outfit doesn't seem so cute anymore. Zhang Yuan ordered. 1 strawberry soda. And a piece of strawberry cake. Zhang Lan pouted. Brother, why do you only order what I like? You've always had a good appetite. But lately, you're eating half as much as I am. If you continue like this, you'll die from exhaustion. Are you worried about me? He teased. She turned to the staff and ordered another serving. Of mint chocolate-flavored ice cream. Then she spotted Guan in a maid costume. Brother Shan, you're here too. She immediately pulled out her camera. Pointing it at him, she declared, You're such a beauty, I'm sure you'll win the Miss Academy title this year. He pleaded with her to stop, but the girl snapped a photo. She thought, he actually decided to dress up as a woman, though Zhang Yuan would probably pull it off better. Afterwards, while walking down the street, Zhang Yuan looked at his sister. Lan Lan, autumn has arrived. As much as you love that outfit, it's time for a change, she pouted. You want me to change into those childish clothes you bought me? I'm an adult now. I won't wear something like that, he thought to himself. In my previous life, I was too busy, just trying to provide for our family. I ignored the fact that Lan Lan was growing up. I wanted her to always remain as tender and weak as she was in childhood. Perhaps, it was no coincidence she turned into a first-class warrior. He then told her, I'm going to the museum. You need to get there carefully. And wait for me. I'll be back by lunchtime. As she walked on ahead, she replied, I understand. Sometime later, he was on a bus, gazing out the window.
Staring out the window, a thought crossed his mind. Now, in his downtime, he was simply sleeping in the isolation ward. He felt his abilities sharpening, his power growing stronger.
The recovery for his cryo abilities had been slashed to just 24 hours, but he hadn't noticed any other changes. In his past life, he only visited the museum 4 years later, right when the invasion began. But in this timeline, his and Lan Lan's destinies had been completely rewritten, even with the butterfly effect. A change on this scale should have been impossible. What will happen when he finally confronts the sarcophagus? What if he's pulled into that slumber and can't wake up? Just to be safe. He set his sister's voice as his ringtone. A short while later, he stood before several men. The eldest stepped forward, introducing himself as Shirui Wu, the curator, welcoming him on behalf of all his colleagues. The man asked if he needed a guide. The young man's voice was strained. "No, thank you. I'll look at everything myself." The curator nodded in understanding.
"As you requested," he confirmed. "We have turned off all the cameras. Your identity will remain a secret." With that, Zhang Yuan walked towards the sarcophagus.
This was it, the golden sarcophagus that had sent him back 4 years ago. But looking at it now, there was nothing remarkable. No gap, no seam. There was no space between the cover and the body. He would never know what was inside. A chill ran down his spine. What if he touched it suddenly? A portal warped into existence on the coffin's wall, right where his hand rested. "What the hell?" he yelled, just before the portal swallowed him whole. Meanwhile, a girl was lying on her bed, scrolling through her phone. Damn it, who is this black-haired girl? She's encroaching on my title as the campus beauty. Nearby, another girl was at a table, writing furiously in a notebook. "What nonsense," she muttered before getting up and heading for the door. "I'm off to training," she announced. The first girl shot up in bed, exclaiming, "We need to prepare for the Academy's anniversary?" Jian Shan smirked. Even though Ying Ying said she didn't care. Was she telling the truth? She considered posting Zhang Yuan's photo just to provoke her.
Tapping away on her laptop, she thought, "I just need to fix a few things." Elsewhere, a group of guys strolled along a busy street.
One of them clutched a box, explaining their strategy. "First, we earn the trust of Zhang Yuan's sister. Then, we use her to lure her brother out. But if we're too straightforward, this won't work. Isn't this a little underhanded?" Giant Yanwo was unfazed. "I'm 70% confident in this plan." He thought back on the intel they had. The news is firsthand. Zhang Yuan is obsessed with his sister. He always orders her favorite strawberry cake, even though he loves mint chocolate. And even though she loves to make fun of him, he has no reason not to trust them. They approached a large display booth, and one of the guys sighed. "Damn, why is Guanwei even in this competition?" he grumbled. "The standards at this academy are surprisingly progressive." The president remained silent. Looking on, he gazed admiringly at the photo on the stand. Outrageous, he thought. "I'll vote for Zhang Yuan." Then he saw the votes and blanched. Why do more people vote for this other girl? He roared with fury. How dare she manipulate the votes? The guy beside him jumped in surprise. "Immediately inform our people they are to vote for Zhang Yuan. For every 100 votes," he declared. "I will add a point to their performance table," his subordinate asked. "Fighting a wedge with a wedge, sir, precisely." The director's thoughts were interrupted as someone sprinted past. I wonder where he's going. He then watched the man attack a soldier in uniform, yelling, "Stop, you cannot use your abilities." "On the premises of the academy," the student shot back. "President, we are in someone else's academy. What is happening here has nothing to do with us." The president paused. "I forgot." Then, looking at the man in the military uniform, he thought, "Strange. This guy is well armed. He doesn't look like an actor. He looks quite dangerous." Suddenly, the runner shouted back, "And what will you do to stop me? The performance is about to begin." "Performance?" the president asked. Confused. "I'm in a hurry," the guy shouted. He then took out his walkie-talkie and said, "Shadow calling chameleon." A voice crackled back. "This is Fujiki. I was just discovered by 2 students," he reported. "I managed to convince them, but the possibility of exposure can't be ruled out." Ruin Kai, watching the cameras, responded. "How can you be so inconsiderate?" Shadow replied. "He discovered me using his own powers." Li Meni asked if he was okay. He replied, "I have drawn the necessary boundary. The academy is sealed." Sitting on a roof, Shakan Zachary chimed in. "She's fine. These boys are crazy. They are right now staging some kind of protest." A group of students held up Zhang Yuan's poster, chanting, "Our goddess. Our love, the beauty of the academy incredible."
Ruan Kai's voice was cold. "We are changing the plan. Give them poison and tea at the entrance to the cafeteria. Let them get acquainted with the line for the toilet."
Moments later, Shakan Zachary stood behind a counter with free milk tea. She smiled sweetly and said, "Fragrant milk tea is completely free. Please, help yourselves." A while later, a guy called out to Jiang Lan. She turned around. "Huh." Giant Yanuo smiled warmly. "Hello, my name is Tianhuo, and this is Q Ren. We are friends of your brother," he explained. "We came to visit him." She looked at the gift with admiration. "My brother went to the museum today," he asked. "Will you give him the cake for us?" She took the box and smiled. Of course he won't be back until noon. Why don't you come to our festival?
The drama club performed wonderfully. It's a pity yesterday was the last performance. The president overheard them, his eyes wide.
Yesterday? He suddenly shouted, "Something is going to happen. You need to call the director immediately." Tu Ren checked his phone. "I have no signal." Zhang Lan looked at her phone in surprise. Has everyone lost their signal? The president's mind was racing. In this part of China, the cycle of day and night is stable. If it's still sunny, it means someone has intervened. Shakan Zachary's voice came over the comms. "Target number 2, Zhang Lan, was discovered at the entrance to the dining room. Detain her." The command came. "We will be there now." She then activated her ability target's internal desire enhancement. It causes severe hallucinations,
Paralyzes the nerves, and can lead to death in excess. A student dropped his drink, laughing manically. "Baby, she's so cute."
There should be no tears on such a beautiful face. A crowd of students began reaching for Zhang Lan. Tianhuo's eyes widened. "There's something wrong with their eyes. It's as if they're being controlled by someone," he yelled. "Chu Rin, try to use your skills to weaken the impact." The guy used his comeback ability, then grunted, "No, the opponent's ability level is a little higher than mine, I can't help." An enchanted student leered. "Hey, beauty." The president clenched his fist angrily. He knew a battle was inevitable, but empowered by the mysterious cake, Zhang Lan had already launched her attack. "Look out, run!" she screamed. "I'll handle this." Chu Ren watched in awe, exclaiming, "Sister Zhang Yuan is so cool." The president revealed they were family, then gave Zhang Lan a grateful nod. "But we can't let you fight alone." He stretched out his hands towards their enchanted allies, and a crushing force slammed them to the ground. Strawberry triple gravity cake. The girl who'd just bought it stared in shock. "He's so strong. He took them down in one move." The president tried to comfort her. "Don't cry. I'll buy you a new one. Now run to the radio room and call for help." He asked if she knew the way. "Yes," she cried, scrambling away. His gravity power was holding them for now, but he knew he couldn't maintain it for long. Suddenly, a devastating blow struck him from behind. He was sent flying. "The assassin is close," he yelled. "Don't leave my gravity field." Tu Ren summoned a healing wind as Zhang Lan rushed to catch the falling president. "Brother," she cried out. The young man stepped forward, addressing the attacker. "I will help him now." But their enemy just sneered. "Help him. Don't even think about it." He activated his own skill, Block. It seals a target's abilities for 5 minutes, as long as they don't exceed his own power level. A wave of energy shot forward. "Blocking healing wind." The man's voice was cold. "Stop resisting, and I'll spare your lives. Especially him. He definitely won't survive without treatment." Tianshuo turned to Zhang Lan. "Go get help. I'll hold them off." "I can't just leave you," she protested. "Don't be a fool," he roared. "You can't beat them. We need backup. Help." Of course. She remembered her satellite phone. It should get a signal from anywhere. The enemy was overwhelmingly strong. Her own abilities wouldn't be enough. The best person to call was Uncle Lin. He could definitely summon reinforcements. At that moment, a man's phone began to ring. "Captain Lin," his subordinate said. "Your phone?" He glanced at the screen. Zhang Lan. They were in the middle of a fight. Why would she be calling now? He slipped the phone back into his pocket. It couldn't be anything important. He'd call her back after his meeting. Zhang Lan heard only the automated message. "The subscriber cannot be reached. I can't get through," she whispered in panic. The enemy leader looked at her, amused. Is this child really foolish enough to try using a cell phone here? She quickly dialed her brother's number. He was her only hope now. Just then, Tianshuo coughed up a mouthful of blood. "President!" Qiuren shouted. Panic seized her. If her brother didn't answer, they were all finished. To have any chance, they had to take down the one controlling the field. She thrust the phone at the young man. "My brother will definitely answer when he does. Ask for help." Without a second thought, she charged forward. Fing Qing's words echoed in her mind. "If you face an enemy far stronger than you, don't be afraid. Seize the opportunity and strike. You just need to hit them harder." She swung her leg with all her might and landed a devastating blow between his legs. The man screamed, collapsing to his knees. Seeing the opening, Qiu Ren channeled his healing magic.
"The block is gone. I can heal you now." President Tianshuo clutched his chest, grimacing. Zhang Yuan definitely didn't teach her a move that dirty.
She glared back at them. "You didn't see anything?" Suddenly, 2 figures, Chek and Zachary, lunged at Zhang Lan. The woman simply crossed her arms. "Do you really think such behavior is acceptable?" Zhang Lan was instantly trapped in an invisible magical vice. Li Yingxi unleashed his power, shouting, "Surrender." The president collapsed once more. "Damn it, his power is too strong." Chu Ren fell to one knee, weakened. If I was at full strength, I could fight it, but not now. At that very moment, a ringtone echoed inside a sarcophagus. Brother, wake up, the sun is up, get up and make breakfast.
Floating in a void, Zhang Yuan heard the call. His eyes shot open in surprise. He looked at his phone. Huh, Lan Lan called. He immediately answered.
Lan Lan, what's wrong? But a stranger's voice cut him off. Zhang Yuan, where are you right now? Back in the hall. Zhang Lan clenched her fists.
I'll never tell you where my brother is. Shagwan Zachary smiled cruelly. Don't blame me for what happens next. She channeled her magic, focusing it on Zhang Lan's finger, and began to break it. Tears welled in Zhang Lan's eyes, but she held firm. I won't tell, the woman laughed. Let's see how long you can last.
Li Yingxi crossed his arms, impressed. She's still holding on. He turned to Naya Fujiki. Perhaps you'd like to try? The man nodded. It will be done.
Another man shouted, Stop! She possesses a rare ability. If we kill her, China will not let this go. Our mission is to retrieve the crystal.
While avoiding international incidents. But Naya Fujiki just pointed at the president. I don't care. They won't get off that easily. The one called Power Ranger spoke up. With all the chaos, I doubt they know who's involved, Ruin Kai added. The main thing is not to escalate this. The president's mind raced. So their target is Zhang Yuan. He struggled to his feet. They have Zhang Lan, so Zhang Yuan will definitely come for her. I have to save Lan Lan, no matter the cost. He thrust his hand forward, unleashing his remaining power. I'll make you pay for this. But Li Yingxi simply leaped in front. He formed a barrier with ease. You still have the strength to resist. Blood poured from Tianshuo's mouth. He knew it was hopeless as he collapsed to the floor. He reached for the phone on the ground. I have to get through. I need to tell him everything. But before he could reach it, a foot stomped down, shattering it into pieces. A voice boomed, Just die. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was trapped in a strange dimension, a place with no boundaries, no exit. Even the crystal's power was useless here. How could he escape? Let me out, he screamed into the void. I need to get back to the academy. I have to save my sister. Suddenly, his surroundings shifted. He was back in his room at the academy. He shot up, shouting, Lan Lan! He looked around, bewildered. Am I back in the isolation ward? He sank to the floor, forcing himself to calm down. Think. I need a plan. The target of this group is definitely not Lan Lan. They won't kill her. So where is she now? He tried to recall the sounds from the phone call. He'd heard pigeons, a sound he recognized from the cafeteria's ventilation. They're in the dining hall moments later. He was there, hiding behind a pillar, peeking out. His eyes widened. There they were, 4 of them. And Lanlan was their captive. How dare they lay a hand on her? The girl knelt, trembling in terror. Her mouth gagged and her eyes, completely blindfolded. He saw her fingers. Broken. A murderous aura erupted from him as he lunged, roaring, Die! The Power Ranger stared in shock at the blades hurtling towards him. We're under attack, he yelled. Zhang Yuan's voice was ice. Let my sister go! And I might spare your lives. That's our line, Zhang Yuan, Camille sneered. The man wondered. How can he move so freely under my power's influence? The Black Widow signaled to her comrade. Cover me! Got it! In a flash, she revealed her chest. A tactic meant to distract. For a split second, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened. It was the only opening Naya Fujiki needed. His hand shot out, aimed for a critical blow. Mental pollution. Now, he thought, he'll lose consciousness, and I'll seize him. But Zhang Yuan spun around, his movement impossibly fast, and his blade sliced the man's throat clean open. Did he just kill him? Shaquan. Zachary gasped in horror. She thrust her hands forward, screaming, Now you die. A new poison was offered to his system. He accepted it. His poison eater ability flared to life, its efficiency skyrocketing to 102%. He turned his cold gaze to the woman. Were you the one who tortured my sister? The Black Widow's mind raced. Why don't my poisons work on him? What do you want? She stammered. To make your life a living hell, he replied, and attacked. The force of the blow sent her flying. The chameleon panicked. We have to run. Run where? The Power Ranger shot back. He grabbed Zhang Lan by the throat. If you don't want your sister to die, drop your weapon and stop resisting. With a clatter, Zhang Yuan's knife hit the floor. He raised his hands in surrender. Li Mini mocked him.
Weren't you so confident just now? Out of tricks already? But the man felt a chill. Something was wrong. My super disguise is active, but it feels like this guy can still see
Us. The Power Ranger just laughed. Try this on for size. Ruin Kai was already sprinting in the other direction. Magnetism doesn't even work on him, he thought. If that idiot wants to die, that's his problem, goodbye. Zhang Yuan knew the magnetism would affect his blade's trajectory. He needed a single, perfect strike. As he settled into his stance, the Power Ranger frowned. Strange. Why is the air temperature suddenly before? He could finish his sentence. Zhang Yuan attacked. He recalled his last battle. His ability to manipulate temperature wasn't so simple. Temperature, after all, is just internal energy. And when energy is gathered beyond the limits of conventional physics, the very mass of matter can be converted, and then utterly annihilated. The Power Ranger's body erupted in a flash of blue light. Moments later, Zhang Yuan landed softly, his sister held safely in his arms. The chameleon felt true terror. There's no escape. He collapsed to the floor, trembling. Zhang Yuan! I surrender, I promise. Die, the boy commanded. I don't accept surrenders. Shards of ice instantly encased the man's body in a frozen tomb. He hugged his sister tighter. Sometime later, at the hospital, the young man was reviewing documents when a woman entered his room. Baby, she called out. Don't forget to knock. How many times have I told you? He sighed. Even if you were my mother, you should knock. She held up her phone. Take a look at your student's handiwork. Such perfect knife handling. The photo showed Shakwan Zachary's corpse. The skin and flesh were carved from the bone, yet she wasn't dead, the woman noted. You can even see the crystals through her ribs. Invaluable for research. There's another one, the one who was Flash, frozen. He's already been sent to the Academy of Sciences. Fong King gripped his mother's shoulder. Zhang Yuan would never harm anyone without a reason. What happened? The East China military region is discussing that very issue right now, she replied. But you promised to go shopping with me today.
Who's more important, some kid or your own mother? Of course he is, the guy deadpanned. You heartless little rascal, she huffed. I carried you for 9
months, and you were a constant pain. What nonsense is this? I was in a nutrient solution for 2 years. You think I don't? No, he retorted. I'm still your mother. Then don't hide things from me. What are they going to do with him? She smirked. So you think you know something? He just stared at her. Baby, she cooed. Go shopping with mommy. And I'll tell you a little something. Meanwhile, in the office of the commander of the East China military region, Zhang Yuan considered his situation. After what happened, they brought him here for questioning. Should he tell them everything or play dumb? Explaining how he teleported from a museum to the academy wouldn't be easy. What would they even ask? Suddenly, a man bowed deeply before him. Hello, he said. My name is Yin Guangfeng, commander of the East China military region. Because of our negligence, you and your sister were put in grave danger. On behalf of all my officers, I wish to apologize to you both. Zhang Yuan stared, completely stunned. Yin Guangfeng, this was the man who helped cover up everything in the future. No, I should be the one apologizing, Zhang Yuan replied. I acted rashly a few days ago and caused you a great deal of trouble. The commander held up his hands. Not at all. I'm not only here to apologize, but to thank you. You saved my daughter.
After all, please, allow me to thank you as her father. She gave me a wealth of crystals, Zhang Yuan said. I am the one who should be grateful.
An aide watching from the side sweat dropped. Are they competing to see who can bow lower? He cleared his throat. Perhaps we could sit down first and discuss things. Exactly. The commander agreed. I'd like to speak with you alone. Please ensure that we are not disturbed. The aide bowed. As you command. They sat down, and the commander looked Zhang Yuan in the eye. Let's drop the formalities. The reason I invited you here today isn't to bring you to justice. I just wanted to talk. About what? The boy asked. About your abilities, the commander stated plainly. The HR department analyzed the video. We found that your actual power doesn't match your official profile. This has alarmed the Academy of Sciences. If they decide to investigate, you won't be able to explain anything. And you'd likely have to go with them. He then leaned in. Did you get your powers from the Badger King? And its crystal in the ruins? Zhang Yuan's mind raced. That wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact. The commander was being incredibly direct with him. But he still felt the need to play dumb. After all, his entire goal in getting stronger was to defeat monsters. But to defeat an enemy like Lan Lan, blindly hiding his strength is pointless. The military district is offering its full support. So why not reveal the whole truth? Zhang Yuan walked to the window, his reflection staring back. My ability is called eye for an eye, blood for blood. He explained that his powers weren't distorted, they were simply 8
times more powerful than what the system shows. By devouring crystals, he can evolve them, absorb enough, and a new skill awakens. It's the same method he uses to raise his own level.
And not just that, but I can also... Before he could finish, the commander's eyes blazed with understanding. You mean, if I provide you with enough resources, you can max out your abilities? Zhang Yuan simply nodded. The commander slammed his fist on the desk. Magnificent with you. Our nation will finally rise to become the greatest. After calming down, his tone grew serious. In recent years, critical information has surfaced. But our country has been concealing the truth, and that's a dangerous game to play. It weakens us. Even our top scientists have their hands tied. Our crystal research has always been top secret. Yet, somehow, other nations are learning about it. There's a spy in our ranks, he admitted grimly. But we can't find them. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed. Then why not use me as bait and draw the traitor out? The commander smiled. I think that can be arranged. Return to the academy. Await my signal. Zhang Yuan stood, a determined look on his face. Very well, I'll be waiting. But as he turned to leave, the commander added one more thing. About your parents. Zhang Yuan froze. Didn't they die a long time ago? The commander's expression was somber. A portal opened 10 years ago, causing immense harm to civilians, your parents included. To conceal the truth, the military sent compensation disguised as payments from them. It seems the young man had already suspected it all along. The memory flashed in his mind, a time long ago, when he was just a small boy, sitting at a tiny table. Before them, a single slice of cake with flickering candles. Happy birthday, Lan Lan, he'd said. He worked part-time at a bakery, and the owner had given it to them. His little sister had looked up at him. Mom and Dad can't make it this year either. He'd forced a smile. They're very busy with work, but it's okay. I'm here. She'd looked at the cake. Next year, I want a big one with lots of strawberries. Back in the present, he stood with that very cake outside a hospital room. The doctor approached. Zhang Lan's physical injuries have healed, but the psychological scars may take longer. Zhang Yuan nodded. I'll take care of her. He thanked the doctor, who left them to their privacy. He pushed the door open gently. Lan, how are you feeling? He held up the box. I bought you a strawberry cake. Want some now, or later? His sister was huddled on the bed, with her head buried in her knees. She mumbled, Brother, I'm fine. Don't worry. Talk to me, he urged softly. She paused, then spoke, her voice fragile. In all the stories I read, good always wins against evil. It might be naive, but I always dreamed of being someone who protects the world, someone who upholds justice. A tear traced a path down her cheek. I felt like I was meant to be a hero, to help everyone. But I never thought that people could be the real monsters. He pulled her into a hug, wiping her tears away. He said gently, people are complicated. When their desires clash, they can become enemies. He then asked her, so, what is justice to you? She thought for a long moment. For me, it's strawberry cake. He looked at her, confused. She clenched her small fists. The people who bake the cake, choose the ingredients, and run the shop, everything that makes that small happiness possible. That's justice, but I'm too weak. I can't even protect a single strawberry cake. He smiled, then began to gently comb her hair. In that case, I'll protect it for you. All you have to do is wait. For your big brother to bring the cake home, just like when we were little. But I'm an adult now, she whispered. As long as I'm here, he said softly. You can be a child for as long as you want. A day, a month, a year, whatever you wish. A small smile finally reached Lan Lan's lips as she touched the bows in her hair. Okay, I'll be a child a little longer, until I'm strong enough to protect the strawberry cake myself. Then her eyes lit up. Oh, brother, I think our neighbor wants some cake too, leading him next door. She called out, Brother Chanhuo?
My brother is here to see you. Zhang Yuan stepped forward and bowed his head slightly. Thank you for saving my sister. And I apologize for nearly beating you to death.
The student council president just laughed. To be fair, it was my fault too. Let's just put it all behind us. He extended his hand. Friends, he asked. Zhang Yuan grasped his hand firmly. Yes, of course. Then let's act like it, Tianhua declared. As Zhang Yuan took out the cake, Just as Lon Lon suggested, he said, slicing a piece. I'll share my strawberry cake with you. Sometime later, the friends were gathered in the academy library.
Staring at their phones, Feng Qing whistled. The old fox actually promoted you to second place in the rankings. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement.
I also received a second-degree Medal of Merit and a promotion to major. It turned out 2 of their assailants were internationally wanted criminals. A massive bounty had been placed on their heads. The instructor scoffed. By the way, the museum called me. They said you never showed up at the exit. You just vanished. Zhang Yuan shrugged. It's a normal occurrence for people with my abilities. Nothing to make a fuss about. Zhang Yuan remained quiet as Feng Qing piped up. He hasn't even been sleeping in the dorm lately. He prefers the isolation ward. He leaned in conspiratorially. Do you have some rare disease? Can you only sleep in dark, cramped spaces? Zhang Yuan just nodded. It's entirely possible. The instructor joined in. Do you dream of sleeping in a sealed, dark, rectangular box? Where can I buy one? Zhang Yuan asked, completely serious. The instructor puffed out his chest. I'll arrange everything. What style do you prefer? Zhang Yuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. Could you replicate the model of a golden sarcophagus, but with an opening lid? Steel would be better. Gold doesn't hold up well. No problem, the instructor boomed. Sliding lid or hinged, Zhang Yuan considered it. The hinged one sounds more practical, Feng Qing chimed in. All right, give me a couple of days. And you'll have it. A little later, they were all in the dining hall. Guani sighed with relief. I miraculously escaped the horror. I wasn't at the academy for a few days. The milk tea they sold that day, it went sour. No one could leave the toilets, but disaster never strikes just once. The drains clogged, and what we saw when we opened the stalls. It was unspeakable. Zhanglan grabbed her brother's arm, her face pale. Suddenly, I've lost my appetite. Feng Qing pushed his glasses up his nose. Could we please not discuss such things at the dinner table? Guani just scratched his head. Oh, right. By the way, his family, worried about those cross-dressing photos, set him up on a blind date. Can you even imagine? Feng Qing asked. Not just anyone, he said. With Jen Ruxi. They say she's perfect. The instructor promised he had nothing to worry about. She's kind, beautiful, and even has excellent grades. Next to her, he was a nobody. Zhang Li asked. Is having a big butt an advantage too? Of course, Feng Qing declared. Zhang Yuan cut them off. Stop teaching her nonsense. The instructor argued that from a medical view, a wider pelvis means easier childbirth. So why isn't that an advantage for people with special abilities? Life is unpredictable. Anything can happen. So when you meet someone you like, you must get married and have a child as soon as possible. For the good of the country, Zhang Yuan wasn't having it. He sent the guy flying with a single shove. A short while later, Liu Yue stood before the academy students. She announced that from this day forward, they would begin practical classes every 2 weeks. They would start studying ancient martial arts and even meditation. The military district sent a few of their best instructors, just for them. She gestured towards the new arrivals. Zhang Lan's eyes widened. Uncle Lin, she thought. How did he end up as our instructor? The man greeted the students formally. Today, we will accompany you for your basic training. Then he began the introductions. My name is Lin Dongyang. I'm with the Nighthawks, and I'm responsible for teamwork. The man beside him spoke next. I am Zhang Hong, one of the war gods. I specialize in attack. The third man followed. My name is Zhu Chong of the Steel Squad. I specialize in defense. Finally, the woman spoke. My name is Mu Hong, from the Shenmu detachment.
I will be your healthcare instructor. Zhu Chong pointed to himself and boasted. I am a 2-time winner of the war games. He challenged the students. Anyone who
wants to truly hone their skills should join me. Mu Hong offered a different path. For those with weaker constitutions, and for the girls. I invite you to join. Me, I will teach you how to aid the wounded. Lin Dongyang's mind drifted back. The day before yesterday, the commander had summoned him. He remembered the man's words. When the academy was attacked, the first person Zhanglan called for help was you. What? He asked, shocked. So that was the call.
I cut off her resources, but she never stopped trusting you. In a critical moment, she stays calm and seeks the right help.
How could I refuse her? With only 2 abilities, this is your chance to build a connection with that child. Back in the present, Lin approached the siblings. Jiang, Lane, Zhang Yuan, I will be responsible for your training. The girl instinctively hid behind her brother as he stared back silently. Then he spoke. Instructor Lin, you are not suitable for us. We will find someone else. The man replied calmly. Leave your personal emotions out of training. My skills are more than enough to guide. Newcomers like you? Watching this, Jang Hong smirked. This kid has no respect. Jiang Yuan's voice was ice. You are incompetent to teach me, so I ask you to leave your emotions outside the training field. Shui Chong exploded. What did you just say? Captain Lin is a true hero, have you? Gone completely insane. Lin raised a hand to silence him. He then faced Jiang Yuan. You're right to be upset. I made a mistake.
I am to blame. This is my official apology. But that is no reason to refuse my mentorship. While you are studying, you should focus on the knowledge you gain, not on throwing tantrums. The boy scoffed. An apology like that reveals your true
character. Mu Hong was shocked. A student shouldn't behave that way. But Xue Chong was furious. You little bastard! What are you trying to achieve? Zhang Yuan stated his demand plainly. I want to change the instructor. Because he is not strong enough, and he can't teach me anything. Xue Chong cracked his knuckles, enraged. I have never seen anyone so brainless. If I don't teach you a lesson right now, then in the future, you won't survive a couple of seconds on the battlefield. Zhang Yuan replied confidently. I advise you to mind your own business. The instructor pointed a challenging finger at him. Today, I will teach you a lesson. He offered a fight, and the boy simply agreed. If that's what you want. Zhang Lan looked at her brother, worried. Brother, don't... He reassured her. It's fine. I'll kill him with one blow. The instructor laughed. One blow? Fine. I'll just stand here and let... Oh, you hit me first. You can use any of your abilities. Zhang Lan immediately began recording the entire thing on her phone. The instructor boasted, I should remind you, I'm one of the leading masters in defense. My reflection skill will calmly reflect all your attacks. The ability receives only 20% of the damage, while 80% is returned to the attacker. So hit me with all your might. He dared. I won't even budge, Zhang Yuan asked coolly. Are you sure you want me to use my skills? Of course, the instructor yelled. Turning to the medic, Zhang Yuan asked, Do you have the skill of life division? She looked at him, surprised. Huh, what? Are you up to? Good, he said. He activated his skills in an instant. Fearlessness master of combat. Blood for blood poison eater, swinging his fist. He channeled even greater power. Heaven and earth's fury, mortal battle madness. The instructor screamed, Reflection! But the punch shattered his shield like glass. He thought in panic. His strength? It's increased 10 times. If we take into account those 80%, then 8, he'll be able to repel my attack. And then, Zhang Yuan's fist connected Xue Chong, flew into the air and crashed to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The medic rushed to his side, shouting, Division of life! It's outrageous. His vitality was reduced to a minimum with just one blow. His life is saved. Jang Hong was stunned. I originally wanted Xuanming to become his tutor. But these guys... He lifted the injured teachers onto his shoulders. I'm taking them to the hospital. Zhang Lan looked at the footage on her phone and smirked. Once this video is done, I'll post it on WeChat. The commander's satellite phone is a true godsend. Zhang Yuan then turned to Lin Dongyang. Do you still think you're capable of being my handler? The man could only think in horror. How can this be? His talents weren't so strong. Sometime later, he walked along a busy street, deep in thought. I've absorbed Shui's ability. Perception of red-level energy. In addition to allowing you to quickly find targets, it helps you recognize the talent of others. The day he met Zhang Lan, the ability had activated all by itself. Her potential was staggering, a future powerhouse of the nation. But then he saw Zhang Yuan's stats. The numbers were pathetic. For a moment, he even questioned if he and Zhang Lan were truly blood siblings. They were polar opposites. He'd used Zhang Yuan's critical condition to manipulate Zhang Lan into joining the academy. So how did a weakling like him ascend to such power in a single month? Could his own recognition skill be flawed? He stared at the brother and sister, wondering, can you truly judge a person's worth from a single glance later at Huling Academy? The president sat at his desk, his phone buzzing with an alert. A new post from Zhang Lan. He opened it, and his eyes widened. Zhang Yuan had grown stronger. Again, the last blow he saw was powerful, but this was on another level. He had to save this video in at least 3 separate locations. Feng Jin stared at the screen. As expected of Zhang Lan, she captured his signature punch perfectly. In another office, a man smirked at his phone. Commander An had actually blasted this out to all his contacts. Now, Xiao Zhang was a certified star. Zhang Yuan really knew how to own the camera. He stroked his chin, musing. By the way, The winner of the Academy's beauty contest gets a spot on the admissions committee. And their photo on every recruitment brochure. Jang Yuan had scored 1.8 million votes, a legendary record, shattering all previous competition history. Sometime later, Jang Yuan found himself at a photo shoot. That pose, that expression. He's a natural and a staff member thought, this year. The winner was a no-brainer. The photographer smiled. Jang Yuan is the nation's youngest major. If we don't use him for our ads, who else is there? Jang Yuan approached him. The filming is done, right? Can I go now? The man looked baffled. He was so full of energy a second ago. What happened? It was all for the ad, the guy said. Jang Yuan realized something unsettling. Ever since he gained the ability to be nice, people seemed to like him, automatically, without even knowing why. The more he considered it, the more dangerous this power seemed. He decided then, he had to avoid using it on people. He'd practice on animals first. Meanwhile, Su Wanying was walking down the street, clutching a bag. First, he refuses a team photo, and now he wins a beauty contest. Whatever. She'd just go pet some cats to blow off steam. But as she rounded the corner, she froze. Jang Yuan stood there, completely surrounded by a sea of cats. She crept up behind him, grabbed his shoulder, and said, "Hey, kid, I need your advice. How did you get them to like you so fast?" He turned, surprised, and she gasped, "Jang Yuan." He narrowed his eyes. "I remember you. You're the one who tricked me into going to that cafe." "Su Wanying." "My name is Su Wanying," she insisted. "Right," he muttered. She then asked, "Did you come here to pet the cats, too?" He glanced at the bag in her hands. "They scream all day and night," he said flatly. "I came to teach them a lesson." "Crap!" his inner voice screamed. "She's obviously a cat lover." "You can't say that in front of her." He quickly changed tactics. "You said you wanted to be friends with them." She nodded eagerly. "Can you tell me your secret?" "Fine," he sighed. "But what you see today stays between us." "Of course," she promised. He stated plainly. "If you want their obedience, you have to act nice." She stared at him, completely lost. "Nice?" He stroked one of the cats. "Yeah, behave nicely, and the cats will love you." Is he speaking a foreign language, she wondered? I don't understand a single word. Jang Yuan pointed to the cat perched on his shoulder. Su Wanying asked, "Can I pet Jang Yuan?" He recoiled. "Are you hitting on me or something?" "No," she said excitedly, holding out her hand. "I meant the kitten. I want to pet the kitten." Jang Yuan sighed, sat down, and picked up a cat. "Watch closely," he said, telling her to wait. He secretly channeled his unique energy into the animal, ever since he'd used his skill on them. Building an emotional bond was effortless. Under his ability's influence, the cats swarmed the girl. She looked stunned. "Whoa, careful," she cried out happily. "No need to fight, I have plenty of food for everyone." He watched her, thinking that maybe this Su Wanying wasn't as bad as he first thought. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Commander Anne?" A call this late at night could only mean one thing. It was important. "I have to go," he said. "You shouldn't stay here either." "Okay," she replied, squatting down to watch the cats eat. It felt so wonderful to finally be this close to them. Could she do it again with his help? Jang Yuan's words echoed in her mind. "Act nice. Maybe I should try it." She struck a cute pose and whispered, "Meow." The cat stared at her in shock, then launched a furious attack. She burst into tears. "It was all a lie, I tried. To be nice, and it didn't work," she wailed. "Great, now I'm scratched. She had to find someone to heal her. She touched her cheek. To treat the scratches. To have such a high-level assistance skill. And be unable to heal a single tiny scratch on her own. A painful memory surfaced, her body trembling. As she knelt on the floor, a man's cold voice asked, "Who gave you this crystal? I asked a classmate to buy it." She stammered. A sharp slap echoed as he struck her. "Fool," he roared. "You have only one ability left if you used your synergy skill on the battlefield, allowing a comrade to copy your powers. You would make us rich. Our ancestral crystal is the pillar of this family's prosperity. It's not for trash like you." The man turned away in disgust. "Thankfully, you possess not an ounce of talent. All you can absorb are low-grade crystals, so you won't pollute our family's future generations." A voice behind her back sneered. "A strong partner is the key to success. All her fans surely have their own motives. Protecting her all this time was such a burden. Still, as a tool, she'll do." She remembered Lu Wen telling her. "I'm so sorry." But my parents said they can't help you. Now, Su Wanying stood on a rooftop, clutching that very crystal. I wanted to fight alongside my comrades, she whispered. I don't want to be a burden that needs protecting. Tears streamed down her face. If there are any gods listening, please answer my humble prayer. A few drops landed on the crystal, and a new power awakened within her healing wind. Aboard the chopper, a voice crackled through Zhang Yuan's comms. Apologizing. Sorry to disturb you at this hour, she said. But the situation is critical. We're looking at potential casualties. He tapped his earpiece, his voice sharp. Cut the chatter. Just send me the data. Understood, the voice replied. Connecting you to the official communication channel now. Remember to disconnect later. He grunted in assent, then glanced at the courier piloting the aircraft. I didn't realize your company's couriers were also ace pilots. The pilot smirked. In our line of work, everyone wears multiple hats. Zhang Yuan simply nodded. I appreciate the hard work. The pilot turned back, laughing. What are you talking about? You're the one heading into the fire. Meanwhile, at the Discovery, site of Juo Cave. A threat-level green gate had opened 4 hours ago. The hostile race, Ancient Sickles. Their abilities super reproduction, potent poison, and a lethal bite. Below, chaos reigned as warriors clashed with a tide of monsters. There's too many, someone screamed. We can't kill them fast enough. It's no use, another yelled. Even with 6 teams, we're being overwhelmed. A desperate cry echoed. I can't hold on much longer. Just then, a creature lunged for a squad member. Static screamed in a man's earpiece. The Honen unit has been completely wiped out. No! A warrior roared in anguish. Zoli's wedding is next month. She can't die here. A grizzled veteran barked. Enough talk. We need to find a way out of this. Now. Looking ahead, his eyes widened in horror. It's a reinforcement wave. An endless ocean of monsters swarmed towards them. The commander's voice was grim. All personnel, retreat immediately. Through the comms, a desperate plea. What about the civilians outside if we fall? The swarm will pour out and slaughter them all 20 years ago. A single beast crossed the border, and over 100 people died. That memory was seared into his mind. The commander replied, We have 9 support points in the square. They won't break through so easily. The man who can change this entire battle is about to arrive. Retreat, and avoid any more needless sacrifices. The courier's voice came over the line. Reporting in, we've arrived at the designated coordinates, awaiting further instructions. Acknowledged, came the reply from command. The portal's border will open in 30 seconds. You must get through in time. Roger that. The chopper dove through a shimmering tear in the air, and the pilot yelled, We've successfully crossed the border. Inside the command center, an operator announced, Receiving data from the mountain tower. The individual who crossed the border is Chunming, the chief ordered. Grant him level 1 access. He then spoke into the special communications channel. Chunming, can you hear me? Zhang Yuan, standing at the chopper's edge, replied coolly. A little quieter, you're about to burst my eardrums. On the ground, a soldier overheard the exchange. His voice, he sounds so young. Another warrior scoffed, looking at him, telling the chief of staff to be quieter. Does he have any combat experience at all? The first soldier sighed. Let's just hope he can really turn this situation around. The courier spotted the approaching monsters. Requesting instructions, the swarm is heading directly for us. Zhang Yuan's command was simple. Gain altitude. The pilot stared in confusion. Keep climbing until I say stop. Faster. A notification flashed in his mind. New poison detected. Absorb. He dismissed it. Still not working? Need another attempt. The system prompt finally vanished. Enough, he shouted to the pilot. Hold this altitude. The poison can't reach us up here. Be more careful. The pilot was stunned. Huh, so you had us climb for my safety, Zhang Yuan simply said. I'm going now. The courier wished him good luck. I'll be back to pick you up. With a smirk, Zhang Yuan leaned back and fell from the chopper. You bet. In the command center, an operator shouted, What is he doing? Why did he jump? He's at an altitude of 4,000 meters. The maximum safe jump height is only 1,000. The chief simply watched the screen. Perhaps this is just his style. Zhang Yuan deployed his parachute briefly, then took out his earpiece. Sorry, did I forget to get approval for that jump? He landed squarely on a flying creature. And uncle, no need to scream. Everything's fine. The chief cleared his throat. My apologies. I'll speak more quietly. What kind of ability allows you to jump from such a height? The men behind him whispered in awe. Did he just dare to tell the chief of staff to be quiet? Again, the other replied. And the boss isn't even angry with him? The chief stared at the screen. You might not have realized, but he's already at the 3,000-meter mark. Zhang Yuan cut his parachute loose. This isn't an ability, he explained. I just hitched a ride on one of these beetles. They were beginning to swarm him. We'll talk later. With a flash of movement, he struck several targets at once. Down in the cave, the squad leader raised a finger to his lips, listening intently. Quiet, he whispered to his team. Do not disturb him. Moments later, Zhang Yuan's voice returned. It's done. These bugs are even dumber than wildcats. The commander was shocked. He did it in just a couple of seconds. A subordinate turned to him. Sir, what cats is he talking about? The commander replied. It's the name of his strategy. Perched on the beetle, Zhang Yuan mused to himself. My public goodwill ability might not work on people, but with animals, it's flawless. All I have to do is use the ability on them once, and they become completely obedient. Of the 6 units in this battle, only 5 remained. He glanced at his device. Only 30 people left. He looked toward the cave entrance. Strange. Why is the swarm heading directly for them? These beetles aren't smart enough to pinpoint their location. It's almost as if someone is controlling them. Can they truly share? Information asterisk. He spoke into the comms. A large swarm is heading straight for you. I'll help you clear them out. The commander immediately shot back. We will deal with them ourselves. You must complete your primary mission. A soldier screamed in desperation. But this swarm is different. We can't handle it alone. What? The commander exclaimed in disbelief. The warrior behind him clenched his fist in anger. Does he really think we're that weak, Chuanming? You arrogant bastard! Do not interfere, the commander roared. We will handle this. A warrior raised his weapon, shouting to his comrades, Pick up your weapons. We will fight them back, to take revenge on them. Then, pointing towards the cave entrance, he announced, Looks like he's already here. The soldiers stared in utter shock, and Zhang Yuan's voice rang out. Does anyone here have a fear of heights? If not, this creature will carry you to safety. A man screamed in disbelief. Is he? Controlling 31 targets simultaneously. That's an absolute record. Another soldier's jaw dropped. How can a kid that young possess such power? But these things are poisonous. Isn't riding them incredibly dangerous? The young man explained. They only release venom on contact with objects or the ground. Once airborne, they're perfectly safe. But we're short on time, on my command. Climb on immediately, with the soldiers flying off. He thought, finally, now I can handle my own business. A system window materialized before him. A ruined crystal has been found. Would you like to absorb it? The crystal possessed several abilities. First, super proliferation, a red-level skill that cannot be improved. It dramatically boosts reproductive capacity, allowing for the birth of tens of thousands of offspring at once. Next, sickle venom, a green-level skill that cannot be improved. This unique toxin contaminates anything it touches. Then, deadly bite, a yellow-level skill that can be improved. This lethal attack allows the user to drain the life force from their opponent. And finally, super discharge, a red-level skill that cannot be improved. This ability produces vast quantities of toxic excrement, accelerating the spread of sickle venom. He thought, what the hell? It allows for the transmission of thoughts through poison. The required ability was sickle venom. He realized, on top of everything else, they can share thoughts, transmitting consciousness through venom? Interesting. Time for a little experiment? Standing on a beetle, one of the rescued men wondered. He sent us all away. But he stayed behind. What is he planning to do there alone? Another soldier confessed. I don't understand his strategy at all. Suddenly, a man yelled, Everyone, look over there. Someone better be paying me overtime for this, he grumbled, staring at the screen. An officer asked the commander, Can Xuanming truly control that many insects at once? The commander replied grimly. I have no idea. This is his strategy now. A voice crackled through the comms. All right, Xuanming, we can discuss overtime pay, but can you turn on the broadcast from your phone? We need to see what's happening, Zhang Yuan asked. Can you see it now? A massive, swirling portal dominated their screen. A shocked voice screamed, Yes. Another soldier cried out, Oh my God, this is even worse than the disaster from 12 years ago. The commander's face was grim. It seems our predictions were far too optimistic. The communications officer grabbed his mic. We have to resolve this before it spirals out of control. We need incendiary shells on that location now. Zhang Yuan's voice cut in. Are they not needed yet? A smirk played on his lips. The experiment was a success. He stretched his hand forward, realizing, controlling this many insects is impossible alone.
But with their shared consciousness ability, I can command them all as one. Back at command, a soldier stared at the screen, shouting, "Are they retreating incredible? I've
Never witnessed anything like this. A voice came over the special comms line to Xuanming. This is a true miracle. We are witnessing the creation of history. The young man looked down at one specific beetle. My influence. It doesn't affect this one. Could it be their king? An officer screamed into the mic. Xuanming, kill it. Avenge our fallen comrades, he pleaded, but another soldier sobbed. Stop talking. That was Z's weapon. They killed her. There's nothing left. She was getting married next month. Zhang Yuan closed the distance, plunging his blades into the insect. He thought, it's noticed me. It's trying to escape. This bastard gives orders to the others. I won't let it get away. He unleashed a freezing attack, then slammed his fist into the creature's underbelly. A new notification flashed before his eyes, the insect. King's spiritual orb has been found. Absorb it ability. Super thinking. Green level, cannot be improved. Significantly enhances cognitive abilities. So that's why my techniques didn't work, he mused. Not absorbed. Then he saw something glittering on the ground. He picked up a ring, remembering the words of Fong King. We people with abilities could face death at any moment. So we shouldn't hesitate when we meet the person we like, Zhang Yuan reflected. Those words must have been born from experiencing an endless amount of loss. He closed his eyes, clutching the ring tightly. He analyzed the situation. This one must be the insect king. It's smaller, has longer legs, and possesses extraordinary intelligence. It can control the others, he concluded. There are probably many more like them hiding underground. I just need to wait for him. Then he leaped onto the insect and flew forward, thinking, naturally, he reported over the special comms. I've found the king of the beetles and have sent you the coordinates. They are laying eggs underground. You must use incendiary shells to destroy the nests. The officer on the other end scoffed. I thought you didn't need us at all. Ching, Yuan replied firmly. Uncle, what are you talking about? I'm not some superhero. Of course I have to rely on you when I'm powerless. On the battlefield, individual heroism won't help. When we face true hardship, we must rely on our comrades. The officer laughed. I like the sound of that. The soldier beside him admitted. I disliked him after that crack about overtime. But it seems I was wrong. The commander grabbed the microphone. Attention all troops, we must. Immediately dispatch units to the coordinates sent by Xuanming, Zhang Yuan reported. I've scouted the area 5 times and found all the kings. If nothing else emerges from the portal within a certain time, it should close on its own. The situation has stabilized for now. The last remaining insects
will be transferred to the Academy of Sciences for research. He looked at a wounded soldier and asked, Understood. The man saluted. Yes, sir.
I'll pass it on. The young man then approached another soldier, holding something out. I'm sorry. This was all I could find. The soldier took it, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you. Now, my brother's soul can finally rest in peace. A shout came from the command center. Report! The fluctuations in the area have stopped. The portal is closing. The suppression was a success. Cheers erupted from the soldiers in uniform, celebrating their victory. Someone cried out, It worked. We didn't repeat the disaster of 12 years ago. What happened today was a true miracle. The wounded men gathered around the young hero. Xuanming, you made a great contribution to this battle. History will remember your name forever. Someone asked. Can we get a photo with you before you leave? He just smiled. Sorry, I'm allergic to the flash. I'll be going now. All the best. And with that, he fled on a student wanted to remember him forever. Someone asked for a photo before he left. I'm allergic to the flash, he joked. I'll be going now. All the best. With that, he made a quick exit. As the transport plane soared away, the courier could only marvel. This kid was only 16, yet he fought like a seasoned hero, utterly drained from the battle. Back in the isolation ward, Zhang Yuan collapsed onto his bed, ready to replenish his lost energy. It was 3 a.m. The alarm was set for 5, just a little more sleep. But as he opened his eyes, a voice boomed from his phone. Brother, get up. The sun is already high. Minutes later, the entire squad sat in the dining hall. Zhang Lan squinted at him. Brother, you didn't spend last night with some wild woman, did you? He blinked, confused. What dark circles? Feng Qing chimed in. Yuan, you have some serious shadows under your eyes. You might as well tell them the truth. Zhang Yuan pointed to his own face, asking, Are they really there? The instructor nodded. Oh yes. Zhang Yuan sighed. Even if he couldn't see them, he had to support Zhang Lan's theory. Was his exhaustion really that obvious? He relented. Okay, fine.
I wasn't in my room because I was hunting huge cockroaches. Zhang Lan recoiled. Cockroaches? He nodded. Found 6 or 7 nests. It took me all night. Then I just poured poison all over them. She shrieked. Ugh, that's enough. The instructor winced. That girl's voice could shatter glass.
Just then, Su Wangyang approached their table with a wave. Good morning, guys Zhang Lan, good morning. Is he here too? The instructor's voice turned to ice. This table is occupied. Find another place. She smiled sweetly. Oh, I've already eaten. I just came to say hello. So that's her game, he thought. Her eyes landed on Zhang Yuan. Can you accompany me tonight to finish what we started? The table fell into an awkward silence. He shook his head. I don't have time. I barely have enough time to sleep, he thought. Between my own training and coaching that idiot, they can all go to hell. Is it because of the exams? She asked. How about we work out together today? Gui angrily slammed the table. Zhang Yuan is busy with me today. I won't let you interfere. She sneered. You, the idiot who failed all 5 subjects. What right do you have to distract him? He shouted back. I don't care, I'm shameless. Zhang Lan stood up abruptly. I'm full, so I'll be going, Zhang Yuan asked. Is that all I'll bring you? Some buns for when you get hungry. She turned to leave, her voice strained. I have no appetite. I need the restroom. Then we'll meet up later, he said. She muttered. I'll remember this. Watching the scene unfold, Feng Qing thought, that boy has no idea what kind of hellish things he's about to eat. Later, as they walked down the street, the instructor noticed his friend's exhausted face. You look terrible. Want me to help you? Perhaps just a little, Zhang Yuan admitted. The instructor then activated his ability, Tidal Rewind. This power returns a target to the state they were in 24 hours ago. But as the light faded, Feng Qing was stunned. Huh, why does he look like a ghost? Did I do something wrong? He grabbed Zhang Yuan's cheek. What are you doing? Just checking if you feel any better, the instructor said. I understand, the guy replied. It feels good, Feng Qing thought, before a horrifying memory struck him. I just remembered, he exclaimed. Yesterday, around this time, you also ate your sister's hellish tofu. The guy paled for a moment, then confirmed. Looks like it, the instructor sighed. My power is useless here. Later, inside the building, Zhang Yuan had questions. Isn't your ability related to medicine? Why would yesterday's food affect it? Or are you not telling me something? Feng Qing explained. My skill doesn't have a specific classification. But you could consider it a healer skill. In reality, I can simply return a person to their physical state from exactly 1 day ago. If someone was wounded 24 hours ago, they'll become healthy. If they were healthy then, they won't be in the best shape again now. And this technique affects not only the physical state, but the psychological one as well. Zhang Yuan considered this. That's logical. The brain is responsible for the state of the soul, and it's part of the physical body. The instructor agreed. The technique has challenged many traditional biological theories. Its true purpose is unknown. It's still being researched. But even the newest studies are full of errors and omissions. At the moment, all we know for sure is that a person who has died physically cannot be brought back to life, even with my power. Zhang Yuan's mind raced. So his ability is based purely on time periods. I was reincarnated into myself 4 years earlier, but my future self is still dead. Could a similar technique have been used on me? Or was it the golden sarcophagus, few days later? A courier called for Zhang Yuan. Delivery? The guy opened the door. Please put it in the utility room. The courier nodded. Okay. Zhang Yuan thought, even a simple courier could be a real expert. After he left, Zhang Yuan opened the sarcophagus and smirked. Not bad. In appearance, it's very similar to the original. I won't have to spend my nights in the isolation ward anymore. Now, is there anything else in here? He found instructions, adjustable leg heights, cleaning products, and even a set of stickers. Not bad at all. Sometime later, the guy was sitting in the commander's office. I called you today for 2 reasons, the commander began. First, your payment has arrived, if not for your intervention. The losses would have been enormous. In addition to bonuses, you've also been awarded a special medal. He handed the guy a box. Zhang Yuan asked, Do I have to take it? I already have everything I need. The man smiled. If you don't accept this, there will be no overtime pay, Zhang Yuan thought. A medal of the highest category. Does he really not want it? Well, the guy said, taking the box. The medal isn't the payment. The commander went to his safe. Here is your overtime pay. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. What is this? The commander announced. I have collected 12,000 ice snake rune crystals for you. The guy was thrilled. Is this really all for me? Yes, the commander said. You can absorb as much as you want, but you must remember. This power is a gift from the country and its people. I hope you won't forget your original intentions and will use this power wisely. I understand, the guy replied. A system sign appeared before him. Ice snake crystals have been found. Absorb. He whispered. Absorb. Super perception. Green. Maximum level. His ability surged, enhancing itself. A new skill awakened aerial bomb, red level. It could be improved. System notification. Air bomb, red has reached its maximum level. His power evolved once more. A new ability's heat stroke, catastrophic level. It could be pushed even further to stage 2. He recalled the power scale. A single yellow was worth 10 greens. A red was 100 greens. But a catastrophic level, that was worth thousands. There was simply nothing higher. He then focused his power on the icy elements. Icing blue reached its maximum level. His skill evolved. Awakening, extreme cold, red level. This too could be improved. Reaching level 8. Then he raised his hand and shouted, Commander, I need more. The commander warned him. Be patient or you'll be torn apart. But Zhang Yuan's confidence was absolute. Don't worry, he said. That won't happen. With that, the commander unveiled a massive container of crystals. A system window flashed before Zhang Yuan's eyes. Extreme cold, red level, had reached its maximum. His extreme cold ability had evolved. He gained a new power. Eternal ice, catastrophic level. This skill could not be improved. Next, regeneration. Yellow reached its maximum level. His regeneration ability had been enhanced. He received a new skill. Endless life, green level. This, too, could be improved. Soon. Infinite life. Green reached its maximum. His infinite life ability had been upgraded. He gained a new power immortality. Red level. This could be improved further. He raised his hand, aura flaring around him, and declared, Heat stroke? Icing. Immortality. He hadn't yet breached the second stage of catastrophe. Immortality was his only remaining red level skill. He then showed his thumb and demanded, More. The commander could only stare in disbelief. What kind of monster is he? Absorbing crystals like this? The system declared Immortality Red has reached maximum level. His immortality ability had shattered its limits. He received a new power, the right to life, a catastrophic level skill. It could be improved. To the right to life. Catastrophic level. Stage 2, the right to life. An evolution of immortality itself. It granted any target within a 1,000-meter radius the divine ability to regenerate. Suddenly, he clutched his head in pain. Commander, he gasped. The man rushed to his side. Are you all right? Should we get you to a hospital? Zhang Yuan shook his head, a grim smile on his face. I can now heal. Myself? He paused. In fact, I just gained the ability to regenerate others. The commander's eyes widened. What? Without hesitation, he drove a blade straight through his own hand. The guy shouted, You can't be so cruel. The commander simply stared, his voice steady. I needed to see this power with my own eyes. Zhang Yuan sighed, then declared, The right to life. As he raised his hand to the commander's wounded limb, in an instant, the wound vanished. The commander stared at his perfectly restored hand in awe. Incredible. The speed is equivalent to a yellow 99th level regeneration. What is the name of this ability, and what are its limits? Zhang Yuan replied, The right to life. There are no restrictions, but it consumes a massive amount of energy to use, and if overdo it, it will be difficult to recover. You'll have to sleep for 2 days straight. He thought to himself it was best to hold some details back. The commander said, admiringly, Good, excellent. We've finally produced a brilliant healer. This precious gift is finally in our hands, the guy asked in surprise. Commander, did you say there was another reason you called me here? The commander's expression turned serious. Indeed, it's all part of a plan to lure our enemies from the shadows. Elsewhere, a woman stepped out onto a balcony, pouring wine into a glass. She said, The Eastern District's commander is suggesting that students go out hunting for crystals. She thinks that this move was a deliberate provocation. made to bait them into attacking this Zhang Yuan. The man asked if she thought he decided to make the boy a lure. Isn't the lure of opening the borders too obvious? The woman asked. Or perhaps he's discovered that I sold information about the boy to the Lantern Alliance. The Lantern Alliance is the human alliance of the enemy state's ability users, she mused. Maybe he's trying to remind me of the inner patriotism I should have. The man said that if this is so, then it's only a matter of time before we eliminate him. He settled into a chair and said, From the very moment that boy changed sides, our destinies were forever intertwined, the girl asked. Are you talking about the abandoned son of the Feng family? The one who was cured of cancer by consuming crystals? The man confirmed her. Words. If his brother hadn't found those ruins, he would have died. I wouldn't have given up on him so quickly if he didn't interfere with my plans. He looked at the drink in his glass and murmured, Ice snake crystals. This situation is nothing more than the butterfly effect, the girl suggested. Let's not talk about fate. She thinks he already has a plan for this Zhang Yuan. He said, Of course, he's a teenager, only 16. No matter how strong he is, he cannot withstand the poison of the ghostly ladybug. After a while, Guani stared at his results, ecstatic. I passed, he shouted. He had managed to score a minimum of 85 in all his subjects. This meant he would be able to participate in the competitions Fong King asked. Are you seriously bragging about barely passing the minimum threshold? Zhang Yuan pointed his finger at the guy and asked, How do you have the nerve to make this look like an achievement? Zhang Lan said. In that case, you should no longer ask my brother for help, Guani shot back. What about you guys? They showed their results. Every one of them passed. The guy squatted down, hugged his knees, and apologized. To them, Fong King asked Zhang Yuan, By the way, you're not just participating in the team competition, but also the individual one, right? The guy confirmed. His words, then added, But we haven't formed a team yet. Guani's hand shot up. Take me, he shouted. The girl also raised her hand, shouting, Me too. Zhang Yuan put his hand on his sister's shoulder and sighed. Only those over 16 years old are allowed to participate, Guani asked happily. So that means I am suitable, right? Zhang Yuan looked at him and thought, Each participant will have to go through an additional selection anyway. He has an important mission, and this guy is too impulsive and always gets into trouble, he told him bluntly. You'd better find another team. You won't be able to prove yourself with us on the team. Guani collapsed on the bench, grabbed his head and cried, Woof, woof, I'm such a loser. Fong King clarified with them, Zhang. Wen turned to him and, stroking his chin, said, Uh-huh. We'll easily pick up the rest. The main thing is that they're not stupid or impulsive. The instructor winked and showed 2 fingers. He said, Okay, I'll find someone with good grades. After some time, a girl said shyly, My name is Rui. I'm a second-year student in a special class. I'm support, with blessing and poisonous fog abilities. The guy who stood next to her smiling said that his name was Zi Han. I'm in my 3rd year. I've mastered gymnastic waves, wind flows, and movement. Zhang Yuan asked. Aren't you the guy who was after the freshman? The guy said it was just a misunderstanding. I didn't mean anything bad, really, Fong King asked. Should we replace him since you don't like him? Zhang Yuan said. No, his sister wasn't with them. Another student remarked, As expected from our boss. He's so kind, Zhang Yuan thought to himself. The most important thing now was to remain calm and build a good relationship with them. Commander Liu Wen announced the terms. 2 teams will participate in the selection process. The one that collects the most crystals will represent their academy in the student league. You'll determine your hunting grounds by drawing lots. Zhang Yuan remained silent. After a moment, the commander addressed him directly. Initially, I wanted to send you to the ruins, but the central sector is still closed. Do you have any other wishes? Zhang Yuan replied. Not really. Very well, the commander said. Then you just need to draw lots. Zhang Yuan suddenly grabbed Fong King's hand. Instructor, I've heard your hand is a lucky charm when drawing lots, the instructor awkwardly admitted. Well, something like that. Great, Zhang Yuan declared. I believe you'll bring us good luck. The instructor looked him in the eye. Yuan, answer me honestly. Do you really believe in me? Of course, Zhang Yuan said without hesitation. Fong King took a deep breath. Okay, I'm going for a smoke break. A short while later, they were in Liu Wen's office, hand hovering over the mouse. Well, she said, to draw The lots. You just need to press the button. Zhang Yuan clasped his hands in prayer. Lord, please, grant Fong King your blessing. Fong King clicked the mouse. The result appeared, Jiangji. Great, Liu Wen muttered. That area is one of the most difficult to traverse because of the terrain. And since we live there, he really doesn't have an ounce of luck. Zhang Yuan asked. Are there many beasts there? Fong King shouted at the heavens in despair. Why didn't a meteorite just fall on my head instead? A whole bunch, Liu Wen confirmed. But Zhang Yuan simply smiled. The more, the better. Fong King wiped away a single dramatic tear. Yuan, you are truly my best friend. Zhang Yuan then turned to the girl on their team. Zhang Rui, did you want to say something? With stars in her eyes, she declared, I would follow you through fire and water. Sometime later, Zhang Yuan was seeing his sister off. He closed the car door. Lan Lin?
I won't be at the academy for a few days. You have to take care of yourself while you practice. The girl nodded. I will. You be careful too.
Brother. Uh-huh, he confirmed. He watched the car leave, thinking, Lan Lan should be safe for the next few days. I won't have to worry about anyone targeting her while I'm away. In the car, the driver spoke into his phone. Commander, Zhang Lan is with me. We've departed. Okay, the voice replied. Good luck. Back in the office, the commander
put down the phone. A sense of relief washed over him. He was lucky Zhang Lan hadn't refused their cooperation, turning a blind eye to the conflict between her brother and Lin.
Dongliang. He mused that she was still suffering from her inability to use her skills after the injury. On top of that, she has a strange illness, which prevents her from absorbing crystals any longer. He recalled Fong King mentioning he knew of her illness, but the information was highly confidential and could not be disclosed. This might be tied to her psychological state. He considered. Perhaps her condition will improve with time. The commander scratched his head. He thought, it doesn't matter. Talents like her are treasures, even if they can't participate in battles. We need to give her a chance to learn something different. A while later, the team was on a plane. Zhang Yuan reflected on his recent gains. After absorbing the ice snake crystals, he could now use several new
abilities. But he had to handle them with extreme caution. With his current level of strength, only a select few could stand against him in battle. He didn't believe the spy.
They were hunting would be one of them. Thanks to satellite phones, modern missions were much safer and far more comfortable. Fong King glanced over at him. He asked, Is someone helping you on this mission? 2. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. You guessed, the instructor pouted. I'm sitting right next to you, and you're giving preference to someone else. Zhang Yuan simply shoved an earpiece into his hand. Here, this is for you, he said. I can give you instructions through it. Fong King stared at the device in disbelief. Yuan, it's the year 2042. Why are you using such primitive communication? Zhang Yuan was confused. What's wrong with it? The instructor sighed. You could just connect it to your sat phone or add me to a command channel. He then pointed to his own ear. These earrings I wear, they're miniature communicators. They're well hidden, and there's no fear of them falling out. I'll ask the manager to get you a pair. Just like mine, Zhang Yuan deadpanned. Isn't that a bit much for an ordinary student? Hey, the instructor yelled. Sometime later, they approached another team. A man stepped forward. Greetings from the academy. We're the Chenin team, sent here on a mission. My name is Sun Jiangguo. The man shook Fong King's hand warmly. It's getting late. Why don't we all rest for the night before heading out? But the instructor disagreed. That won't be necessary. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. We received the message. So, Captain, how many other teams have arrived? The man hesitated. I'm not sure. Fong King pressed him. That's not confidential information. Why are you avoiding the question? The man deflected. In any case, our team was the first to arrive. The instructor
turned to his own team. All right, put on your watches. We're going in. Okay, Zhang Rui confirmed, as they walked towards the portal. A voice came through Zhang Yuan's comms.
The Chenin team was originally based in Jiangji, but they were unexpectedly transferred here just yesterday. The HR department already conducted a voice check. It was a necessary precaution. Let's observe them for a while. Once they were clear, Fong King gathered his team. All right, everyone. Time to discuss our plan of action. He began the briefing. There are 3 main species of beasts here. Moon foxes, rosemary rabbits, and double-headed vultures. He brought up a file on his phone. Here's a rough map of their habitats. The lunar foxes have a night protection ability. There aren't many. And they prefer dark caves. The rabbits possess skills with astonishing speed. These rosemary-scented rabbits multiply. Their nests are everywhere. But above them, the vultures circle, with abilities far sharper. They possess eyes like daggers and claws of steel. They rule the high cliffs, hunting the rabbits below. Success here is measured by one thing: the number of crystals collected. The simplest path is to hunt the rabbits. But just as the team agreed, Zhang Yuan stepped forward. "Send me after the vultures," he declared. The others stared back in shock. "What?" Zhang Yuan just shrugged, explaining that rabbit crystals were barely worth the effort. Besides, hunting them was utterly boring. He'd rather leave the simple tasks to the ladies. Fong King watched him, skeptical. Is he genuinely being considerate, he wondered, or does he just want to avoid the mess?
When he asked Zhang Rui if she was fine with the plan, she agreed with Zhang Yuan without a moment's hesitation.
Zan gave a thumbs up. Awesome. He figured killing a vulture couldn't be much harder than a rabbit. And since they feed on them,
their caves must be overflowing with crystals. Fong King smirked. Excellent. With Zhang Yuan's power, this method would be far more effective than traditional hunting.
But then, panic flooded Zan's face. "No!" he cried out. "Don't leave me. I'm terrified of heights." The instructor scoffed, telling him to be a man and overcome his fear. He then pointed to a tall structure, suggesting they use the elevator. Zan stammered, "But there's no electricity here. We can't use it." Zhang Yuan's reply was simple. "We'll just climb it. What if the vultures attack us on the way up?" A confident smile played on Zhang Yuan's lips. "I have a plan for that." He noted that handling vultures was much easier than scaling these mountains. Then he turned to Zan and asked, "Can you make it up here?"
"Of course," Zan replied, his heart fluttering. "He cares so much about me, he's so kind." Just then, Fong King grabbed Zan by the collar. "Did you see that the girl is 10 times more capable than you?"
"I was born with this fear," Zan protested. "What am I supposed to do about it?" Zhang Yuan calmly asked. "Do you want me to carry you?" "No!" Zan shrieked in horror. "What are you doing? I can get up on my own." "Really?" Zan stared, a new thought dawning on him. "Could I let such a handsome man carry me away? The entire academy would curse me with envy." With that, Zhang Yuan began his ascent. "Okay then, I'll climb up and secure a safety rope." "Be careful," Zan shouted after him. While climbing, Zhang Yuan spotted the vultures. They were massive. Then, without a word of warning, he launched himself into the open air below. His teammates screamed, "Zhang Yuan, what are you doing?" Why did he jump? He landed perfectly on the back of a giant bird. Vulture Airlines, at your service. Sitting on another vulture, Zan screamed, "Too high, too high! Save me, I'm about to fall," Zhang Yuan, sitting calmly ahead, replied. "If you don't move, you won't fall. But if you keep pulling on my pants, you'll fall with a 100% guarantee." "Aboard her own mount," the girl asked the instructor. Why didn't the two-headed vulture attack him? Why did it just obey? He replied simply. "Because he's handsome." She stared in surprise. "Huh?" he explained. "Zhang Yuan received 1 point. 8 million votes in the competition. So this is the official opinion." She remembered. There was a handsome guy competition. He clarified. "The Academy Ambassador competition." "Yes, that's the one," she exclaimed. Raising a finger, she argued. "But everyone sees beauty differently. Surely a beast's perception is different from ours, right?" "In fact," he corrected her, "even by the standards of these creatures, he is exceptionally beautiful. His appearance attracts them on an instinctive level." "I understand," she shouted. He wondered if she really believed him. Still, hey, he thought, it's better this way than being treated like me. He remembered the hateful shouts. "He's a monster. It's a monster." They weren't attacking him. They were protecting him. A man put a hand on his shoulder and ordered them. "Watch your words. The reason the creatures didn't attack him is because of his abilities. If you spread these ridiculous rumors, you will be punished by law." The men immediately apologized. "Sorry, it won't happen again," the boy asked his uncle. "Aren't you tired of making excuses?" The man replied that sometimes it's simply necessary. "I don't think so," he said, looking at a portal. "It healed their wounds, and they called me a monster. With these same creatures, the opposite is true. The higher their intelligence, the more likely they are to protect me, or even help me. Or simpler still, why don't they just join our side?" Sometime later, in the nest of the two-headed vultures, Zhang Rui looked into the cave and said, "So this is where they live?" Zan spread his arms wide and shouted, "Crystals! There's a whole bunch of bunny crystals in here." At that moment, a vulture was affectionately nuzzling Zhang Yuan. Okay, that's enough, he chuckled. I'll stroke both of you. While they gathered the loot, Zan said, This is cool. We don't even have to mess with the rabbits. We'll just collect the crystals. The girl folded her hands, impressed. The number of crystals in this cave must be in the thousands, she said. Zan added, Now we can collect them and return to the academy. But Zhang Yuan's mission hadn't even started, and they were already talking about leaving. 1,000 is not enough for me, he announced. I must collect at least 10,000 before leaving, Zan shouted in surprise. 10,000. Fong King stepped in. Okay, it's already 1100 hours. We should get some rest. We can discuss the quantity in the morning. The girl scratched her head. Yes, since there is no darkness here, we could disrupt our sleep patterns, Zhang Yuan said. The king of the vultures has provided us with his nest for the night. We need to rest. You and Fong King will hold watch together. After a while, Zan, huddled in his sleeping bag, called out to Zhang Yuan in fear. Could you? He asked. Zhang Yuan understood. Addressing the bird, he said, Let it fly away and play somewhere. Don't stand over us. The vultures flew away. Fong King then said, The vulture crystals were your main target, and this creature treats you so well. Are you ready to step over that line, Zhang Yuan? You didn't come here for fun. He put his hand forward. It was so easy to fix.
I just activated my ability. Thanks to that, it finds me cute. So it pleases me. This is a powerful illusion. It's dependent on it and cannot resist.
But I will not retreat from my plans because of this, he then asked. Are you afraid that I will go over to their side? Fong King replied. I have encountered something like this before. How did it all end? The instructor remembered the man asking him. Boy, did you think it would be right? To surrender to the enemy. The boy had shouted back that he didn't take his words seriously. The man pressed on. They didn't even offer you candy, and yet you decided to join their side. The man then asked, What if we offered you candy 10,000 pieces, all at once? The first man wondered if he'd ever get sick of sweets after that. In our world, he continued, there are countless things far more thrilling than sugar. He gently stroked the boy's head. But what those things are, you'll have to discover for yourself, Feng Qing chimed in. I haven't decided on an answer yet, but spicy chicken was crossed off the list a long time ago. Zhang Yuan smiled. Next time, I'll treat you to strawberry cake. I have a couple of coupons for a sweet shop, and I can't possibly eat it all myself. Meanwhile, that night, Zhang Rui was wide awake, thanks to Ziyun's thunderous snoring. Unable to take it anymore, she got up and stuffed a dirty sock right into his mouth. Feng Qing asked Zhang Yuan, Hey, do you snore? Zhang Yuan calmly replied, I'm not sleeping tonight, so you don't have to worry. You won't be tempted to strangle me. Feng Qing gave a thumbs up. You're the best, the man thought to himself. Huh, a message from headquarters. A voice crackled through his earpiece. Xuanming, I have new information. The Hanlin team has just arrived. Zhang Yuan asked. Do they have a watch? Yes, I'll share their joy. Data and location now. The man then asked, By the way, what kind of watches are they using? They aren't meant for communication, are they? Feng Qing questioned. What are you getting at? Nothing major, the man replied. I just want to confirm if they know our position. It's pretty suspicious, showing up here in the dead of night. Don't you think? He then asked, Lend me your watch. The instructor sighed. Haven't you had enough fun for one night? Are you trying to continue? No, he said. I'm dead serious now. He then started walking forward. Where are you going? The instructor called out. To throw your watch away, gazing up at the vulture circling overhead? The man smirked. Why not just fly? At his command, the massive bird descended. It clutched the corpses of various animals in its powerful beak. A moment later, Zhang Yuan marveled. Whoa! Did you get all this seeing the animals' joyful reactions? He said, You're a god, Feng Qing picked up, one of the bodies. Oh, there's even a fox here. He tossed a shimmering stone to the man, shouting, Catch this one's for you. A system window appeared before. Zhang Yuan, it read Lunar Fox Crystal. Absorb Moon Fox Crystal has the following properties. Ability Seal, yellow rank, upgradable. It seals a target's selected. Ability for 5 minutes. Can only be used on abilities of a lower rank. Dark Knight's Shelter. Red rank, not upgradable. At night, all of the user's abilities are enhanced by 200%. Looking at the stone, he thought, this yellow rank seal is useless to me, and since foxes are rare, it'll be a pain to level it up. As for the second ability, there are no knights in these ruins, so its use is also limited. He tossed the crystal to his friend. I don't need this. In the right hands, it'll be far more useful. You're the captain, so you take it. He then patted the giant bird. All right, girl, let's go for a flight. Some time later, he was soaring over what looked like a hawk cemetery. The vulture landed, and Zhang Yuan asked, Did you understand? You knew I needed crystals. So you brought me here. As he reached for a crystal, a new notification appeared. Crystal of the two-headed vulture. Absorb it had the following properties. Dual-purpose red rank, not upgradable. Soaring sky. Yellow rank, upgradable. Vulture's gaze. Blue rank, not upgradable. Steel. Claw yellow rank, upgradable. He commanded, absorb steel claw. Maximum yellow rank steel claw. Max green rank steel claw. The steel claw ability has been upgraded. A new ability was unlocked. Penetration red rank, not upgradable. Maximum red rank penetration. He thought, this is an excellent offensive ability. It's not energy intensive, and it's highly effective. Combined with Combat Master, I can unleash devastating attacks with minimal cost. Soaring Sky maximum yellow rank. The Soaring Sky ability surged. Evolving to its absolute peak, he awakened a new power sky splitting. At the legendary max red level. Even his sky peeling technique had ascended. He realized its essence was akin to regeneration itself. The Steel Claw had also been honed to a terrifying new level. And then, he gained another awe-inspiring ability, Master of Heaven. Catastrophic rank, not upgradable, Master of Heaven. This sky belongs to me. I have no restrictions. I am free. As he flew, he marveled. What an incredible power. 2 abilities were already maxed out. The other 2 couldn't be improved further. Ever since the golden sarcophagus swallowed him, his link with the dark force was never severed. He was a projection of the dark world. Inside the sarcophagus, his body was reforged into something beyond human. With this ability, can I use the power of the dark world to create a doppelganger? He'd have to test that theory when he returned to the academy. For now, his abilities were upgraded. He would simply collect the remaining crystals and head back. He activated the Master of the Skies ability, rising into the air and shouting, Ready? Let's fly! But then he looked down at the sad vulture sitting on the ground. He realized that after activating his own flight skill, the others seemed to be blocked. Okay, I better go. Back to the vulture. He landed on its back and thought, there should be some vulture habitats on the border. This one is the closest to the entrance. He then took out his watch and let it drop to the ground below. Perfect, he thought. I'll leave the watch here. He then leaped from the bird, landing silently. Feng Qing looked at him. You look like you've been up to some serious mischief. Take it higher, he said. Much higher. The instructor nodded. I trust you. He then pulled out his device, saying, I'll check the command channel. Just then, the enemy team on the map immediately scattered into new positions. Zhang Yuan smirked. This proves it. They're tracking us, and they know exactly where we are. The instructor agreed. You are undoubtedly right, the guy asked. Huh, Feng Qing explained. I noticed your flight path was a bit erratic, and those guys immediately redeployed. This means they aren't getting direct information. They're just cannon fodder, sent here to be destroyed. That old fox, the instructor added, moved Xuanming's name to second place on the target list. Intending to show everyone who his real target is, the enemy is in the shadows and has some idea of my strength. But he's still taking this risk. This person is arrogant enough to think he can actually kill me. If anything happens to this bait team, a rescue unit will be dispatched. If our opponent isn't very bright, he'll focus all his attention on this group, Zhang Yuan asked. And what if he's smarter than you think? The instructor grinned. If he were truly smart, he would have tried to become my friend. The guy lightly flicked his forehead. Your lack of sleep has killed off part of your brain. You should get some rest. The instructor shot back. So if I don't sleep at all, will I become completely stupid? The guy grinned. Bingo. Sometime later, Jiang Rui awoke, stretching inside her sleeping bag. She walked over to Zhang Yuan. Are you awake? She asked. I need to wash my face. He immediately brought her some water he'd set aside just for this. After thanking him, she rinsed her face. He told her, if she didn't feel like talking, she could just pretend he never asked. She sat beside him, deciding to open up. When she was a child, she was almost kidnapped. She barely managed to escape and run to the police. The man's reason, he did it because she was too cute. Zhang Yuan listened, then said that was many years ago. It was time to leave it in the past. Besides, without that charm, her chances of surviving might have been much lower. She stared at him, completely surprised by his words. He explained that protecting something small and cute is a primal instinct, one that has evolved in living beings for over 1 million years. It was a scientific fact. He added that, in the right situation, her beauty could even become a weapon.
What she looked like didn't matter. The most important thing was to always be herself. She looked at him, realizing his words made perfect sense. It was no wonder.
Nearly 2 million people voted for him? Blushing, she realized he had just called her cute. Changing the subject, he asked if she could help him start a fire.
Okay, she replied. A short while later, Zian, still in his sleeping bag, awoke to a strange smell. It was delicious. But at the same time,
it stunk. It was like standing at the crossroads of heaven and hell. He reached into his mouth, pulled out a sock, and roared, "Who did this? Was it you, Fong King?" Zhang Rui just smiled and waved her hand. "Sorry, big brother," she said sweetly. His snoring was so loud she couldn't sleep, so she had to take drastic measures. Zian froze. So it was her. He noticed she looked rather cute without her glasses. And besides, it was his own sock. It's not like it killed him. She took his sock off with her own hands. He bowed his head, saying it was fine. It was his fault anyway. Fong King smirked. What an interesting sight. Xian's attention shifted to the kebabs roasting over the fire. What kind of meat is that? He asked. Is it even edible? Fong King mocked him. We have healers here. Are you really afraid of a little meat? The more poison it has, the better it tastes. Xian had no idea. Really, huh? Do you even have salt and pepper? Zhang Yuan handed a skewer to Fong King, saying, Here, you should eat it, he replied. The instructor agreed, thinking to himself that he'd almost forgotten he was being watched. If he refused to eat or drink, it would only raise suspicion. The girl watched them with an admiring gaze. How adorable, she thought. Those two are so cute together. Chewing on the meat, Xian declared. Flying on monsters, collecting crystals, and eating meat. Working with Zhang Yuan is the best. His partner replied that he'd already asked the birds to gather crystals from the surrounding area. They just had to remember to pick them up later. Before long, a massive pile of crystals stood before them. My God, Xian gasped. This is way too much, the girl added. Didn't we say we only needed a couple thousand, Zhang Yuan replied. We take everything. Get the bags ready. He placed a hand on his chest, concentrating his energy. The girl was stunned. Where does he get this lightning speed from? He declared that at this rate, they wouldn't just take first place. They would shatter the record. Fong King examined one of the crystals. What is it? Zhang Yuan asked. Any problems? No, the instructor said. It's just, these crystals are almost too pure. They look more like candy, the girl asked. But you can't absorb these holding a bag, Xian replied. Well, it's not impossible. It's just a waste. The value of these is much higher than simple monster cores. Zhang Yuan thought to himself that teamwork was far more interesting than going solo. After a while, he wiped sweat from his forehead. I can't, he admitted. There are still some crystals I can't reach. It's fine, the girl said. We still got most of them. Fong King mentioned that Zhang Yuan had acquired the fox crystal yesterday. Does anyone need it? Xian shook his head, saying that with his physique, he'd never be able to absorb a crystal like that. The instructor turned to the girl. What about you? I think your body can handle it. She looked to Zhang Yuan, asking for his opinion. He met her gaze. Try it, he said. If you succeed, we'll celebrate. Zhang Rui caught the crystal he tossed her. All right, I'll give it a shot. If it fails, don't blame me. She held the crystal close, and a brilliant light erupted around her. Did it work? Fong King asked. I see the light, Xian shouted. She announced her new ability, Red Level 1. But this was the Shelter of the Dark Night, an ability that only works in darkness. She couldn't test it here. Fong King sighed. A pity. The drop rate for better abilities isn't high. Xian tried to cheer her up. Don't be upset. At least you're a powerhouse with 4 abilities now. Zhang Yuan suddenly had an idea. What if the ability didn't just work in darkness? What if the poisonous fog was thick enough to block out the light? She looked at him, surprised. Huh, you mean I can use it inside the fog? Zhang Yuan explained his theory. The light is scattered in the fog, but is the brightness low enough to be considered night? Fong King spread his hands. It's hard to say. This poisonous fog has different properties from a normal one. It all depends on how it interacts with the sun. Zhang Rui looked at her own fist. Determined. Practice is the only way to test the truth, she declared. Let's try it and find out. A short time later, the boys were airborne on the vulture, leaving her on the ground. She clenched her fists. Her poisonous fog ability was blue level 4, with a 50-meter range. She needed to check if the Dark Knight's shelter bonus took effect.
Spreading her arms wide, the fog around her instantly cleared. She had activated the Shelter of the Dark Night.
Watching from above, Fong King laughed. The fog's range just doubled. She did it? He playfully put his hand on Zhang Yuan's head. Not bad, Zhang Yuan. You've got a sharp mind. His partner folded his arms, annoyed. I told you not to touch my hair. Zian, meanwhile, was clinging to his leg for dear life.
Don't pull on my pants, Zhang Yuan snapped. I'm scared of heights, Zian wailed. I can't help it. Without another word, Zhang Yuan leaped off the bird.
I'll go down and take a look. What? Zian shrieked in surprise. He grabbed the instructor's leg. Why did he jump? This is all my fault.
Stop talking nonsense, Fang King grumbled. Landing in the mist, Zhang Yuan wondered, if he was exposed to the poison, could he absorb it? He focused his thoughts. Absorb.
A system window appeared. Venom has been activated. All abilities increased by 122%. Not bad at all, he thought. Just then, Jiang Rui called out his name, but she tripped and fell toward him. Ground, warning her. Why did you come down here? You'll be poisoned. He then knelt, extending a hand to her. Are you all right? Do you need treatment? Mastering a new skill always takes time, he mused. The girl took his hand, shyly admitting, I'm fine. I don't need any treatment. A patch will do. It's just a scratch. How can she fight if every little thing distracts her? She put her hands on her cheeks and thought, wow, Zhang Yuan is so cute. Her heart pounded. Had she really fallen for him, what should she do? She had to get a grip. Just then, Zhang Yuan spoke. He suggested she name her combo attacks to make them easier to use. She smirked. It was your idea, so why don't you give the combination a name? He pondered for a moment.
How about the Poisonous Shadow? She beamed. That's a great name. A short while later, they gathered their things. John announced that even with time to spare, their hunt for more crystals was over.
It was time to head back. The girl quickly agreed, but Fawn King suggested they wait just a little longer. An urgent message crackled through Zhang Yuan's earpiece. Latest news, 4 Hanlin Academy students have been framed. They got in using fake documents. Their position at the time of their disappearance matches the coordinates of your watch. What's going on? The guy asked. He explained he'd thrown his watch into a vulture's nest. Excellent, the voice replied. We've found the forged documents.
This is enough to launch an investigation. Is it time for the extraction team to arrive? By the way, the voice added, 4 people pretending to be members
of the rescue team have already arrived. Their mission is to capture you alive, but if that fails, they will be eliminated. Jiang Yuan said he understood. He sighed internally. It seemed he'd have to figure out how to avoid killing them. Turning to the team, he said, Guys, can you take flight and scout the area for a bit? She and Fawn King have some business to take care of. The girl replied with admiration. No problem, and don't you worry about this one.
I'll personally cure his fear of heights. The guy could only stammer. What? Zhang Yuan waved them off. Okay, I'll find you when we're finished. Fawn King watched this in surprise.
He thought to himself, that girl is smarter than she looks. They won't get lost. Soon, they were soaring through the air on a giant vulture. Zhang Rui laughed and asked, So, where are we heading? Zian, however, was clinging to the bird for dear life. I'm going to die, he screamed. I'm definitely going to die, she yelled back. Calm down, or you'll die of fear before anything else happens. He argued that Zhang Yuan's abilities were so powerful that he'd finish things in a matter of seconds anyway. She just smiled. The stronger his abilities, she said, the more work I have to do. He looked at her, baffled. She grinned. How cool is that? He had heard that girls were smarter than guys. Maybe she was one of them. He then asked, So, who do you think is stronger? Zhang Rui placed her hands on her cheeks and said dreamily, Of course, it's Zhang Yuan. The guy was stunned. You mean Fawn King is just at Zhang Yuan's beck and call? She replied. The person you love is always the strongest in your eyes. Then she looked at him sharply and said, Wait a minute. He felt a chill run down his spine. It was over. She knew his secret. And to protect her own, she was definitely going to throw him off this vulture. He grabbed her hands desperately. I actually share your point of view completely, he stammered. At that same moment, Zhang Yuan was looking at a map on his phone. The enemy has reached the border of the square. We can intercept them. The others are flying on the vulture, so even if they're spotted, they will be safe. An officer's voice came through the comms. Try to capture them alive. If you happen to overdo it, just make sure to heal them. The instructor added, I'll tie them together, if at least one of them survives. Then they all survive, Zhang Yuan calmly replied. If I kill someone, don't worry. The main thing is that the brain is intact. The brain, the instructor asked. Confused.
Oh, so they want to test the new weapon on them? The guy asked. What new weapon? It's the director of the management bureau, he explained. He has the ability to read people's memories. Even if the person is dead, as long as there's no brain damage and it's within 24 hours, it's still possible, the guy responded. Understood. As soon as I find one of them.
I will take all necessary actions. He then activated his superpower Eagle Eye. Sometime later, a company of men moved through the woods. One of them, looking at his phone, spoke up. The movement and trajectory of these signals. It seems like they're flying. Perhaps it's just a decoy, Lao Kai scoffed. Flying abilities usually don't last long. They couldn't have just tied the watches to vultures. Duanyang, a cigarette in his teeth, asked, Have they noticed us yet? Xuan sighed heavily. The enemy is strong and well prepared. I think we should give up. A commission of 20 million liam sounds great, but you need to stay alive to get it. Xiaohu turned on him. Don't be a coward. Weren't you going to use this money for your daughter's treatment? Another man added. And I thought you were going to pay for your son's education. Lao Kai shut them down. Forget it. If the mission fails, we'll have to pay damages. Can any of you afford that? Xiaohu tried to think of a plan. If the enemy is tracking us, why don't we just destroy the watches? Suddenly, Duanyang looked up. Hey, why is that vulture circling right above us? Xiaohu cursed. This is a problem we need to pretend to be dead. Then attacks rained down on them. Damn it, they shouted. We're under attack. Zhang Yuan raised his hand. It was shrouded in crackling energy. They were only promised 20 million for my head. He channeled his magic forward, a devastating explosion skill erupting from his palm. This, combined with tissue penetration, was proving quite useful. Fan King was stunned. When did he acquire new abilities on the ground? A man screamed. Run! The enemy is too strong.
We won't last long, Duanyang. You have to fight back. The distance is too great. We need to evacuate immediately. Shuoshan directed his healing gaze at him. Shua's gaze was filled with contempt. And you dare to call yourself a professional? The man shouted back. Now is not the time for sarcastic remarks.
From above, Zhang Yuan thought to himself. So that's Duanyang, Fan King added. It's high time for him to retire. The military region doesn't usually allow disabled people to take part in combat. He's a veteran, the guy said. But this is a disgusting act, the instructor replied. He did a lot for our country in his time, because of that. You should be gentle with him. The guy scoffed. Are you serious right now? What's your connection to him? Nothing, he replied. I just feel that he's mostly here because of me. Some time ago, back at the academy, someone shouted, Listen, we have a wounded man. We need your help. Fan King was dismissive. I don't care. Someone else stepped in. He's a soldier from the northern part of the Western Military District, wounded during the suppression of an uprising. His abilities are of great value if you... Don't help him. He will have to resign. But the guy stood firm. I already said I wouldn't help. He clenched his fists, his voice low and dangerous. We had an agreement. You promised that you wouldn't bother me. So why should I get involved? A girl stepped forward. Did you forget why you're even here? You don't take part in research, you don't fight, and you only cause damage to our academy. If you hadn't been stopped, the higher authorities would have taken special measures against you by now. The guy simply turned and walked away. He didn't care if he was sleeping. She was not to disturb him. The next morning, his hands cuffed. He accepted the package, stating, They've brought candy. Again? He glanced at his hands, then shattered the chains connecting them. Later, in the sterile lab, he turned to his mother and demanded, Where is the man you spoke of yesterday? Her reply was cold. His treatment period ended. He was sent back. The boy scoffed. It's all just candy. But she corrected him. Commander Young bought them. He said he wishes to be your friend. Fan King's eyes narrowed. But that man, he wasn't cured. She confirmed his words, stating that he bought the candy anyway. He then retreated to his room, squeezing through the warped bars of his cell. Tearing open the package, he began desperately stuffing handfuls of candy into his mouth. Mom, he pleaded, I want to leave this academy. I want to live like a normal person. Back in the present, Zhang Yuan observed. This guy must really hate me. The instructor smirked. Hate is too simple. He wants to make you suffer. Zhang Yuan looked at him, his gaze like ice. I don't care about their reasons. All I know is that they are the victims. And these men are the criminals. With that, Zhang Yuan grabbed Fan King's hand and leaped from their perch. When we get close enough, he ordered, activate your ability.
Huh. Before Fan King could process it, they landed, and he unleashed a wave of magic. Instantly, one of the bandits collapsed. What happened? Another yelled. Why did he just die?
It's an instant death attack, a man cried in terror. That's a technique for the grandmasters. How can a high school kid be capable of something like this? Shehu screamed. It doesn't matter, we need to run. Zhang Yuan stared at his own hands, a strange thought entering his mind. What kind of instant death is this? And why? Did this attack make me feel so alive? He glanced at the instructor, wondering if this man was the key. Just then, Fong King spoke up. There was a mistake. With the binding, the instructor turned to him. The man on the ground? Is he still alive? Adjusting his glasses, he observed, he's on the verge.
Excellent. The instructor's smile was predatory as wings burst from his back. Time to test a new trick on these three. He then grabbed Fong King by the pants. Stop!
Grabbing my pants, Fong King yelled. The instructor switched his grip. Like this? He asked innocently. Yes. With that, they descended upon the remaining bandits. They fell to the ground without a fight. Landing softly, Zhang Yuan stated, Done. All of them were immobilized. Fong King then asked, Did you think you could hide such powers? From me? The instructor's eyes sharpened. So, you can tell if they're alive or dead. He lowered his glasses, his voice a whisper. Don't say that out loud, and I never asked you, or asked. To use that trick, Zhang Yuan noted. It's an incredible ability. Combined with healing, that trick is a truly deadly weapon. Fong King explained that usually.
The binding only links the owner to one other person. The fact that mine works differently is a secret, Zhang Yuan simply replied. I see.
By the way, he asked, you said these guys were targeting me. Aren't they a bit underqualified for the job? The instructor smirked. No, you're simply too strong. Zhang Yuan's thoughts were cut short. Huh, what is that bug on his face? He pierced it with a sliver of energy. This bug, it came out of his brain. A normal insect can't
pierce a human skull. This is no simple beetle feeling of another one approach. He realized the truth. Damn it, the frontal attacks were just a diversion.
The real weapons are these mutant beetles. One flew straight into his mind, only to find itself in a vast, empty space. I'll just wait for it to fly a little closer. Then, he crushed the insect. In that instant, Ziahu's memories shattered before him. So that's it. This man's memory is fractured. An injury the Academy couldn't heal. He'd resigned, switching to civilian work. He refused the military's prosthesis, choosing compensation instead, and bought his wife and children a luxurious villa in Canada. But due to his status, he could never leave the country. His son racked up a huge debt, lost government funds gambling, and was punished and fired. He then special task from the darknet. He got a deposit and fake documents, formed a team, and came here. These bugs parasitize the human brain and feed on memories. They're incredibly smart. They can even kill their host. The others must have them too. He had to remove them quickly. If they start reproducing, it will be a catastrophe, asterisk. At that moment, a beetle flew toward the back of Fong King's head. Zhang Yuan swatted it instantly. Fong King yelped. What was that? What a painful bite. Zhang Yuan examined his head. There's a small bite, and also a tiny bald patch. The instructor leaned in, asking, a receding hairline. But he's so young, Fong King shot back. It's because I'm just very smart. The instructor deadpanned. What use is being smart if you go bald? Zhang Yuan ignored them. Rising into the air, hand these guys over to our comrades, he commanded. I'll catch the rest, Fong King shouted. Accepted. A short time later, the instructor held the dead beetles in his hands. These are a special species, he thought, that live primarily in France. They eat the brain of a person or animal. There may be something else. But France isn't sharing all its intel. The information was incomplete. Later, sitting on a stone hill, Zhang Yuan reported there were 8 beetles in total, 4 of which were parasitizing. The double-headed vulture, I also caught 2 of them alive. I've used an ability on them, so they won't attack for now. Great, people from the Academy are on their way. We'll simply hand everything over for investigation. Zhang Yuan looked at the instructor. What was done cannot be undone. The instructor sighed. I know. In any case, the court would have sentenced him to death, Zhang Yuan asked. Then what are you thinking about? He said that he wondered if things would have been different. Had he agreed to help him back then? Zhang Yuan replied, You're not an all-seeing god. How could you know? In any case, you did everything right. Fong King smiled faintly. Then I'll forget about it and move on. After a while, the 2 teams met. The man from the first team called out, Captain Song, what are you doing here? In emergency situations, the Academy of Sciences has the right to enter and exit any zone, the man replied. I'm sorry, but we have not received any such orders. According to the rules, we cannot let you pass. The man next to him whispered. Mr. Kai, but... The captain interrupted. A sleeping mind cannot be awakened even by the loudest scream. He then asked, Do you have a healer with you? He advised. Them to use the technique of life division. The man scoffed. Don't you worry about us. Mr. Kai then drew his sword, concentrating his energy. Well then, let's get down to business. He channeled a wave of energy toward the men in front of him. Their leader formed a shield, then cleared his throat, and declared, Even if you are from the Academy, you cannot act like this. I will report this to the Bureau and have you evaluated.
I won't stop you, the man sneered. Go on, write your complaint, address it to Kaizu. Jiang Guo fell to his knees, his mind reeling. Kaizu, the undisputed ruler of the ruins.
The greatest of all the masters. A short while later, Fan Jing was lying on the ground, insects in hand, wondering why no one had arrived yet. My hands are going numb, he grunted. Zhang Yuan replied. We just need to hold them off a bit longer. These creatures are surprisingly intelligent. I'm not sure how long my ability will last. I'm worried they'll escape, the instructor's voice cut in. Hold my phone? The guy reached into his pocket and confirmed. Got it. The instructor relayed the... Password is 77881. The message on the screen read that they were detained by people from Janine and would be delayed. Fan Jing wondered, did Mom really call Uncle Kai for help? The message continued, stating that a special flight would take them directly to the academy. He had gone to the ruins.
Arriving at the coordinates, the instructor felt a knot of unease. Everything felt wrong. He knew their uncle would have checked the location multiple times.
Zhang Yuan simply agreed. The instructor narrowed his eyes. This man was definitely up to something. It could never be this simple. He wants to poach a fighter like Zhang Yuan. The instructor couldn't let that happen. After a few moments, they handed over a jar of insects. The transfer was complete. The man extended his hand to Zhang Yuan. Hello, he said with a practiced smile. My name is Kaiyu. I'm an old friend of your mother's. You can call me Uncle Kai. Zhang Yuan shook his hand, his face unreadable. A pleasure. Kaiyu's mind raced. This was a man he could cooperate with. He wanted to drop the formalities, but Fong King immediately interfered with his plans. I heard a young talent had appeared in our country, Kaiyu said smoothly. Ever since then, the thought of sharing a drink with him has been on my mind. Fong King cut him off. Zhang Yuan is still underage. He can't drink yet. Then perhaps a glass of juice. The instructor's patience snapped. Alcohol is a carcinogen. You shouldn't drink it at all. He physically turned the man around.
All right, you have the bugs. Now go back to where you came from. The man simply smirked. Very well. I trust you'll take care of the rest.
Kaiyu slipped a card into Zhang Yuan's hand. When you're in the city, be sure to visit. The young man glanced at it and said, Sure. Zhang Yuan, don't you dare go there, Fong King warned. That old fox is always trying to lure people in when he's short-handed. If you lose, he'll make you pay for everything. Why are you smiling? The young hero took off his glasses, a strange glint in his eye. He just reminds me of someone. A short while later, the whole team was on the plane. Zhang Yuan addressed them. Thank you for your hard work. He then distributed several bags. Each of you will receive 10 vulture crystals. You can use them or sell them. Zan immediately protested. We can't accept such an expensive gift, Zhang Ri agreed. We did nothing but collect stones. Zhang Yuan's voice was firm. Facing magical creatures is never an easy task. When you get a chance to become stronger, you must seize it. The young man nodded. I understand. Thank you, the girl asked. Aren't you sharing any with Fong King? Zhang Yuan replied. He said he doesn't need them. The instructor threw his hands up dramatically.
For me, these crystals are completely useless. Zhang Yuan told the team he still had things to do. Once we arrive, go to the administrative department.
And request your crystals there. Soon, he was sitting in an office across from Commander Anne. Did you manage to establish the identities of these people? He asked. The commander slid a file across the desk. One of our specialists managed to uncover something. Interesting. The young man read through it. So it seems these insects are truly capable of storing memories. Commander Anne agreed. At least, he added, these memories aren't as clear as a direct mind read. Among the 8 intruders, we found a Lantern League spy who has been hiding in China for many years. He was the organizer of this entire operation. The Lantern League? Zhang Yuan questioned. The commander elaborated. It's one of the 10 largest organizations in the world. They have no official patron. This spy is our compatriot. One who would never turn to the enemy's side. After reading his memories, we're certain of it. Each side has its own strategy. This concerns how it manages other races living on its territory. The adorable Mong bears are a protected species. They're prohibited from being hunted due to their small numbers and the difficulty in breeding them. We believe it was for them that this agent was sent back to China, left as a sleeper spy. After your victory over Robs, they sent a new team to capture the academy.
But even then, you managed to repel their attack. Now, the amount they need to restore their losses is far higher than the value of those crystals.
It would be better for the enemy to retreat, Zhang Yuan countered. But the enemy still decided to act. Commander An nodded. This isn't even the whole picture.
All the evidence may point to the Lantern League, but I believe they're nothing more than accomplices. The real mastermind is one of our own. They have a definite plan.
In order to protect themselves, they were forced to take measures to defeat you. Maybe even kill you, based on the characteristics of these ladybugs. It's not difficult to assume that the race can be tamed. They are capable of killing, spying, and even controlling the bodies of already dead fighters. We believe their original plan was to control you with these insects. Fortunately, you have the ability to resist them. Otherwise, disaster would have been inevitable. Smiling faintly, Zhang Yuan said, I definitely wouldn't get involved in a fight without a trump card up my sleeve. The commander replied, We trust you, but you must remember. Protecting you is our first priority. The young man then asked, Could this have something to do with Jiaya? The man conceded. It's possible, but we don't have exact information. Where is the Tan-Ken team now? Zhang Yuan asked. The commander replied, The city government is waiting for an investigation. Zhang Yuan stood. I think we have enough to hold them off for a while. The commander said, We'll rely on you for the rest. The young hero agreed. He then looked out the window and asked about his sister. The commander replied, She's at the training ground. Do you want me to bring her to you? It's not worth it, he said. Then he climbed onto the window. Unfurling his wings to fly forward, he shouted, I'll get there myself. The commander stared in shock. My God! Did he really return from the mission with the ability to fly? A while later, Zhang Lan was training hard. The coach praised her. Great, great, great. He looked at the watch on his hand and said, 30 more seconds? A little more 10, 9, 8, 7. Finished. You can rest. The girl sighed and sat down on the floor. Breathing heavily, he explained. This exercise is called a horse stance. If you continue to do this, you will become more resilient, faster, and stronger. You may be able to use the power of the ruins, but such training will be useful for your development. He handed her a bottle of water and told her that when she
overcomes her psychological barrier, her strength will begin to grow by leaps and bounds. I understand, she said, before thanking the coach.
She then remembered something. In a couple of days, my brother will come for me. Could you not tell him that I've undergone special training? Why? The coach asked. Embarrassed, she said, My brother is a real genius. Everything comes easy to him. When we're compared, I get the impression. Because she felt completely useless. The guy laughed. That's absolute nonsense. You're just as talented as your brother. He's just older. Besides, no matter how powerful he gets, he can't do everything alone. There will be times when he needs your help. She looked at him, her eyes filled with new determination. Uh-huh, she nodded enthusiastically. At that moment, Zhang Yuan was on a rooftop, observing with Yi and Ming. Aren't we a bit too far, Yi? The guy asked. Can you really see everything? I can see everything perfectly, he replied. I thought you'd want to be closer. The guy remarked. She is your sister. Your responsibility, if I'm constantly hovering. It will hinder her development. The guy just smiled. So what, your sister has already been in special military training for several days? For several days, he asked in surprise. What kind? The guy listed them off. Armored vehicles, sonic fighters, battleships. She's learned to pilot all of them. He raised his index finger. The instructor said she has an incredible natural talent for piloting. Zhang Yuan grabbed his head in frustration. She has to make these important decisions for herself. I won't rush her or force things, he declared. The guy saw an opening. I have one request then. Maybe you could teach me how to pilot. I'm afraid that soon. Zhong, there will be too many people who want to learn from you. I'm very busy right now, he replied. Just one lesson, I'm begging. Fine, Zhang Yuan relented. But just one, no more. After a while, Zhang Yuan stood before the sarcophagus. He sighed deeply. After days of hard work, I can finally rest. He had absorbed a lot of energy. From the crystals this time, the sheer power was affecting his condition, making him irritable, with a sudden urge to strike something. He wondered if, with his new ability, he could split himself. One part could sleep while the other functions. It was definitely worth a try. First, he needed to divide his consciousness. Divide consciousness. Done. Now, project half into the outside world. He opened his new eyes. It worked. But wait, why did my bed, me, suddenly get so high? He wondered what he looked like. He hopped to the floor and let out a surprised meow, meow, meow. He looked in the mirror and saw he was sitting on his own shoulder in cat form. He'd proven the ability worked. He could indeed separate himself. But both of him could not be Zhang Yuan at the same time. If one Zhang Yuan already exists, the second form automatically becomes a black kitten. He possessed a single consciousness, but both bodies were able to think independently. The second form could also take on the appearance of other living beings, with the exception of his own. For the real Zhang Yuan, this wasn't exactly convenient. The appearance of the second form, as a black cat, was inevitable whenever his main body was active or resting. This meant the real Zhang Yuan couldn't truly be in two places at once. The most frustrating part was that whenever he tried to speak as a black cat, his words were automatically replaced by meowing. He immediately searched his phone to find out why cats can't talk. The internet said that cats lack a language center in their brains, and also, shenxins, their vocal cords are completely different from human ones. He reasoned that his current projection was just a shell filled with cosmic energy. If he could change the internal structure of his projection, would he be able to speak human language as a cat? He tried to force the words, but the kitten ran out of energy and collapsed. Zhang Yuan figured that even with his immense abilities, this would be extremely difficult. Oh well, hardly anyone wants to talk to a cat anyway. He lay down in his sarcophagus, gave the kitten a high five, and said, "Well, I'm off to bed. I'll get up early tomorrow. Good night." In his dream, he realized that after the separation, his abilities were weakened by almost half. However, it didn't seem to affect much. He could still function in this form. He currently had 14 abilities that he could comfortably activate, even while in the body of a kitten. Excellent, he thought. It's time to deal with the stray cats that hang around the academy. A short while later, perched on a roof, he watched Jiang Xiwan sitting surrounded by cats. Huh. Did someone get here before me, he thought. If he remembered correctly, this was Chuan's twin sister, Jiang Xiwan. It had to be her. He was sure he'd seen her in the special class. The girl noticed him. What a cute kitten, she thought. Such an elegant gait and noble posture. A true king of cats. Is he new here, she wondered, offering him a treat? Come here, I have something tasty for you. Zhang Yuan thought that she was interfering with his plan to deal with these, vagabonds. But since no one knew it was him, he could behave as he pleased. It looked like the other cats weren't too friendly towards him. Are the effects of my charm really that weak, or is it because I'm in a different form? He struck an adorable pose, thinking that he'd give it his all this time. His spell spread across the street, but the cats didn't react at all. Strange. Did it not work, he wondered? The girl, however, laughed and stretched out her hands to him. Baby, come here quickly, she cooed. He jumped out of her reach, thinking, is it really possible that in this form, my charm can only influence people? What was with her? She stared at him with such loving eyes. No, he thought, finally realizing. It seems I completely misunderstood how this ability worked in the first place. He always assumed he was dealing with targets of inferior intellect. But the truth was far more profound. It was a matter of fundamental difference, a deep chasm between himself and his quarry. While in his current feline form, his power was restrained. On his brothers, it could only quell their hostility and grant him a small advantage over him. But when it comes to total submission, like a kitten, his influence is limited to human emotions. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at him. Then she cooed, Baby, you don't like her. Tomorrow, I'll bring you some premium sashimi. He agreed with a soft purr as she knelt down to snap a picture of him. Zhang Yuan realized this power to manipulate minds was terrifying. A blade that must be wielded with extreme caution. With a deliberate meow, he swiped her phone and erased the image. She gasped in shock. Did the cat just delete the photo? Was she dreaming? But the picture was gone. This was definitely real. And she needed to save it, make a few copies. The next morning, Zhang Yuan stared at his phone. He'd been summoned to the dining room. Apparently, Jiang Rui had a question for him. A crowd already surrounded her, their whispers filling the air. What a goddess! Is she from our academy? How have I never seen her before? It seemed Zhang Yuan finally had a worthy rival for the title of the school's #1 beauty. She walked right up to him, a silent challenge in her eyes, apologizing for his tardiness. He noticed Jiang Rui, fixing her hair. She reminded him of her promise. A brand new style. He admitted, it wasn't bad. It suited her perfectly. She beamed. thanking him for the compliment. But whispers filled the air. Were they really a couple? And was that truly Zhang Rui? So completely transformed. Without her glasses, she was almost unrecognizable. Just then, Fong King approached. "Am I interrupting something?" he asked with a smirk. The girl's eyes lit up, full of admiration. Not at all, just the opposite. Soon, they were all seated in the dining hall. Zhang Yuan questioned if she was sure, wanting him to sit with them. She insisted, absolutely certain. Fong King shrugged. "All right then." He took a massive bite of a bun, only to roar with his mouth full. Why are these so spicy? He'd been tricked. He wanted to toss them and get something new. Such a waste, Zhang Yuan commented. He offered them to him, but the guy refused. "I'm not your sister," he deadpanned. "I'm not eating your leftovers." "Come on, brother," Fong King teased. A swift chop met his head. "Stop it, that's disgusting." The girl could only watch the chaos unfold, mortified by their antics. What a wonderfully chaotic breakfast, she thought sarcastically. Meanwhile, at the management office, Su Wanying reviewed their progress.
They had gathered 139 crystals in total. Even if it wasn't enough for the top 10, it would certainly be enough to make a statement.
A very arrogant one. She pushed open the door, announcing their success, but she stopped dead. The entire room was overflowing with crystals. A man sat amidst the treasure, counting the glittering hoard. He announced there were over 1,000 of them, and their quality was exceptional. His partner urged him on. "Come on, we need to get all of this packed." The man picked one up, his eyes widening. Was that a moon fox crystal? Damn it, this was leagues more valuable than any crystal they could get from mere rabbits. The big boss bellowed his orders. "Count every single one! Carefully do not miss a single moon fox crystal." The subordinate looked on in absolute shock. "Shouldn't we separate something this valuable?" Su Wanying was reeling. "What the hell? The office looks like a wholesale market for crystals." Guani tossed her a backpack, already on his way out. "The report's on you," he said gruffly. In the background, someone shouted, "Found 2 more fox crystals over here." The boss immediately offered double the pay if they stayed to help count the immense haul. Su Wanying couldn't believe it. This had to be a joke. You couldn't get this many crystals without cheating. They had to be fakes. Later that evening, the girls took a walk. Jian Qiwan draped an arm over Su Wanying's shoulder. "All right, stop sulking." She had an idea to cheer her up. "Let's go find some cats." Su Wanying agreed. Her friend explained that yesterday she'd met the most adorable black kitten. She'd even promised to bring it a treat today, elsewhere. Perched on a rooftop, Zhang Yuan, in his cat form, was waiting. He thought to himself, so she actually came. Was his ability still in effect? "There he is," she exclaimed from below. He wondered just how long this power would linger. "Here, kitty, come on down." Su Wanying gasped in admiration. "Oh my god, he really is cute." He noticed the nearby cat bed looked clean enough. He could probably make do. Jian Qiwan presented a box with a flourish. King salmon, ordered straight from Norway, Zhang Yuan realized with a start. The main effect had worn off. These were just the lingering echoes. Her cat obsession, however, remained unchanged. Strange. The ability wasn't supposed to be permanent. The girl leaned in, puckering her lips for a kiss. He stared, bewildered, before sending her flying. With a single, powerful swat. That was just indecent, he thought. Her friend reached out to her fallen comrade. Yin, later, in the infirmary, Fong King examined the girl. "Why'd you call me the wound's healed, but..." "The bruise is still there. Did you try treating it?" She scoffed. "If I could fix it myself, why would I be here?" He noted that she'd absorbed healing powers before. "So what?" she shot back. "I have no other inherent abilities." Her only real advantage was in teamwork. The power to copy the skills of her comrades. Her unique ability was called synergy. By touching a target, she could borrow one of their abilities, and for 24 hours. The instructor channeled healing energy into the bruise. His job done, he turned to leave. "All right, get well soon," he said, walking out. She could only ask, "Huh?" He thought to himself, that mark on her face was definitely not from an ordinary cat. At that moment, draped over a tree branch, Zhang Yuan was resting. He mused that Lan Lan's training was far from over. He figured he could recover energy by sleeping in either of his forms.
Fong King walked through campus, lost in thought. A rather impressive reward was being offered for any information on the mysterious campus cat.
Could it really have hurt that girl? His gaze shifted to a nearby tree. Pushing down his glasses, he saw it. An animal life sign, but its value was 0. Care to change out of that uniform? he called out. The cat replied with a simple, meow, meow. Fong King sighed. Before anything else, care to explain why you won't change back? And why you're attacking people in your cat form? Zhang Yuan simply meowed again. No, the instructor said, exasperated. From a scientific standpoint, I don't get it. Cats don't have a language center. A cat language is impossible. The cat sighed dramatically, then shifted back into a human. Fong King, a human's abilities are limited. Fong King scoffed. What nonsense is this? Are you just acting out because your sister's not here? Their conversation continued as they reached the rooftop. Fong King posed a question. Yuan, what is a person? The young man answered. The sum of all social relations, the instructor countered. But what if the outside is human? But the inside is something else entirely. If a creature absorbs a crystal, gains powers, and fights other races, can you still call it human? Zhang Yuan simply said, let's go. Then he turned, a question in his eyes. By the way, why do you only ever list 4 abilities?
What about your eyes, the ones that see lifespans? Fong King explained. My sun ability is innate. The other 3, I acquired during experiments.
Experiments at the Academy of Sciences? But my eyes, they're more like an extra feature. To me, crystals are just ordinary stones. If I swallowed one, I'd just spit it out, like a pile of bones. Besides, the hawks didn't attack us. Did they? Zhang Yuan replied.
There were already plenty of crystals to be had. The instructor spoke cryptically. Without life, there is no death. Without a voice, there can be no flow.
Zhang Yuan paused for a moment in thought. He declared that he felt no pity for humans, or any other race. He simply found their endless struggle fascinating.
A brutal competition, where one person's victory was built on another's defeat. Even within the designated hunting grounds, artificially created for safety.
Anyone could be attacked. But what if the very nature of this twisted game could be changed from competition to cooperation? People could gain so much more. The key to this fruitful alliance would be absolute, unbreakable trust between them. And with his ability, he could ensure that other races would never betray humanity. If they could forge similar bonds with other races for mutual prosperity, couldn't they all take a step towards a brighter future? Sometime later, a group of men gazed at the sky. A massive vulture circled above. One of them turned to Director Bai. That's the king of the 2-headed vultures, he said. It won't attack humans. It might even let someone ride it. The man scoffed and looked up. Foolish beast, he muttered. It doesn't realize it's offering kindness to a butcher in a slaughterhouse. After they landed, he remarked, he's so cute. Then he drew a massive rifle. The chickens and ducks at the market are cute, too. He peered through the scope at the majestic creature's face. Royal crystals are precious resources. Things people are willing to kill for. If he didn't end it now, someone else surely would. He pulled the trigger. In this world, he declared as the shot rang out, order can only be maintained through overwhelming violence, the law of the jungle. That is the true essence of our reality.